It seems you still want to smile? Song Bing sneered. Mosheim was so excited that he couldn't control his legs and sat on the ground. He quickly explained truthfully. Dr. Song, please forgive me. I really don't know where Candy is now. Since you left Ligua a year ago. She followed suit. What she told me before she left was that she wanted to travel around the world. Travel? Song Bing kept his eyes on Ma Xiangyu, and he could see that the other party was not lying. Moreover, didn't Candy come to see him a few days after he returned to Anghua? Yes, I haven't heard from her in the year since she left. During this period, I also sent people to search for it, but there was no trace of it. She seemed to disappear out of thin air. Moses said truthfully. This was also the reason why he dared to take action against Song Bing. If Candy was still here, how could he have the courage? Hearing this, Song Bing did not speak anymore, but thought of that night. Those incomprehensible things Candy said to him. Therefore, Candy came to find herself before disappearing. After all, he was the last person to see Candy. So where did she go after that night? Didn't come back directly? Did you really travel? After retracting his thoughts, Song Bing continued to look at Moses, narrowed his eyes, and asked with a smile. You seem to be afraid of her? It seems to be confirmed. Why? Song Bing looked curious. After struggling for a moment, Ma Xiangyu finally said it. Oh, this answer greatly exceeded Song Bing's expectations. Is it because of Candy that Moses can become the king of Li? How did this woman do it? You know, the Candy of the past was just a poor girl who had to live in an isolation ecological cabin to survive. Perhaps the only thing that is surprising is the stunning appearance that should not exist in the world. How was she able to control the position of the head of a country? It is still the world's most powerful country. Seemingly sensing Song Bing's doubts, Mosem smiled bitterly again and spoke. Not only because of my position as the king of Li, she can even easily cause World War III to break out if she wants to, even destroying most of the civilization currently developed by mankind. Song Bing's heart moved slightly, and he frowned and looked at the other party. If any normal person heard this, they would definitely burst into laughter. A woman, let World War III break out? Destroy most of today's human civilization? This is a bit exaggerated. Did you think you were making a science fiction movie? What normal person wouldn't laugh after hearing this? But Song Bing didn't smile, because he could see that the other party was not lying. There is no need to tell such a lie. Secondly, and most importantly, it seems that he currently has such means. A fused and upgraded second-level or third-level infectious virus is directly released. But it's not just human civilization. But there are no more humans. The mortality rate is 100%. The transmission rate is 100%. Propagation speed is measured in seconds. There is no possibility of cure. Do you think it's possible? Therefore, instead of laughing, Song Bing was more interested and asked, why? Ma Xiangyu was also stunned for a moment by Song Bing's plain inquiry. He was even prepared for Song Bing to think that he was telling lies. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed to believe it. So, after swallowing his saliva, Mosem and Song Bing looked at each other, seriously, and exclaimed. Because she is like an interdimensional genius girl. She is proficient in all encyclopedia knowledge and science and technology. For example, she is a terrible hacker. She can master any information in the world just through her computer, invade the official website of any country, and find the dirty history of leaders of various countries. Therefore, she can solve many problems and create many problems even without leaving home. For another example, the system of the world's first bank, which is fully intelligent and cannot be interfered with by any country and has a monopoly, was created by her. Hearing this, Song Bing's pupils couldn't help but shrink. I couldn't hide my surprise. In his mind, he couldn't help but return to Candy's room in the past. In her room are various encyclopedia books. Maybe more than just the room. The whole castle is filled with books. In addition, Song Bing is still fresh in my memory. Candy, I love role-playing the most. Of course, she plays more than just a maid. Maybe there are hackers, politicians, scientists, doctors. She can penetrate every role. Perfect performance. And if a person is proficient in such a top role, if they are all added together, you can imagine how terrifying it would be. It was only at this moment that Song Bing truly understood that he had still underestimated this woman. And when these are put together, they are explained clearly. In the past, when Candy showed up at the airport, it was the reason why he could leave easily. Because, From beginning to end, it was not Mosheim who controlled Candy in order to consolidate his position. But Candy chose Moses for the sake of convenience. So where did Candy go? The world is really so big. Do you want to see it? Songbing once again couldn't help but think of what Candy said in the past. This gave him an inexplicable impulse. I have the urge to find this scary woman and figure it out. Divine Dr. Song, everything I said is true, and this is all I know. Moshe's voice interrupted Songbing's thoughts. Yeah. Seeing Songbing nod, Mosem felt relieved. Faced with Songbing's oppression and sharp eyes, he revealed all these secrets. Because his intuition told him that if he concealed it, he would be miserable. Dr. Song, don't worry. This kid Candy is so powerful. He must be just traveling around the world to relax. He will be fine. If she comes back, I will inform you immediately. Mosem continued. He seemed to have seen how terrible Songbing was, and his tone was somewhat flattering. In fact, Mashimu felt remorseful at this moment. I regret not listening to Mike's advice in the past. Let Candy and Songbing move on and get married. Instead, he chose to turn against Songbing. It ended up like this. If Songbing marries Candy, maybe we could use this to tie up Songbing. Let him stay in the country. Then these things wouldn't happen now. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. But even though I missed it last time, now looking at Songbing's appearance, there seems to be hope. Maybe when the two of them get married, Songbing can take advantage of this relationship and give him a real antidote. So, Mosem quickly expressed his attitude. Dr. Song, when Candy comes back, I am willing to join forces with Ngwa to personally hold a grand wedding for you. Songbing, who was deep in thought, was once again pulled out by Mashimu's unexpected wedding. The air has been quiet, until the doors suddenly opened. Songbing and Mashimu came out. The kings were relieved to see that Moses was fine. Songbing also looked at these people at this time and said calmly, don't think about evil things. If I had come to visit you a second time, I wouldn't be as lucky as today. Ping Ping left a final warning, and Songbing left calmly. Shili quickly followed. It wasn't until Songbing and the others were confirmed to have left that all the kings seemed to have been drained of all their strength and collapsed on the ground. After a while, they rushed outside. When they saw those elite soldiers wandering around on the deck, they shuddered again. The devil, he must be a devil. I don't know who made a sound in fear. The kings were even more afraid of Songbing. At this moment, Songbing's figure was like a devil, deeply ingrained in their bones. Especially Songbing's final warning. No one doubted it. It would be really easy for Songbing to come to see them. Who can stop it? The panicked kings hurriedly called for help, ordered the withdrawal of their troops, and each of them fled this place of trouble and chaos and embarrassment. As a result, the alliance between Songbing and Ongwa collapsed. From now on, they would not dare to have any thoughts about Songbing. Because of Songbing's intimidation, they gave up all their thoughts. So what if they could escape back home? Songbing can really come to your door. At the same time, Songbing hugged Shili and jumped all the way back to Shimon's yacht. This time, Shili quickly woke up from the mess. Apparently the intensity is just right, and it's not nerve-wracking. How about it? Do you dare to ask for this right? If you are afraid, I can replace you. Songbing sat on the open-air sofa, looked at Shili, and asked with a tentative smile. On the other hand, delivering medicine to these kings also gave them the right to supervise Songbing on their behalf. The right is here. It depends on whether you dare to claim it or not. I want it. Unexpectedly, Shili nodded decisively, with a firm face, without any hesitation. How could she let go of such an opportunity? Although this is extremely risky, but the opportunities are also imaginable. Songbing narrowed his eyes slightly, pulled the other person into his arms, and began to appreciate it carefully again. You have such a big heart. Do you dare to eat anything? Shili actually stretched out his hands and hugged Songbing's neck. He changed his cool attitude and said with a sexy smile, as long as you dare to give it, I dare to eat it. She obviously wanted to deliberately stimulate Songbing and make him give it to her. Okay, in that case, I'll give it to you. But I hope nothing like the Howards happens again. Seeing this, Songbing relented as the other party wished and warned him at the same time. Don't worry, I will inform you of any major events in Shimin from now on. Shili, who had seen the horror of Song's disease, quickly recovered and said seriously, now, We can send Shimon's people to get out all the children hiding in that underground laboratory. In addition, the truth about Lowly Island should be made public. As Song Bing spoke, he took out another list from his arms like magic and handed it to Shili. He found this accidentally. Very valuable. This is it. Shili was slightly stunned. When he opened the list, his beautiful eyes quickly showed surprise. Because this is actually a detailed list of landing on the island. It records in detail the number of times many rich and noble people visited the island. Some rich man, former king, prince, some great physicist, etc. They are all famous high-class people. However, these are particularly ironic in terms of the number of times they have visited the island on the list. The highest record of landing on the island is N times. Shili was surprised when he saw these people on the list. Because there are many people she didn't expect. It can be expected. The list was published, and the girls were rescued. What a sensation it would cause. Okay, give me 5 minutes. After the shock, Shili nodded decisively and left Song Bing. Not long after, Shili finished handling everything and came back. Okay, the results will be available tomorrow. You are really efficient at doing things, but there is one last thing left. Song Bing smiled, his eyes falling on the other party's graceful figure. What's the matter? Tell me, Shili said. The dignified Queen Shili is so forgetful. Have you forgotten what happened during the day? Song Bing reminded meaningfully. Shili was stunned for a moment, then thought of something, and a blush appeared on her cold, pretty face. Hey, I'm tired after a long day. I don't want to move anymore. I'm going to sleep first. You can do whatever you want. Song Bing stretched and fell directly onto the bed. Shili, who understood instantly, bit her red lips and closed the doors and windows obediently. She took off her red dress, stepped forward, and opened another door. This is bound to be a sleepless night. Brothers don't like reading it, so I won't write it. Early the next morning, news about the Lowly Island incident immediately hit the hot search results. Countless rescued girls have come forward to accuse the criminals behind Lowly Island. Furthermore, the exposure of a detailed list confirmed the authenticity of the matter. In an instant, countries all over the world were shocked. A second ago, it was a holy land for a duel between two great doctors. The world's most luxurious tourist resort. The next second, it turned into a perverted entertainment place for the rich and powerful. This reversal really shocked the world. It's totally unexpected, especially the big names and philanthropists on the list. It was particularly mocking at this moment. At the same time, the first thing the kings did when they returned to their home countries was to quickly recall their training troops, and hurriedly asked the state media to publish an apology statement to Manhua. Finally, he did not forget to emphasize the friendship between his country and Manhua. Faced with the sudden overtures from these hostile countries, Manhua was briefly confused. A yacht slowly docked. Inside the messy room, Silly, who was overworked, opened her beautiful eyes from weakness. She gritted her teeth and turned around in pain, only to find that she was alone on the large, soft bed. Song Bing has long since disappeared. Shili Dai couldn't help but frown slightly. In the past, when had she not woken up first? As a result, I slept for so long this time. It's all because I stayed up too late yesterday. That guy was sleeping soundly. It seems that I can't make random promises anymore. With resentment flashing in Shili's eyes, she put on her clothes after pain, tidied herself up, and walked out. Sulong and others were already waiting on the deck below. Shili immediately regained her coolness as a queen. Where is the master? Queen, the master has already left with the little girl. He said that he had some things to deal with and asked you to have a good rest and would see you again later. Sulong and others preached according to Song Bing's words. Leaving, Siridi frowned slightly, but I felt relieved in my heart. Otherwise, she would really be unable to bear the remaining 2 days. Have to stay up late again. At the same time, Song Bing had already taken Arctic Fox with him and drove all the way to the old castle manor that Candy gave him in the past. There are mountains in the northern part of the country. Just along the way, Song Bing took the Arctic Fox with him. Gao family. In the misty hot spring. Although the live broadcast has ended, Gao Ling was still wearing a pink bikini and lying lazily on the floating bed. Her long, wet hair was spread freely, and in front of her, a large black eagle suddenly appeared. Thank you for your hard work. Gao Ling gently stroked the black snake eagle. Then he took the fruit from the fruit plate next to him and held it in his mouth. Dove. The snake eagle tacitly pecked the fruit with its sharp beak. Gao Ling was not hurt at all. This seems to be a unique way of feeding. At this time, Gao Xingjie came from the mist, looked at Gao Ling with a slightly solemn expression and said, "Sister, the news has come. The plans of the Campbell family and the Qingchuan family have failed. They failed to take down Songbing." Yeah. However, Gao Ling didn't seem surprised by the news and continued to feed the snake eagle with his mouth. But I also received some news. This time, the two families seem to have brought out 8 black gold snipers. I think it's time to replan our plans. Gao Xingjie's breathing was slightly rapid. 8 black gold snipers. He knew exactly what this meant. The entire Gao family can currently produce at most 8 black gold snipers. And such a terrifying lineup still failed to defeat Songbing? At first, he looked down upon Songbing. But now, he had to re-examine Songbing. Able to survive the joint attack of 8 black gold snipers. So far, no experimental subject who has escaped has such ability. But Xiaodiao told me that the reason Songbing was able to escape this time was because of the help of another experimental subject. Gao Ling smiled and gently touched the snake eagle's head. Another experimental subject? Hearing this, Gao Xingjie was slightly stunned. This was indeed something he had not found out. After this incident, the Campbell family and the Qingchuan family quickly blocked all news. This is interesting. If Songbing is really captured by these two families, then I will be heartbroken. Gao Ling sat up, walked down from the hot spring, and walked toward the shore step by step. He smiled and said, "We have already given them the chance. Since the two of them are incapable of taking down Songbing, they have no choice but to let us come. Okay, now that the monster has awakened, I want to see how Songbing can survive in his hands." Gao Xingjie immediately revealed a ferocious look on his face. Thinking of how terrifying his monster brother was, he was filled with confidence. The moment Gao Ling landed, he picked up the silk bathrobe from the shore and put it on. At the same time, I don't know when there was a needle in my hand. In the needle tube, there is a blue liquid. Without saying a word, she directly inserted the needle into her neck, accurately inserted it into the vein, and injected all the blue liquid. During the whole process, Gao Ling's face was calm and without any disturbance. The only movement was the flash of blue light between her beautiful eyes. Seeing Gao Ling's behavior, Gao Xingjie couldn't help but frown and said, "Sister, do you really want to do it yourself? It's fun to do this kind of thing yourself." Gao Ling smiled strangely and walked towards the door in his bathrobe. The last sentence he left was, "Help me take good care of the little eagle." Li Country, North. At the foot of a mountain range bordering Shangqing. The snow scenery is magnificent and the scenery is beautiful, just like a fairyland on Earth. And under this dreamy scenery, an ancient castle manor covering a vast area is even more beautiful. Both design and layout are perfectly integrated into this piece of nature. At the same time, an off-road vehicle drove from a distance and crossed a large lawn. Finally, they stopped outside the gate of the manor. Then a handsome young man wearing casual clothes got out of the car. Behind him was a little girl in a blue dress. The little girl held the young man's hand obediently and obediently. Her big black eyes were always looking at everything around her curiously. Who? At this time, a white man guarding the gate immediately came out vigilantly. Until he saw Songbing clearly, his vigilant eyes instantly turned into astonishment and then shock. Songbing didn't expect these people to know him. He didn't even expect that this old castle manor still belonged to him. Then he nodded and said, "Open the door." "Hey, okay, director, please come in quickly." The man reacted and quickly opened the door enthusiastically, welcoming Songbing back. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message. Soon after, Songbing entered the manor with Arctic Fox. A luxury sightseeing car was already approaching in a hurry. The person driving the car was none other than the housekeeper who welcomed Songbing here. Iris. Behind him are 2 maids. "Oh, dear sir, you are finally back. We have been waiting for you for a year." As soon as the car parked, Iris came forward to greet him with surprise and surprise. "You knew I was coming?" Songbing took Arctic Fox into the car and captured this keenly. "Of course, as the princess said, you will definitely come back. Therefore, according to the princess's order, we have been guarding and taking care of this place, waiting for your arrival." Iris smiled. "What about your princess? Did she tell you where she went?" Songbing asked with narrowed eyes. Princess, she traveled around the world. As for where she is now, I don't know. I'm sorry, sir. Iris blurted out the words exactly as Wholesome said, without hesitation. This made Songbing frown slightly. He thought Candy would be hiding here. It seems that something went wrong. But at this moment, Iris seemed to think of something, and Iris quickly added, "Oh, by the way, the princess seems to have said that she likes the aurora very much. Maybe she will go see the aurora, I don't know." Aurora? Hearing this, Songbing's heart moved slightly. I can't help but think of the Antarctic and the North Pole, because only these two places will have auroras. Did Candy go to the Antarctic or the North Pole? How to find it? Songbing was doused in a basin of cold water in an instant. Even if he had the forbidden eye, it would be difficult to search both the South Pole and the North Pole. At this time, the vehicle also stopped in front of the former castle. Fortunately, Songbing got out of the car, and while enjoying the treatment, the forbidden pupil opened. Look around. Maybe Candy is playing role-playing with him again, like hide and seek. This woman likes to do this the most. In this way, under the respectful welcome of Iris, Songbing took the Arctic fox into the castle. At the same time, the maids had also brought various delicacies and filled the table. While Songbing was eating, he also looked around the entire castle. Finally, it was determined that Candy was really not here. It is very likely that I will actually go on a trip. We even went to see the aurora. This is difficult to do. Sir, is the food still to your liking? If you have anything you want to eat for dinner, you can tell me first. I can also let the chef prepare it. After dinner, Iris came up and asked, "No need to prepare. I have some important things to take care of, and will be leaving soon." Songbing said. The purpose of his coming was to find Candy. Since Candy wasn't here, he naturally didn't have time to stay. Iris was stunned, obviously not expecting Songbing to just come for a meal and then leave. Yeah, Songbing nodded. Although it is very pleasant here, I can stretch out my hands with clothes and open my mouth with food. Housekeeper, maid, everything. It's like an emperor's treatment, but it's only suitable for retirement. For the current Songbing, accumulation of virtue is obviously the most important thing. Wait a minute, sir. The princess has left a gift for you. And just as Songbing was pulling the Arctic fox away, Iris quickly shouted, "A gift?" Songbing stopped and turned back to look at Iris curiously. Candy left him a gift? What gift? Isn't it just me again? Yes. The princess said that if you want to leave, you should take all these gifts with you. Please come with me. As Iris said that, she took Songbing into the elevator and walked towards the top floor of the castle, all the way to a room. The moment you open the door, a unique light fragrance flows into your nose, which is intoxicating. Songbing's eyes moved slightly, because he was very familiar with this fragrance. Same with Candy's body scent. It smells so good. The Arctic fox following Songbing could not help but close his eyes and take a deep breath. Look around again. The layout of the room is exactly the same as Candy's bedroom in the eco-cabin castle in the past. At this time, Iris also came to the large wardrobe that occupied the entire wall and opened all the cabinet doors. Several large and precise boxes appeared in front of him. Is this what Princess Candy wants to give me? Songbing couldn't help but feel a trace of expectation in his heart. Maybe it was some clues that Candy left him? Yes, the princess said, "These are all prepared for you." Iris nodded and stepped aside. Songbing stepped forward with curiosity and squatted down in front of the first box. The box was opened little by little. Suddenly, Candy's unique body fragrance became a little stronger. However, when you look at what's in the box, Songbing, who was originally full of expectations, showed something strange. Because the so-called gift in the box is not a precious treasure, but stockings. Yes, you heard it right. Just stockings. Still a big box full. Black silk, white silk, fishnet, transparent. All kinds of styles are available. And judging by the smell wafting out, looks like they've all been worn before. Songbing was stunned. I was also dumbfounded. He turned to look at Iris and said with a question mark on his face, "Are you sure? This is the precious gift that Princess Candy wants to give me." This? Is this what the princess said before leaving? Looking at this box of tempting stockings, Iris' expression changed. At this moment, she was also confused. Did you make a mistake? After all, how could the princess give all the stockings she wore as gifts to Songbing? There are hundreds of millions of points that cannot be justified. Seeing Iris' confusion, Song Bing simply turned around and continued to open the next box. Maybe there was a mistake. The gift is next. As a result, the second box was opened. The familiar body scent hits your nose again. This time, it turned out to be a box of underwear. Can you believe it? They seemed to be available in all styles. He no longer had any sense of expectation. Fortunately, the remaining large boxes were opened. The results were exactly the same. It wasn't the skirt Candy was wearing underneath. Just shoes and socks. Anyway, it's all kinds of intimate clothing. There are also various cosplay clothes. Even several sets of Song Bing looked familiar. Song Bing, who did not believe in evil, even searched carefully. In the end, it was determined that there really was nothing else. These are the precious gifts that Candy wants to give him. So why did Candy give him these worn clothes as gifts? Who do you think he is? Perverted? Is he that kind of person? Then she really got the wrong person. Sir, I can guarantee these are the gifts the princess wants to give you. Before leaving, the princess specially asked you to take them all with you. At this time, Iris also assured with great certainty. As if he was afraid that Song's illness would not be cured, he even begged. Sir, please, this is a mission assigned to me by the princess. Please take it with you. Otherwise, I really won't be able to explain it to the princess in the future. Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly, but he also caught something. He looked at Iris and said, So many? Why do I wear them all? This. Iris was stunned for a moment. As a professional housekeeper, she basically wrote down everything Candy said intact and conveyed it intact. At first I thought it was nothing. After all, what's wrong with giving a precious gift to your girlfriend and keeping it with you? Isn't that normal? But now, look at these gifts in front of you. Suddenly something was wrong. Can I bring this? Even if you can wear it, you can't wear it all. How about I call you a car? Iris, who also thought it was outrageous, tried his hand. No, please move them to my car. Song Bing frowned slightly, but still said, Okay, I'll have someone move it for you right now. Iris was overjoyed and hurried into action. I was afraid that Song Bing would sneak away and not be taken away. Leaving the castle, I looked at the intimate clothes being loaded onto the car. Song Bing's brows were still furrowed. What he is thinking about is, Candy told him to take them all with him. Is it a joke? Or do you know that he can really carry all these things with you? In other words, something more understandable. Song Bing even had an illusion at that moment. Candy knows he has kidney failure? Of course, these are all Song Bing's guesses. Perhaps the brain is overdeveloped and overly sensitive. Song Bing was still the most confused. Why did Candy give him all these personal clothes as gifts? Even if you were joking, you wouldn't make such an outrageous joke, right? Look at these big boxes stuffed inside the SUV. Emotional Candy gave him all her clothes? Forget it. Never mind. Just save it first. Unable to figure it out, Song Bing simply gave up thinking about it. He gritted his teeth and put all these personal clothes into the kidney ruins. Brothers, interrupt me first. Xiefeng is not a pervert, and Song Bing is not a pervert. This is foreshadowing, a big foreshadowing, which is very important. It has to be written like this. These intimate clothes have great functions behind them, comparable to magic weapons. Stay tuned. After putting it away in an instant, Song Bing closed the back cover, and then took the Arctic fox and drove all the way towards the northern mountains. Taking Candy's gift with her, she left the castle manor again. The Arctic fox and the co-pilot looked at the snow-covered mountains ahead, long-lost anticipation flashing in his big black eyes. She could already smell home. Night falls. Song Bing also looked at the aurora that appeared quietly in the distance. My heart moved slightly. I don't know how long it took to travel. Under the guidance of the Arctic fox, Song Bing used the forbidden eyes to quickly reach the snowfield where the Indians lived in the past. As expected, as soon as the vehicle drove in, the Indian tribe became vigilant. Wah! The wolf of the snow field brought the tribesmen and surrounded them on horseback. Abba! When she saw the man on the horse, Arctic Fox was so surprised that she immediately got off the car and ran away. Huh? My daughter. Under the night light, the little face of the Arctic Fox is reflected in the eyes of the snow wolf. He exclaimed in surprise at first, then immediately got off his horse and rushed over excitedly, hugging his most beloved daughter in excitement. The other tribesmen also shouted in surprise. Oh, my daughter, didn't you go to see the sun god? Why are you back? The wolf of the snowfield asked in surprise and joy. Yes, Abba. I saw God, and he sent me back. Arctic Fox smiled and looked at the off-road vehicle behind him. At this time, Song Bing also got out of the car. Wolf of the Snowfield, long time no see. Song Bing smiled and said hello. Seeing Song Bing, Snowfield Wolf and others were stunned. Understood everything instantly. Immediately, they all knelt on the ground. Oh, dear divine Dr. Song, thank you for letting my daughter come back to me. I don't know how to thank you anymore. The Wolf of the Snowfield burst into tears. No need to thank you. To say thank you, I have to thank you. Song Bing smiled nonchalantly and reached out to rub the Arctic Fox's little head. Arctic Fox, this is for you. See you later. Leaving a gift behind, Song Bing returned to the car and drove away. Before coming here, a researcher from the Dai Group branch in Sakura Country sent a message. In a certain sea area of Sakura Country, because Sakura Country discharged nuclear sewage, a large number of strange and sick sea creatures were discovered. The Wolf of the Snowfield and others knelt down and watched Song Bing leave with piety. Looking at the car driving away, Arctic Fox suddenly asked seriously, Abba, when I turn 12, can I marry my eldest brother? The Wolf of the Snowfield was stunned on the spot for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Song Bing, who was driving, also shivered inexplicably. A near accident. Covered by vast glaciers, it stretches as far as the eye can see. The aurora above the head seemed to be right before our eyes. Shrouded in this world of ice and snow, Song Bing unknowingly looked for the aurora and drove the car here. Maybe he also likes to watch the aurora. Looking up at the world shrouded in aurora. It seems like the end of the world here. Contains countless mysteries. Feel the biting cold. Song Bing spread his arms and took a deep breath. Not only did he not feel cold, on the contrary, it feels great. This is already considered to be bordering the Arctic. Further inside, you will truly enter the North Pole. It was a frozen ocean. It's a real ice desert. I'm probably crazy. Song Bing laughed at himself and did not choose to go deeper. Just take a look. Put the off-road vehicle into the Shun ruins. Song Bing turned back and disappeared into the snow forest. But what Song Bing didn't know was, at this moment, in the heart of the Arctic, on top of the frozen ice, there was a rare group of people wearing special polar suits. They were so tightly dressed that their appearance could not be seen clearly. But in this snowy and windy environment, he walked steadily. Now, the Arctic can be completely ruled out. That woman is not sleeping here. The tall man who was leading the way looked down at the display on his wrist and said in a low voice, "What a woman with a demonic IQ. She left all kinds of clues to trick us here. It took us more than half a year to search the vast North Pole, but in the end we came up empty-handed." Hit. Another man complained. Otherwise, we would not be worthy of the king of God's personal order to send us all out into the world. Humph. So what if you are as smart as a demon? Now that the North Pole is excluded, there is only one place she can go. A charming female voice sounded. Antarctica. Everyone's eyes under the masks were shining with blazing light, and they thought about it at the same time. Although more than half a year has been wasted, but not all was lost. At least they were extremely sure that Antarctica must be the woman's final resting place. I have to say, this is a woman with a demonic intelligence. How dare you choose the place of sleep to be the experimental place organized by them? Don't be too happy. There is less than half a month left before the apocalypse. Although her sleeping place has been determined, we don't have much time. At this time, a figure walking out of the snowy wind broke everything with a cold voice. Unlike others, under the extremely low temperature and snow, he was not wearing a mask. The whole head is exposed like this. This is an elderly man with black hair, black eyes, and a hooked nose. Around 60 or 70 years old. Those black eyes are deep and mysterious. High Priest. When they saw the hook-nosed man, everyone showed respect, and even hurriedly put one hand on their chest to salute. The Emperor's order to us is that we must find her before the apocalypse. This is the highest level imperial order. The hook-nosed man, known as the High Priest, continued to look at the crowd and said coldly, "Emperor-level order." As soon as these words came out, it was like a basin of freezing cold water, instantly extinguishing everyone's hearts. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. Because the Emperor-level order means that they cannot complete the task. There is only one end. Die. This is simply impossible. The confident woman before spoke again, but she no longer had the confidence she had just now. Although Antarctica is their organization's experimental site, they also saw Candy's cunning. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to one person in the crowd. He has a pair of blue pupils, and if Song Bing were here, he would definitely recognize it. This person is none other than the apparent leader of the Campbell family. In the past, Sanvangsi and Jack invited Song Bing to treat Candy. Facing the gazes of everyone, Fan Wensi also smiled helplessly and said, "What I know has been said, although the Campbell family is responsible for taking care of and monitoring her growth. But judging from my current wrong actions, I was also fooled by her." San Wensi's words undoubtedly added another basin of cold water to everyone. The Emperor has said that this woman is far more terrifying than we imagined, and is the key to whether the organization can unify Blue Star after the apocalypse. Therefore, we must find it before the apocalypse no matter what. At this time, the hook-nosed man gave the order to die again. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene was shocked again. The woman who spoke couldn't hold it in anymore and asked curiously, "What can make the Emperor so attracted to me? What secret does this woman have? Or is there a high-level virus hidden in her body?" The hook-nosed man looked at her, a flash of black light flashing in his black pupils. The woman immediately looked horrified and hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. "Shueji was wrong. The high priest spare my life. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask." The hook-nosed man spoke coldly, and then the black light in his eyes dissipated. The woman was already sweating profusely. "Let's go? Let's go to Antarctica. Even if we can't control it, we can never let it wake up normally. I would rather kill him than let him go. Otherwise, after the apocalypse, there will be no place for us to survive." After leaving a few words, the hook-nosed man turned and left. Everyone's hearts trembled. They realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly followed. Just like that, a group of people disappeared under the wind and snow again. Benefit the country and prosper the city. A branch of Die Group. La 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 la. I'm a little expert in selling newspapers. From the bathroom of a guest room on a certain floor, a girl's cheerful singing came from the room. Not long after, Ai Xiaoxiu, wrapped in a bath towel, came out humming a tune. Her long black and slightly curly hair was spread casually. Very cheerful and cute. But he didn't even bother to put on his clothes, so he couldn't wait to run to the kitchen. Not long after, he came out carrying a large roasted chicken that had just been roasted. I was planning to come and enjoy it on the sofa in the living room. Only then did he realize that a figure was already sitting on the sofa. Huh. Ai Xiaoxiu screamed subconsciously, but when he saw the sitting figure clearly, his pretty face turned to surprise. "Sure Fu. When did you come back? Why didn't you inform me?" Song Bing looked up and down at this mature girl, and after a moment, he smiled and said, "I just came back, and I plan to give you a surprise. I also prepared a gift for you." "Really? What gift?" Ai Xiaoxiu suddenly became interested and trotted over. "You'll like it." Song Bing immediately took out a large box from behind his back. After opening it, a scent of aroma hit his nostrils. Ai Xiaoxiu took a deep breath, and his beautiful eyes lit up. It was immediately clear that it was a gift she would like. Then Song Bing was seen taking out plates of cooked chicken from the box. Roasted chicken, braised chicken, roasted chicken, plain-cut chicken, platter chicken. And these chickens were all game that Song Bing caught on the way back from the snowfield. "I specially found a 5-star hotel to do it. How's it going? Do you like it?" But at this moment, Ai Xiaoxiu was already harping on his words and looked completely devoid of any ladylike appearance. "I like it." Ai Xiaoxiu nodded wildly like pecking at rice. He glanced at the hormone chicken in his hand and suddenly felt that it didn't smell good. She decisively finished the chicken, then ran to the table and lay down to start fucking. "Eat quickly. Let's go to the next stop after eating." Song Bing spread his hands and leaned on the sofa, leisurely watching this girl eating and drinking wildly. Ai Xiaoxiu couldn't stop eating and asked in surprise, "I didn't buy it. I saw that you like to eat it, so I went to the Indian tribe to catch it." Song Bing smiled slightly. Ai Xiaoxiu stopped chewing and looked up at Song Bing. Obviously, he didn't expect Song Bing to be so kind to her, so he went back to catch pheasants for her. "Are you impressed?" Song Bing asked with a smile. Ai Xiaoxiu resumed chewing, pretending to be in tears. "Then how do you plan to repay being a teacher?" Song Bing said with a teasing smile. Ai Xiaoxiu's chewing movement paused again. His beautiful eyes flashed in thought for a moment. and he suddenly said shyly, "How about the little beast shows you another chicken-eating trick?" As she spoke, she swallowed the chewed chicken in her mouth. "Free up your greasy mouth. Always ready to go. Playing is real." The smile on Song Bing's face froze. He quickly stood up and said, "Ahem, hurry up and eat. Let's go after eating. Give me 10 minutes." AI Xiaoxiu smiled and immediately entered the cooking mode. After a few minutes, all the chickens on the table were wiped out. Hiccup. After eating, AI Xiaoxiu stood up and Mimi burped. Then he said neatly, "Let's go. Master, we have rough hair." Song Bing grabbed the girl's hair and said with some embarrassment, "Get dressed." Only then did AI Xiaoxiu realize that he was not dressed yet and hurriedly ran to the bedroom in despair. Wait, master, give me one more minute." In less than a minute, AI Xiaoxiu came out. Already brand new. White shoes, knee-length white silk, light white short jeans, a white shirt, and 2 waist-length ponytails already tied up. Simple and practical. Thick hair. AI Xiaoxiu pushed the suitcase. His hair was really thick this time. Looking at the girl's playful back, Song Bing smiled slightly and followed her. "Master, where is the next stop?" "Going back to Manhua. Sakura country." Manhua. Official base. "Commander, good news. Great Eagle country not only announced friendly relations with our country, but also opened up a series of permissions." "Commander, good news. The country of Li has announced that it has lifted all technological restrictions on our country." "Commander, good news. All countries have withdrawn their support for Taiwan, and Taiwan has applied for return." "Commander, good news. Leaders from several countries have applied to visit our country to seek cooperation." "Commander, there is some insignificant news. I am asking for help. I have publicly announced that we will remove our country from the ranks of unfriendly countries and apply for a visit." Missing. Within a day, good news for Manhua continued, ever since Song Bing completely eliminated Ollie on Lowly Island. This also killed the plans of those developed and powerful countries to suppress Song Bing. Various countries expressed their friendship to Manhua and sought cooperation. Among them, those powerful countries that joined the suppression in the past are the most active. The main principle is to join if you can't beat someone. Okay. Seeing these good news, Marshallin also smiled from ear to ear. But after laughing, a meeting was held immediately. He announced sternly on the spot, "This time, because of the existence of Divine Dr. Song, we believe that it won't be long before we can surpass those developed countries in the medical field. But we in Manhua will never engage in capital monopoly. Rather, we need to be more responsible, follow the footsteps of Dai Group, and let better Chinese medicine go to the world and benefit mankind." Understood. Facing the majestic Marshallin, all the senior officials took oaths one after another. Ontai. Marshallin suddenly looked at Entai among the crowd below. The restless Entai was startled and stood up in a panic. "Next, there will be visits from various countries, and you will be responsible for this diplomatic matter. Do you have the confidence to complete it?" Marshallin asked, pretending to be dignified. When he heard that Marshallin wanted to hand over this important thing to him, Entai was also stunned, and it took him a long time to react. He quickly expressed his excitement. "Don't worry, Commander, I will live up to your orders." "Well, time is tight, and the task is heavy, so hurry up and get ready." Marshallin nodded. "Yes." Entai quickly retreated. But the moment he turned to leave, a cruel sneer appeared in the depths of his eyes. Looking at Entai's leaving figure, Marshallin also sighed. Because of Enxian's incident, he was so angry that he dismissed Entai from all his duties. Winning this important position now also gives him a chance to change his ways. As a result, under the organization of Marshallin, all senior officials became busy. Be prepared to seize this great opportunity for development. Marshallin himself stayed in the office almost day and night. Long live graduation. Wow. At Anda University, under the bright sunset, a group of energetic college students were taking graduation photos by the moon lake. And Ruoi, who was wearing graduation uniform, was among them. Yes, that's it. Keep smiling, you're so beautiful, eggplant." Wang Xiaoxiao, who was taking the photo, smiled and guided. Under the setting sun, and Ruoi, with her long, straight black hair, looked particularly pure and beautiful when she smiled. Full of youthful first love. Grandpa didn't even come. After a photo shoot, and Ruai felt a little disappointed. The commander-in-chief is very busy. The incident involving Song Bing in the past 2 days has given Anghua a great opportunity for development. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled. When Song Bing was mentioned, a trace of inferiority flashed across in Ruai's innocent and pretty face. At the same age, Song Bing has attracted much attention and has given the country almost the glory of ancient times when all nations came to worship him. And I, as the daughter of the Yin family, have just graduated from college, and so far I have done nothing and accomplished nothing. Wang Xiaoxiao was stunned, obviously not expecting that the princess of Anghua would have such low self-esteem. But in comparison, it seems that this is really the case. My little princess, everyone's life is different. Some people are destined to be outstanding and dazzling. It doesn't matter whether they are good or bad. If you compare like this, you will only be depressed for the rest of your life. It is enough to live a wonderful life for yourself. Wang Xiaoxiao comforted him with a wry smile. I suddenly miss my grandpa. Let's go see grandpa tonight. By the way, we can take a graduation photo with him. And Ruai nodded and sighed. Apparently, he still hasn't come out. Okay. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled brightly, caressing and comforting the little princess. Night falls. Major officials went home from get-off work one after another. Deep inside the official base, Marshallin was still wearing a military coat and was busy with his head down. Commander, it's time to rest. You've been up for several nights. Adjutant Yi Tian brought a plate of fruit and whispered advice. Ha ha. No. I can't sleep even if I lie in bed. It is better to take advantage of this energy and do more for the country. Anyway, he is about to be buried, and he might suddenly pass away one day. Then he will have plenty of time to sleep. Marshallin picked up a peeled apple and took a bite, saying happily, Commander, what you said is that with divine Dr. Song here, the Lord of Hell will have to think carefully when he comes. Yi Tian immediately said with a straight face, Ha, yes. Hearing this, Marshallin also laughed out loud. Even if I have to die, at least I have to see our country stand on top of the world again before we die. After Yi Tian left helplessly, Marshallin put down the fruit in his hand again. Keep busy. A cold wind blew at this moment, blowing against the window. Marshallin couldn't help but shudder. He looked up in confusion. Feeling cold, Marshallin tightened his military coat, got up and came to the window. Just as he was about to reach out and close the window, a stronger cold wind suddenly blew. The blow made Marshallin's neck go cold. I couldn't help but close my eyes and raise my hands to cover it. The other hand closed the window. Weird weather. Shaking his head, Marshallin continued to return to his desk to work. But as soon as he sat down and buried his head, the veteran's intuition from a lifetime of fighting on the battlefield suddenly made him feel something. He suddenly looked up. Then I saw a graceful figure sitting gracefully on the sofa opposite the desk. She wore a tight-fitting nighttime black dress. On his face was a black cat face mask that covered the upper half of his face. Just like that, like a ghost, he appeared inexplicably deep in this heavily guarded official base. In Dashuai's study, Dashuai's eyes suddenly froze. He realized what he was doing and quickly touched the drawer on the side. But he found that the drawer where the gun was kept was already empty. Are you looking for this? At this time, Gao Ling, who was wearing a cat face mask, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and raised a pistol with his fingers. Dashuai's face changed slightly, because that pistol was exactly what he was looking for. When was it taken away by the other party? However, Marshallin, who had been fighting on the battlefield for countless years, was not frightened by this. Instead, he reacted quickly and shouted for help. Here comes someone comes quickly. This is deep inside the official office base. Although the officials are off duty, but the guards are on duty 24 hours a day. In particular, there were 2 special police officers standing guard outside his study. Just scream and you can rush in. However, this time, Marshal Rin shouted several times. There was still no movement outside. Don't bother. Gao Ling also stood up with a smile at this time and did not stop him. At this time, Marshallin also suddenly felt extremely sleepy and exhausted. Everything was understood instantly. At this moment, he knew it. Tonight, I'm afraid I'm doomed. The other party has already arranged everything. Moreover, there must be help from a mole. His eyes were shaken for a moment, and Marshallin regained his composure. Staring at the woman in front of him, he asked, Who are you? Why do you want to assassinate me? Someone from the Gao family. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes under the cat face mask moved slightly, and then said with some regret, You didn't have to die. An old hero like you should have enjoyed his old age. The only blame is that you are too restless. In this case, I can only reluctantly give you a ride. Don't worry, it won't be painful. With that said, Gao Ling had already arrived behind Marshallin. He stretched out his slender white fingers and pointed them at Da Shuayan's eyebrows. The next moment, a drop of colorless and odorless liquid dripped from between his nails. As soon as it landed on Da Shuayan's eyebrows, it instantly blended into his skin in a strange way. It's like evaporating instantly. Leave no trace behind. Marshallin suddenly felt a chill coming over his head. There is no pain, but the five senses and consciousness are slowly disappearing. It seemed as if he was about to die a natural death. After Gao Ling finished dripping the strange poison, he walked towards the window. It seems that he is very confident that this drop of venom is enough to kill Marshallin. Ha ha ha. Girl, even though I, Ender, died today, more Enders will appear in the future. As long as you, the Gao family, do evil in this land for one day, you will never be able to sit back and relax. Just as Gao Ling was about to leave from the window, suddenly behind him came the words that Marshallin had exhausted his last energy. Gao Ling was slightly stunned and looked back at the veteran. At this moment, Marshallin was also staring at her. He clutched the handle of the chair with both hands. Sharp eyes, already seen through everything. Gao Ling's body trembled inexplicably, but he quickly sneered. In this era, you are indeed a hero, but unfortunately this era will end soon. We'll see. After saying that, she waved her hand and opened the window and left. The moment the wind closes the window, Marshall's last tenacity finally ran out. The pair of dry old hands that clenched the handle were finally weak and slippery. The old eyes that were still open were unable to close. It ended here on this chair. It's like falling asleep, very peaceful. This veteran who has been fighting for many years has finally gone. But when facing death, he was extremely calm. The last bit of dignity was preserved. Sobering. Outside the study, and Ruai and Wang Xiaoxiao, led by Yi Tian, just arrived. And Ruai specially made a lot of things that Marshallin liked to eat. Haha, princess, you came at the perfect time. The marshal has not slept for several days. You have to talk to the marshal this time, and let him have a good sleep. Yi Tian happily led the way. He couldn't persuade Marshallin, but Ruai could, right? How can that be done? Don't worry. I'll let Grandpa rest as soon as he finishes eating. He wouldn't sleep, so I would cry to him. And Ruai said seriously. The three of them came to the study room, talking and laughing. However, he saw that the two guards standing in front of the door were dozing off. What are you doing? Yi Tian's face darkened slightly, and he shouted sharply. I'm sorry, Adjutant Yi. The two guards were immediately awakened. How can you doze off while on duty? What if Marshallin needs it? If you're really sleepy, just change posts. Yi Tian criticized harshly. The two guards nodded in shame. They didn't know why, but they felt sleepy for no reason. Yi Tian still wanted to say something. At this time, Wang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and looked at the door. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, something happened to Marshallin. Yi Tian and Ruai were stunned at the same time. Wang Xiaoxiao opened the door despite the reports of the two guards. He quickly stepped forward, opened the door, and rushed in. Yi Tian and Ruai, who were frightened, also hurriedly followed. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Marshallin, wrapped in a coat, leaning peacefully on the armchair. At first glance, it looks like he fell asleep due to work. Commander? Yi Tian's heart trembled when he realized something, and he stepped forward cautiously. He stretched out his hand to test Marshall's breath. It doesn't matter if you don't try it. Once you try it, you will be so scared that you collapse to the ground. Commander, seeing Yi Tian's reaction, and Ruai's face turned pale, and she rushed forward and hugged Marshallin, who had lost all vital signs. Grandpa, don't scare me. Woo-hoo-hoo. When the two guards at the door saw this scene, they were instantly frightened and fell to the ground. Marshallin, is he dead? Compared to the shock and panic of everyone. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were particularly sharp and cold. She kept looking around, and finally came to the window through which Gao Ling had entered. A flash of red light flashed between her beautiful eyes. It seems that Gao Ling's figure coming in and out is reproduced. He immediately spoke decisively in a cold voice. Someone has been here. Marshal and was assassinated. Huh. Yi Tian and others were instantly shocked by Wang Xiaoxiao's words. This is inside the official base and is heavily guarded, making it difficult for even a mosquito to fly in. And there were no signs of damage at the scene. Marshal and didn't have any injuries on his body. It doesn't look like an assassination at all. Princess, wait for me. Wang Xiaoxiao only left one sentence. Opened the window, flexibly jumped out of the window. She seemed to have locked onto Gao Ling's aura. And Ruoyi and others were stunned for a while, but soon fell into the grief of Marshal An's death. At the same time, there was news of Marshal An's sudden death. It also swept across quickly like a violent storm. The entire official base was instantly shocked. Then came the entire Anghua. Overnight, the news spread rapidly. Marshal An is the commander-in-chief of a country. That is, the commander-in-chief of the army. He is also the leader among officials. The faith in the hearts of all Anghua people is immeasurably high. Therefore, you can imagine how much shock the death of Marshal An will bring to Anghua. In Andu at night, the lights are bright. However, among the high-rise buildings, there was a sexy and enchanting figure, running and jumping at high speed. Her face was cold, her beautiful eyes were glowing red, and she was locked on a black taxi that was shuttling in the traffic below. The speed can actually keep up with the speed of this car. Beauty, your accent doesn't sound like a local, does it? In the taxi, the driver was wearing glasses, but some lewd glances passed through the rearview mirror. Looking at the back seat, Gao Ling had changed into a black butt-covering skirt at some point. Yes, I am from out of town and traveling here alone. Seeing the bespectacled man's eagerness to move under his well-dressed clothes, Gao Ling's red lips curled up slightly. Instead of avoiding it, she crossed her legs generously, deliberately revealing the faint spring under her skirt. The bespectacled man's eyes suddenly brightened, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After soliciting customers for so long, the woman in front of him is definitely the best he has ever seen in his life. Simply a beauty in the world. At this moment, evil thoughts suddenly emerged in his heart, and he hurriedly seduced. Really? I happen to be a local, and I used to be a tour guide. How about I take you for a nice tour? No need. Everyone is tired from playing and plans to go back. Gao Ling stroked his long legs and was about to continue seducing when suddenly his eyebrows furrowed. He turned to look at the rear hood. Hey, Andu is so big, and there are many places you have never visited. With me leading the way, I will let you have fun for free. The man with glasses continues to seduce. Really? Is there a kind of private and open wilderness, preferably where no one will disturb you? Gao Ling turned around and continued to smile charmingly. Then let's go. Gao Ling licked his lips and smiled teasingly. Oh, okay. The man with glasses was excited and nodded excitedly. He immediately stepped on the accelerator and left with the navigation system on his back. Looking at the flirtatious Gao Ling in the rearview mirror, the man with glasses was boiling all over. He was planning to take the medicine, but he didn't expect that it would be so effortless. I never expected that such a beautiful woman could be so slutty. Likes to fight in the wild. Jia, little brat. Wait a minute and see if I don't teach you a lesson. Thinking in his mind, the man with glasses increased his speed and didn't even care about running through several red lights. Warm reminder, you have yacht. Please turn around in time. You are speeding, please slow down. The screams for help kept reminding me, but unfortunately the man with glasses who had gone crazy had ignored them. Keep going all the way. Soon he took Gao Ling away from the bustling metropolis. Came to a deserted wilderness. At first glance, it is indeed quiet, open and private. It seems that the man with glasses didn't lie. He quickly stopped the car, turned off the engine and pulled the brakes. The man with glasses couldn't wait, turned around and said excitedly, "How's it going, beauty? It's absolutely private here. No one will disturb you when you do anything." Well, yes, it is indeed very secretive. Gao Ling looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Then can we start? Don't worry, I am an experienced driver and will definitely make you happy. The man with glasses immediately asked impatiently. He looked at Gao Ling's feet greedily, like a hungry wolf. Of course, Gao Ling smiled charmingly and began to take off his clothes. When the man with glasses saw this, He was instantly ignited with desire and quickly took off his pants. Click. However, the next second, his head was suddenly twisted off by Gao Ling. In 1 second, it twisted 360 degrees. The man with glasses stared wide-eyed. His glasses slipped off, and his last eyes were full of confusion and fear. However, Gao Ling still acted as if he had said nothing. Continue to take off your clothes. But taking it off and taking it off, the original hip-covering skirt turned into the original tight-fitting night clothes. Finally put on that cat face mask. Then he opened the car door gracefully and got out. On a stone more than 10 meters away, Wang Xiaoxiao had been waiting here for a long time. Her purple dress swayed in the wind, and her hair fluttered in the wind. He stared at Gao Ling coldly. The escaped experimental subject is finally exposed. Unexpectedly, you would hide next to a princess of a country. No wonder I can't find you for so many years. On the contrary, Gao Ling looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and smiled with unexpected joy. You deserve to die. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Gao Ling. The red light in her beautiful eyes completely emerged. Bang! The next second, the stone under his feet was cracked, and Wang Xiaoxiao had transformed into a swift figure. Attack Gao Ling fiercely. Although I haven't evolved yet, I would like to experience in advance how powerful you defective products are. Facing the terrifying Wang Xiaoxiao, Gao Ling's lips curled up with desire. When he saw the blue blood vessels protruding between his snow-white neck, his beautiful eyes glowed red. The figure immediately shot out and instantly collided with Wang Xiaoxiao. Bang, bang, bang. The two women struck aggressively, fighting with fists and feet. The sound was loud and the speed was extremely fast, leaving dents on the ground. Just like the Battle of, which, in the movie, extremely shocking. If you didn't know better, you would have thought it was a movie. At the beginning, Gao Ling was able to cater to Wang Xiaoxiao's anger. But gradually, the red light in Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes became brighter and brighter. The potential in the body is constantly stimulated. Bang! Until a certain moment, the two were fighting each other, and Gao Ling was punched in the jaw and sent flying several meters on the spot. It left a long scratch on the ground. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoxiao did not take a step back, and the killing intent on his body was even more terrifying. Level 3. Gao Ling raised his eyes. Blood was already bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but he stared at Wang Xiaoxiao. His beautiful eyes became even more intense and asked. After the experiment failed 10 years ago, a total of 108 experimental subjects escaped from the organization. After hunting, 5 experimental subjects disappeared. What's your number? Number 4, Red Slaughter. Wang Xiaoxiao walked towards Gao Ling step by step without hiding anything. Red Kill. Turn out to be you, no wonder. Hearing the word, Red Kill, Gao Ling's beautiful eyes became even more excited. You all deserve to die. Facing Gao Ling's temptation, the murderous intent in Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes only increased, and her body shot out again. At this moment, her beautiful eyes turned completely red, and a faint red light appeared on her body. Red Kill, fully open. Oh, it's such a pity that I actually begged to die. Faced with this, Gao Ling shook his head with regret. There is no more action. Whoosh! Just when Wang Xiaoxiao's terrifying punch was about to come. In the darkness, 3 black gold bullets shot through the air from behind Gao Ling. Faster! Wang Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned around to dodge. But faced with the sudden 3 black gold bullets, even though he dodged 2, still got hit in the arm by the last one. The black gold bullet suddenly penetrated and blood splattered everywhere. Wang Xiaoxiao covered his arms on the spot and half knelt on the ground. I can give you one last chance. Gao Ling came over with a smile and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gao Ling walked towards Wang Xiaoxiao with a smile. Not only did he not blame the other party for hurting him, but he also generously gave him a second chance. For her, if she could take this escaped experimental subject under her command, it would not only be a rare fighting force before the apocalypse. It is more likely to be used next to deal with Songbing. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, it was also when Gao Ling was approaching from above. At a certain moment, Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with blood. Then he spit it out from his mouth and shot several small cold needles at Gao Ling on the spot. Gao Ling's eyes narrowed and he quickly dodged sideways. But there are too many cold needles, and they are extremely scattered. Still one scratched her cheek. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, 3 black gold bullets were fired again in the darkness, hitting Wang Xiaoxiao's vitals. It was obvious that he had murderous intentions. Fortunately, the injured Wang Xiaoxiao had already responded. After the successful sneak attack, he quickly escaped into a forest in the distance. But at the moment when his figure finally disappeared, he was hit again by a black gold bullet. I don't know life or death. At this time, Gao Ling also raised his head, and there was an eye-catching blood mark on his originally precise cheek. Looking at the direction Wang Xiaoxiao was fleeing, Gao Ling's face darkened a little. After a while, the 3 black gold snipers also appeared behind Gao Ling in the darkness. The 3 of them bowed their heads and apologized. Miss, I'm sorry. This is a level 3 experimental subject. Its reaction speed is too fast, and it is difficult to hunt. Let me chase her. She is seriously injured. She can't run far. If you can't catch her, you don't have to come back. Gao Ling said coldly. Yes. The 3 black gold snipers took the order and immediately spread out to form a triangle and chased Wang Xiaoxiao, who was escaping. Gao Ling took out a strange mobile phone and dialed a series of unfamiliar numbers. In Andu First Ring Road, in a mountain villa, and Tai, who was wearing a nightgown, had been pacing back and forth in the living room. At this time, the mobile phone in his hand suddenly rang. And Tai's eyes lit up, and he quickly answered the call. Hey, Minister Anda, the operation went smoothly. Thank you for your cooperation. I have already done what needs to be done now, and the rest is left to you. I hope you will not disappoint us. Gao Xingjia's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, and Tai, who understood everything, couldn't help but tremble. He immediately and decisively promised. Okay, if it is as you said, I will take care of the rest without leaving any trace. The phone hung up and the landline rang as promised. And Tai's heart trembled, and he hurried forward. After calming down for a moment, he picked up the phone. Hey, excuse me, is this Minister on Tai? I am. Unfortunately, I inform you that Marshall passed away at 2:31 this morning. Upon hearing the news, and Tai's body couldn't help but tremble and his breathing became heavier. But he calmed down quickly, then showed a shocked expression and shouted excitedly. What did you say? Marshall passed away? How is that possible? His old man was in good spirits yesterday. How could he die suddenly? You must have made a mistake, you. Minister and Tai, please calm down. I can understand your mood, but Marshall did pass away just now. Please come here now. The other end of the phone comforted. And Tai cried directly. It's more painful than the death of your biological father. But after the call was hung up, his crying stopped suddenly. A low laugh slowly came. And Tai then looked up to the sky and laughed, and then went from laughing to laughing wildly. His face became hideously distorted. The long-suppressed emotions were released. Husband, what's wrong with you? In the bedroom, a beautiful woman in her 40s or 50s came out curiously after hearing the commotion. Good news, great news, he's dead. Marshall is finally dead. And Tai did not shy away and rushed forward to share the news with the beautiful woman. Upon hearing the news, the beautiful woman Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, and then she also showed excitement. Really? Then will our precious son come back? Of course, the old guy not only restored my authority before he died, but also gave me the important position of accepting visits from various countries. Now he died suddenly. The only thing left of his lineage was in Roy's young girl. With the secret help of the Gao family, I can seize power naturally. When the time comes, we will not only be able to save our son. Maybe he could change the country's laws and become the king of Anghua. And Tai had a ferocious smile on his face, full of ambition at the moment. Becoming the king of Anghua was promised to him by the Gao family. Really, after hearing this great news, Lu Ying was also shocked, her eyes gleaming. Of course it is true, with the support of the Gao family, plus all the preparations I have made, and the divine assist before the death of the old immortal. The position of king of Anghua belongs to me. And Tai expressed with great confidence. Ah, husband, you are so awesome. Lu Ying hugged and Tai excitedly. Who wouldn't be excited if she accidentally becomes the king's wife? After the surprise, Lu Ying continued to warn her with distress. Husband, after you succeed, you must quickly rescue our precious son. He must be suffering a lot in that damn mental hospital. We just have such a precious son. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to live. Don't worry. I do all this for our son. and Tai comforted. Also, the culprit who caused our son such misery is Song Bing. I have investigated and found out that the reason why our son has never been cured and is still locked up in a mental hospital is because of that guy's deliberate actions. That little beast, relying on Marshall and support, acted recklessly and even dared to touch our son. Now that Marshall is dead, he has no backer. You must avenge our precious son. Let that bastard know, and his parents also experience 100 times the suffering our son suffered. Lu Ying's eyes turned vicious and she gritted her teeth. She hated Song Bing deeply for causing such misery to her precious son. But he had no rights before, and Tai was dismissed by Marshall, so he could only choose to swallow his anger. Now Marshall is dead. Song Bing lost his backer. How could she not take revenge? However, facing Lu Ying's hatred, Tai immediately shook his head and said, "No, you don't know something. Nowadays, Song Bing has a very high reputation around the world and is admired by thousands of people. The Dai group he founded has spread all over the world. The reason why Manhua was able to welcome so many countries to please and visit was because of his influence. This person cannot be offended in the short term. Then what should I do? Is this revenge not going to be avenged?" Lu Ying's face changed slightly, and she immediately became unhappy. Retribution is of course necessary, but we can only do it step by step and slowly. Grasp its weak points first. Find a way to neutralize them bit by bit, and finally take revenge. Tai narrowed his eyes slightly. Before taking revenge, he still needs to use Song Bing to achieve his goals. Okay, no matter what method you use, as long as you can kill him and everyone related to him in the end and die a good death. Lu Ying said resentfully. It can be said that the heart of a woman is the most poisonous. Don't worry. With the secret help of the Gao family, from now on, I will have the final say over the entire Manhua. That's it for now. I'll go and express my condolences to the old immortal first. And Tai said, thought of something, and quickly changed into a military uniform. After sending a message and taking care of everything, I hurried away. In a high-end military hospital, Marshall's body was sent here overnight for examination. Outside the examination room, 2 rows of soldiers stood in full armor. Countless senior officials heard the news and came. The largest number of them are naturally the core personnel of Manhua. At this moment, everyone looked very heavy, and the atmosphere was particularly depressing. Anan Ruyi, who followed, was already crying with tears in her eyes. Didn't sleep a wink all night. The grandfather who loved her the most died like this. How could she not grieve? "Princess, would you like to take a rest?" Yi Tian handed over a tissue and tried to comfort him. But in fact, he was also extremely sad in his heart. The person he admired most was Marshall, so he worked hard all the way to follow Marshall. Now that Marshall suddenly passed away, the faith in his heart collapsed. And Ruai took the tissue from Yi Tian, and although she didn't cry out, she still couldn't hide her tears. This is uncontrollable. At this time, Tai, who was wearing military uniform, hurried over with the support of several subordinates. When many people saw Tai, their eyes flickered and they looked at each other. Tai looked panicked. As soon as he arrived, he grabbed the collar of the military doctor at the door and asked worriedly, "Where's the commander-in-chief? What's wrong with the commander-in-chief?" After identification, the commander has passed away. Now the medical examiner is determining the cause of death. The military doctor was frightened and stammered, "No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Why did the commander leave like this? Divine Dr. Song has obviously cured all the diseases of the old man, Marshall. How could he die suddenly?" Hearing this, Tai was so excited that he stepped back and shook his head, then hugged his head and started crying. "Wah, how could you just leave like this? The development of Manhua depends on you. You are the soul of Manhua. You still have to watch the revival of Manhua." Tai cried more and became more and more sad, so painful that he hit the wall with all his strength. Fortunately, several senior officials' eyes flashed, and they hurriedly stepped forward to help and stop him with grief. "Minister, don't do this, don't do this." After such a stop, the grief-stricken Tai was comforted. At this time, the door also opened. Several senior forensic doctors wearing masks came out. Everyone immediately asked with serious expressions. Tai, who was about to cry, stopped immediately, clenched his hands subconsciously, and his expression became tense instantly. After multiple identifications, Marshall had no obvious wounds on his body and died of natural causes. The forensic doctor solemnly announced in front of all the senior officials. As soon as these words came out, many people felt relieved. He covered his tears and cried on the spot. Entai's tightly clenched hand relaxed, and a sharp edge flashed in the depths of his eyes. But soon, he became possessed by the drama's spirit again and started crying. "Wah, you are so handsome, so handsome." Crying, Entai's eyes were locked on Yi Tian. Anger immediately appeared on his face, and he rushed forward and grabbed Yi Tian's collar. "You bastard, Yi Tian. As the marshal's adjutant, you not only failed to take care of the marshal's daily life, but you also didn't notice anything unusual about the marshal. If you can find out in time and let Divine Dr. Song come to treat you, with the medical skills of Divine Dr. Song, you will definitely cure the handsome man." "Papa." With that said, Entai slapped Yi Tian hard on the face. "Yes, it's my fault. It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Yi Tian, who blamed himself, cried and nodded in admission, letting Entai beat him. "I don't blame you, but I blame you for neglecting your duty. I'll beat you to death." When Entai saw this, his eyes flashed fiercely and he fought even harder. "Minister, please calm down. Marshall died of natural causes. Adjutant Yi cannot be entirely blamed for this incident." Fortunately, the person next to him stopped him in time. "If you don't blame him, who should? As an adjutant, you should take care of the commander's daily life." But he allowed the commander to stay up late for several days, and he didn't even notice it until a few minutes after the commander passed away. "Yi Tian, you are not worthy of this position. Now, on behalf of the official people, I am removing you from all positions and military powers and taking back all your honors. Never hire again." Entai was unwilling to give up and even pronounced the verdict on the spot. "Okay, I accept." Yi Tian, who thought it was his fault, also agreed on the spot without hesitation. He really doesn't deserve it. The eyes of all the senior officials flickered, but no one stood up to speak. "No, Grandpa did not die of natural causes. He was murdered." Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sad and haggard Roy suddenly spoke. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell silent for an instant. Everyone's hearts trembled, especially Entai, who is still showing off his power and proclaiming the verdict. His face couldn't help but darken. There was a coldness in his eyes. And Ruai also walked out under the gaze of everyone. She thought of the words Wang Xiaoxiao left before leaving. "Someone has been here. Marshall was assassinated." At that time, Wang Xiaoxiao left very suddenly, as if he was chasing the murderer. She has seen how powerful Wang Xiaoxiao is. I am even more convinced that Wang Xiaoxiao would not tell such a lie. "Princess, you said that the commander was murdered. Is there any evidence?" A senior official of the family frowned. Entai's heart trembled, and he hurried forward, held in Ruai's shoulders, and reminded, "Yes, Ruai, this matter is of great importance. If there is no evidence, you can't talk nonsense, otherwise it will have a great impact." And Ruai put aside Entai, looked at the senior officials, and said seriously with a pretty face, "I'm not talking nonsense. My bodyguard has already gone to arrest the murderer. We'll find out when she comes back. Princess, we have retrieved all the surveillance cameras in the base in advance, and no suspects have been found to break in. In the end, all I saw was your bodyguard jumping out of the window and leaving. All departments have reviewed this point several times." At this time, the head of the department responsible for supervision hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. "We have carefully checked several times, and Marshall indeed died of natural causes." Several senior forensic doctors also hurriedly agreed. The other responsible department personnel also spoke one after another. And Ruai's sudden question was undoubtedly questioning their inspection. "This definitely won't work. I trust my bodyguard's judgment. Everything will be known when she comes back." Facing the various departments who came forward, and Ruai still gritted her teeth and insisted, "Although I don't know why Wang Xiaoxiao hasn't come back yet." "Okay, Zoe, I understand your grief, but now that Marshall has passed away, it has a great impact on the country. You are still young, so leave it to us." Entai stood up at the right time. Invisibly, and Ruai was suspected of being sad and talking nonsense. After speaking, regardless of Ruai's feelings, he looked at the senior officials and said, I understand everyone's sadness, but now, as public officials, we need to convene Congress to discuss the upcoming funeral of Marshall and many state affairs that may occur. Well, that's true. That's right. Upon hearing this, all the senior officials nodded in agreement. At the same time, I also felt that Enroy probably couldn't accept the fact that Marshall had passed away suddenly, so she was talking nonsense. All departments have been reviewed. What could be wrong? Wait a minute. Before the cause of my grandfather's death is found out, I will never agree to the burial. Seeing that Entai directly mentioned burial, and Ruai's pretty face changed slightly, and she immediately said coldly, "Zoe, you must be tired. Go back and rest. Just take a nap and you'll be fine." Entai said with a tigerish smile again. After saying that, he and other senior officials went to the official base to convene the Congress. "No, you are not allowed to leave. That's not the case. Ruai, stop messing around. Otherwise you won't blame your second uncle for being angry." And Ruai wanted to catch up, but was frightened by Entai, who turned around. And Ruai sat down on the ground, unable to do anything. At this moment, how she wished Wang Xiaoxiao would arrive. Unfortunately, after looking at the corridor many times, Wang Xiaoxiao was still nowhere to be seen. What happened to her? After being lost for a moment, and Ruai suddenly stood up again and wanted to enter the autopsy room to see Marshall. However, the soldier guarding the door raised his hand to stop him. "I'm sorry, Princess. The commander's body has been inspected and sealed. No one can open the door without permission before the Congress makes a decision." The forensic doctor, who did not leave, also spoke. "I'm a princess, and I don't even have the right to see my grandfather for the last time?" And Ruai's face changed slightly, and she looked at the other party. "Sorry, Princess. This is a rule, no matter who comes." The forensic doctor's tone was polite, but his attitude was still tough. She was not at all disturbed by Princess Ruai's identity. "You?" And Ruai's face turned pale, and she felt powerless. Suddenly, I felt that as soon as Marshall left, I would be instantly powerless. "Princess, let me take you back." At this time, Yi Tian, who had just been beaten and dismissed by Entai, saw that Enroy was alone, but he still tried to cheer up. He really couldn't bear it. Let Marshall and's only granddaughter suffer again. Yeah. Looking at Yi Tian, who was also grieving, and Ruai suppressed her helplessness and nodded with tears in her eyes. In this way, Yi Tian took Ruai and drove out of the military hospital. "I'm not going to Anjia. I'm going to Tianfu Lakeview." On the way, Ruai was a little lost. "Okay." After being stunned for a moment, Yi Tian turned around and went to the villa area where Ruai used to live when he was studying, Tianfu Lakeview. After voting, it was unanimously decided that Entai will temporarily take over the duties of Marshall. Do you have any opinions? At the Solemn Provisional Congress, a senior official from Anjia Corps announced the results of the vote. No objection. Before the commander-in-chief passed away, he handed over the important responsibility of preparing for the connection between various countries to Minister Entai. Yes, and Minister Entai has been cooperating with Marshall in managing the Longbu military region before, and he is Marshall and successor. Nowadays, there is no one more suitable for the position of Marshall than Minister Entai. That's right. No objection. Support. Many senior officials immediately spoke in agreement. Entai also stood up at this moment and solemnly promised, "Don't worry, everyone. Thank you for your trust. I will do my best and will never let down the country and the commander-in-chief." After arrangements were made for Marshall and's funeral, the conference ended. The officials dispersed one after another and began to make preparations. Once the news of Marshall and's death is announced, it will cause great sensation and impact, and what they have to do is to minimize these impacts. Of course, there are also many ambitious people who want to seize the opportunity. Marshall and's death is also a rare opportunity for them to gain leadership. Ever since, an undercurrent has begun to stir up a struggle for the official authority of Anghua. And Entai, who had prepared everything in advance and had the secret assistance of the Gao family, was undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary. After handing over all rights and duties, I returned home from work. Entai finally couldn't help but smiled. He didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly. Marshall died. Not only did he get back everything he lost, and even more. God helps him. "Husband, how's it going?" Seeing Entai's happy look, Lu Ying felt happy and hurriedly came over to greet him. Take the initiative to take off his clothes. Marshuian's death was judged to be a natural death, and I successfully passed the vote and temporarily took over Marshuian's duties. And Tai smiled ferociously. Really great. Lu Ying was overjoyed. This is just the beginning. And Tai smiled greedily. Now that Marshuian is dead, and with the help of the Gao family, who can restrain him? What about Incurable? She is Marshuian's direct granddaughter. Lu Ying thought of something and said worriedly. Mentioning the word Incurable, the smile on Tai's face darkened a little bit. This woman is indeed a trouble. Today, after the autopsy was conducted, she stood up and insisted that Marshuian was assassinated. Although I suppressed her in the end, I was worried that she would not give in the end and ruin my good deeds. The stubborn look in Incurable's eyes today appeared in Tai's mind. It always made him uneasy. Moreover, Incurable is the direct granddaughter of Marshuian. Logically speaking, if Incurable was qualified, Marshuian's job would not be his turn. Instead, Incurable will take over. Fortunately, Incurable is still too young, but its identity is always there. This is a ticking time bomb. Otherwise, just keep doing nothing. Anyway, you are in power now. It would be easy to create the illusion that the little bitch committed suicide because of the death of Marshuian. Lu Ying made a plan with a look of resentment on her face. Hearing this, Tai's eyes narrowed and his heart moved slightly. He immediately nodded bitterly. Then let's see. It's better if she feels at ease and doesn't make trouble. If she continues to make trouble, I don't mind sending her to accompany the old immortal. What about our precious son? When can we take him back? Thinking of something, Lu Ying asked concernedly. Hurry. Wait until I resolve all the stumbling blocks and finally control Songbing. Our family of 3 will be reunited soon. Tai stroked Lu Ying's face and said ambitiously. Now he has taken over all the powers of Marshuian and holds military power. Among them was the military region built in Songbing's hometown. He is the second Marshuian. Who dares to disrespect him? Summer nights are quiet and wonderful. In a villa with Tianfu Lake view. Incurable's mood was extremely sad. Sister Xiao Xiao, where are you? She lay helpless on the bed, facing the sudden blow. She didn't want to cry, but her tears flowed out unsatisfactorily. Now, she no longer has the ability to even see Marshuian for the last time. For the first time in her life, she felt extremely helpless. At this time, a gust of cool wind came. Incurable looked up and saw a pale Wang Xiao Xiao appearing at the window, covering the wound on his shoulder. The key is that there is a gunshot wound on her thigh. Just simply wrap it with rags of clothing. Blood was visible to the naked eye. Seeing this horrific scene, Incurable was frightened and couldn't say a word for a while. He turned around for a while, then stepped forward in fear. Sister Xiao Xiao, what's wrong with you? Don't come over. She wanted to help Wang Xiao Xiao, but Wang Xiao Xiao raised her hand to stop her. Incurable froze on the spot. This is related to your life and the safety of the entire Anghua. Marshuian was assassinated. The assassin was a member of the Gao family. The Gao family must have colluded with official insiders to achieve this step. But you must not tell these things, otherwise they will definitely take action against you. Wang Xiao Xiao's words were like 5 thunders hitting the head, shocking Incurable's mind and going blank. Because she trusted Wang Xiao Xiao, she firmly believed that there was another hidden reason for Marshuian's death. But she didn't expect that there was something scarier than she imagined. There is a traitor among the official insiders? And at first glance, they must be core personnel. How else to do this? She understood what Wang Xiao Xiao meant, because she had just experienced it herself. She said Marshuian died of an assassination, but no one believed him. Even the people in Anjia don't believe it. He even thought she was crazy. So, you can imagine what would happen if she said this again. Not only did no one believe it, moreover, the traitor who united the Gao family might secretly attack her. Songbing, go find Songbing and tell him all this. Facing Incurable's panic, Wang Xiao Xiao also said extremely calmly, now, only he can save you. Only he can save Anghua. Songbing. With such a reminder, Incurable was stunned. Songbing's face unconsciously appeared in her mind, and she felt inexplicably more at ease. But he was still worried and asked, is he okay? Believe me, he will be able to cure this. Don't believe anyone else. Not even the family can. Wang Xiao Xiao said with great certainty, then turned around and left. Sister Xiao Xiao, where are you going? Your injury. After reacting, and Ruai quickly spoke worriedly. I'm being targeted by the Gao family. If I stay, I will only harm you. After Wang Xiaoxiao finished speaking, he jumped out of the window decisively. 3 black gold snipers are arresting her. In addition, she is now seriously injured. You can't even protect yourself. How dare you stay by Ruai's side? Sister Xiaoxiao. And Ruai cried and rushed to the window, but Wang Xiaoxiao was already gone. Bang! At this time, the door was knocked open, and Yi Tian rushed in after hearing the sound. Princess, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Can you contact Divine Dr. Song? And Ruai wiped away her tears, turned around, and asked solemnly. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded decisively. Okay. Gao family. Within the artificially created natural forest scenery, Gao Xingjie was leisurely feeding Gao Ling's snake eagle. Suddenly, he felt something. Turn around immediately. Then I saw that Gao Ling had come back at some point. Looking at the injuries on Gao Ling's face, Gao Xingjie's expression changed slightly. Sister, why are you injured? He really couldn't believe that anyone could hurt Gao Ling who was injected with strengthening medicine. It's okay. I met an escaped experimental subject on the way back and was injured by her. Gao Ling wrote lightly. At the same time, he took off his clothes naturally, until only a white underwear was left. Then he walked barefoot towards the steaming artificial hot spring next to him. She closed her eyes and leaned into the steaming hot spring, the wounds and fatigue on her face gradually dissipating. Experimental subject, level 3? Gao Xingjie's heart moved slightly. Yes, it's Red Kill, codename number 4. She is the female bodyguard who has been following Ruai. Gao Ling said, while soaking in the hot spring. Did you catch it then? Gao Xingjie's eyes brightened slightly. That was a level 3 experimental subject, worth as much as 3 black gold snipers. No, let her run away, but I have sent the 3 black gold snipers following her to capture her. And since she had already been shot twice, it was only a matter of time before she was caught. Gao Ling smiled confidently. Gao Xingjie's face also flashed with sharpness. Then he thought of something and smiled. By the way, the news has been sent to Entai. He also did a beautiful job with the finishing touches. Now he has even taken over the position of Marshal. Hearing this, Gao Ling's lips curled up slightly. Next, let's just wait for this guy to attract Song Bing, and we'll sit quietly and finish off the damage. I just hope this guy isn't too stupid. It would be best to lead the entire family to turn against Song Bing and make the country more chaotic. At the same time, on the sea thousands of miles away from Manhua, a yacht moves slowly. Master, we will arrive at Sakura country in half an hour. AI Xiaoxiao happily came to report. At this moment, Song Bing was on the first floor deck, looking at the sea area of his neighbor Sakura country. Under the forbidden eyes, it is indeed obvious to see the difference in water quality. How much merit will the mutation of marine life caused by nuclear sewage have? Song Bing was already looking forward to it. However, at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Song Bing picked it up curiously and took a look. His face changed slightly. The message was from Yi Tian. Just a few words. Shuayan passed away due to illness. Please come back. Seeing these few words, Song Bing's heart sank, and he said decisively, Little beast, inform the captain to change the route and go directly to Anghua. The sooner the better. After saying that, he hurried to inform. Soon, the yacht quickly turned around, deviated from Sakura country, and headed towards country. Tianfu Lakeview. In the villa, after personally sending the message to Song Bing, and Ruai held the phone quietly. All hopes have been pinned on Song Bing. At this moment, a large number of black cars suddenly drove up outside the villa. Several people in plain clothes got out of the car and surrounded him. Princess, someone is coming. Yi Tian's expression became serious, and Ruai's heart trembled. She deleted all the messages and returned the phone to Yi Tian. Then he and Yi Tian walked downstairs and opened the door. A group of men in black walked in immediately. Princess, we are here to take you home. Several men in black saluted, and Ruai recognized the leading man in black at a glance as the adjutant beside Entai. Meimu said coldly, I'll go back tomorrow. These are extraordinary times. It is very dangerous for the princess to be alone outside. We are here under orders. Please don't embarrass us, princess. The words of the men in black were polite, but their attitudes were very tough. You are looking for death. Who gave you the qualifications to restrict the princess's freedom? Yi Tian's face was slightly cold, and he stood up. Yi Tian, please pay attention to your identity. What qualifications do you have to talk to us like this? The leading man in black looked at Yi Tian with a sneer. His name is Zhou Qian, and he is Entai's current lieutenant. According to the past, he had to salute and applaud in front of Yi Tian. But now, Yi Tian is no longer worthy. Zhou Qian, you. Yi Tian's face darkened. That's enough, I'll go back with you. Knowing that these people would not be able to return to the family, and Ruoyi had no choice but to agree. She didn't believe it. Those traitors dared to kill her now? Before leaving, and Ruoyi gave Yi Tian a wink. Yi Tian, I really didn't expect you to make such a mistake. Just live in regret for the rest of your life. Before leaving, Zhou Qian did not forget to mock Yi Tian. Looking at the vehicles going away, Yi Tian's heart sank. I also felt that things were not simple. But now that he has been stripped of all rights, what else can be done? At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Yi Tian took it out and took a look. His eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly drove out of the villa. Not following those cars, though, but in the opposite direction. In the car, Zhou Qian's eyes flickered and he asked with a smile. Princess, the reason why the family sent me to pick you up this time is actually mainly because you said before that Marshall died of homicide. After Congress, all departments attached great importance to it and have carefully reviewed it again. So send me to ask you for more details. Now tell me everything you know and I will record it. Zhou Qian said, taking out his notebook and planning to record it. You are mistaken. It was me who was too sad and was talking nonsense before. And Ruoyi said calmly. But his eyes flickered for a moment, and he still said seductively, Princess, in fact, after review, we also discovered the cause of Marshall N's death. There is indeed something fishy, and it has been discovered that the murderer may be related to the Gao family. So you must tell everything you know. For example, where is your bodyguard Wang Xiaoxiao now? Is there any substantial evidence? These are really important to our investigation. Hearing this, and Ruoyi's beautiful eyes moved slightly. But thinking of Wang Xiaoxiao's words, he immediately regained his composure and said, You are really mistaken. I was really talking nonsense. Princess Yu. Okay, I'm tired, don't bother me. What else did Zhou Qian want to say? He was ruthlessly interrupted by Ruoyi. If it had been before, she might have been pleasantly surprised and said it without hesitation. But I have seen the indifferent faces of those people with my own eyes. How could she believe it again? Now, she only trusts Wang Xiaoxiao. Therefore, she will abide by Wang Xiaoxiao's instructions to risk his life to show up. Wait for Song Bing to come back. Tell Song Bing everything you know. Seeing Ruoyi closing her eyes, Zhou Qian's eyes flickered for a moment. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to shut up. Although Marshall is dead, but Ruoyi is still a princess. Naturally, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. The vehicle soon drove into a secret and luxurious manor. It looks like an ancient palace and is heavily guarded. The vehicles were parked and there were already many settlers waiting here. Zoe, are you okay? As soon as Ruoyi arrived, a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s quickly stepped forward and expressed concern. I'm fine, third uncle. Looking at Xing, who still loved her, and Ruoyi forced a smile. Ruoyi, everyone is destined to die, and the commander passed away peacefully, so you don't have to be too sad. We are all a family, and we will still be there from now on. Yes, from now on, there will be your second uncle and Tai and your second aunt. The rest of the people also gathered around and spoke to comfort each other. Among them is Tai's wife, Lu Ying. I'm tired and I want to rest. And Ruoyi said directly. Facing these so-called relatives, she can no longer tell them apart. Naturally, I can't believe who is real and who is fake. Even if it were true, I would probably be fooled and brainwashed by the falsehood. Simply choose not to believe them all. The safest. Well, okay, then go and have a good rest. Just take a nap and you'll be fine. Leave the affairs of the boss to us. And Xing gently patted Ruoyi's shoulder and comforted her. Yeah, nodding. And Ruoyi lowered her head and silently returned to her room. Looking at Ruoyi's haggard back, a trace of unbearability flashed in Xing's eyes. Anjia is a big family, also a representative, divided into several veins. There are those who marry into the family, and there are those who merge and change their surnames. It just so happened that of Marshallin's lineage, only Enroi was left, because Dashuian's only son and daughter-in-law. That is, he and Entai's eldest brother and sister-in-law. During the war, he sacrificed his life for his country. The only bloodline left was Enroi. Now Marshallin is dead, and Ruai's only nominal relative is gone. On the other hand, Entai is not actually an family member. It's about marrying into the family. Eventually, he also changed his surname. Take good care of the princess and meet all her needs. If you are not careful, I will let the second brother remove you from your position. And Xing withdrew his gaze, looked at Zhou Qian aside, and said coldly, Bashu 69 knew. Don't worry, Commander and Xing Minister Entai has already given instructions, and his subordinates will definitely protect the safety of the princess. Zhou Qian quickly saluted. Anqing nodded and left. There are also many state affairs waiting for him to deal with. After Xing left, the smile on Zhou Qian's face also disappeared. After instructing his men to monitor Enroi, he quickly went to find Entai. Soon we arrived at the official base. At this moment, Entai was sitting happily in Marshallin's seat. See Zhou Qian coming. He immediately narrowed his eyes and asked, How's it going? Go back to the commander-in-chief. People have taken on Jia back and put him under surveillance. I also tried it out on the way. However, she denied it. I said it was nonsense that I said before. Zhou Qian quickly reported the matter. Oh, hearing this, Entai narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. This damn girl still has some sense. In that case, let's leave her alone for now. The old guy just died. It would be bad if this girl died one after another. However, keeping this girl will always be a disaster. So under the guise of protection, you can keep an eye on her for me. Wait until I have secured this position. Find another chance for her to die by suicide. Entai said with a cold face, not forgetting to warn. In addition, I found her bodyguard quickly. Once found, I would shoot him without mercy. Understood. Zhou Qian accepted the order and then closed the door and retreated. Andu International Airport. After Song Bing and AI Xiaoshou landed, they directly transferred to the plane and returned to Andu as quickly as possible. Oh, I'm finally back, and the air in China still smells good. After walking out of the airport, AI Xiaoshou stretched, yawned, and sighed. Along the way, I followed Song Bing by plane to travel around the world for free clinics. She was exhausted. Little beast, do you like eating country chicken? At this time, Song Bing suddenly asked with a smile. Local chicken. I like it, I like it. AI Xiaoshou only hesitated for half a second and nodded wildly without hesitation. She thought Song Bing was going to take her to eat, but she was left alone. This is my hometown, and my parents specialize in raising native chickens. I'll give you a task, send a gift to my parents, and give you 10 days off. You can eat my local chicken as you wish. Song Bing smiled and handed over the various gifts he had bought for Song and Lu Su in various countries along the way. Okay, master, don't worry. I will deliver these gifts safely to my parents. No, your parents. When he heard that Song Bing's family raised chickens, AI Xiaoshou was speechless and accepted the gift without hesitation. Hey, my plane has arrived. Let's go. Have fun. Song Bing smiled. Goodbye, master. Just like that, AI Xiaoshou, who had just left the airport, was happily holding large and small packages of gifts. Returned to the airport and rushed to Song Bing's hometown. Looking at AI Xiaoshou's leaving figure, the smile on Song Bing's face disappeared little by little. Divine Dr. Song. At this time, a vigilant voice sounded from behind. Song Bing looked back and saw that it was Yi Tian who came to pick him up as promised. Just you. Song Bing frowned slightly when he saw Yi Tian, who looked haggard and seemed to have changed. Let's get in the car first. Yi Tian was extra vigilant and looked around. Song Bing looked around and saw many eyes staring at Yi Tian among the people passing by. In an instant, Song Bing understood why Yi Tian was like this. It seems that things are worse than he imagined. Yi Tian immediately stepped on the accelerator and left the airport quickly. Tell me, how did the commander die? There was a moment of silence in the car before Song Bing asked. Yi Tian's heart ached, but he still told everything that happened these days. Among them was his dismissal from Entai. Entai temporarily replaces Marshallin, and Enroi insisted that Marshallin's death was fake and may be placed under house arrest. Listening to this, Song Bing said nothing, but his brows furrowed a little. It's all my fault. If I had been more careful, discovered the commander's discomfort in time, and then found you for treatment, the commander would have been fine. Finally, Yi Tian blamed himself again. Where's Enrui? Song Bing asked. The princess has just been taken back to the Yin family by the Yin family, but I suspect that someone must want to use this method to put the princess under house arrest in disguise. Yi Tian gritted his teeth, fearing that Song Bing would not understand, so he explained in detail. The princess is the only direct relative of Marshal Lin, and now Marshal Lin is dead. The princess is still young and has not yet come into contact with power. Those people will definitely seize this opportunity. As Marshal Lin's adjutant, how could he not see the thoughts behind Tai and others? Then go and settle down, Song Bing said calmly. Yi Tian was slightly stunned and said worriedly, Song Doctor, Marshal Lin is now dead. The people in power in Anghua are also about to change. Otherwise, you should let Dai Group announce your return to China first, and then go to settle down. It's safer. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Are you afraid that someone with ulterior motives will take action against me? Song Bing smiled and complimented the other party's words. That's right. Yi Tian nodded. As the saying goes, a shopping mall is like a battlefield. But he also knows very well that the political world is a real battlefield, even more terrifying than the battlefield. That's killing people without spitting out their bones. It's okay, just listen to me and go directly. Go see the princess first. I want to see who dares to take action against me. Song Bing smiled slightly. Those developed Western powers were easily conquered by him. Are you afraid of this? Okay. Seeing that Song Bing still persisted, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and would only drive there. And he also firmly believed that with Song Bing's current reputation, who would really dare to take action against Song Bing? Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Gao family manor. He was blocked by a checkpoint from afar. Fortunately, although Yi Tian was temporarily dismissed from power as Marshal Lin's adjutant, he naturally had a pass. So with Song Bing, he easily passed through the layers of checkpoints and finally entered Anjia Manor. Relying on his familiarity with Anjia's terrain, Yi Tian took Song Bing all the way to Enrui's residence. But this time, he was finally stopped by the guards. Yi Tian, why are you here? When Zhou Qian, who was in charge of supervision, saw the sudden arrival of Yi Tian, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Is the princess inside? Song Bing asked, and at the same time he looked with his taboo eyes and saw that Enrui was indeed asleep in the room on the top floor. No, it would be more appropriate to say that he took some kind of sleeping pills and fell into a coma. Who are you? Only then did Zhou Qian's eyes fall on Song Bing. Seeing that Song Bing was casually dressed in casual clothes, he couldn't recognize him for a moment. Blinding your dog's eyes, this is Divine Dr. Song. The Divine Dr. Song, who was personally awarded the title of our country's national doctor by Marshal Lin. Yi Tian said coldly. Hearing this, Zhou Qian's face changed slightly, and then he noticed the face of the young man in front of him. Sure enough, it fits perfectly with Dr. Song, who is wearing a white coat in front of the world's cameras. What shocked him was why Song Bing suddenly came back. Appeared here all of a sudden? Not only Zhou Qian, but also the expressions of the other soldiers guarding him also changed slightly. Who in Anghua doesn't know the miracle Dr. Song? Especially not long ago, a special police force and a special operations force followed Song Shin to heal the country. All received various meritorious awards. The worst ones are all third-class merit. Song Bing was even rewarded with 1 million per person based on his personal reputation. This incident spread directly among the armies. Countless soldiers couldn't help but envy him. As a result, the name of the Song dynasty's miracle doctor was resounding among all the armies. So, how could they not be shocked now that they could see Song Bing's true appearance? Dr. Song wants to see the princess, so why don't you get out of here? Ignoring the shock of Zhou Qian and others, Yi Tian scolded him coldly. Only then did Zhou Qian react. His eyes flickered for a moment, thinking of Entai's instructions. So he laughed and said, "So this is the famous miracle doctor of Song dynasty, disrespectful. We have always admired your name. Thank you for everything you have done for Anghua. It's just that the princess is not in a good mood now because of Marshal Lin's incident, and is even inclined to commit suicide. I finally fell asleep now. Minister An Tai and Commander Anxing have specifically warned that for the safety of the princess, no one can see her now. I hope you can forgive me." "Oh, you mean You can't even see me? Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. Sorry, you can't do it without Minister Antai's order. Zhou Qian still remained polite, but his hand touched the pistol on his waist. When the other soldiers saw this, although they were reluctant, they still stood forward in order to obey the order. Zhou Qian, are you looking for death? Divine Dr. Song has all the power to grant amnesty. Do you dare to use a gun? Yi Tian's expression changed on the side. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be so courageous. Here, this person has evil intentions. First, he neglected his duty to protect Marshall, and now he deceives the princess and confuses the divine Dr. Song. Catch him. Zhou Qian looked directly at Yi Tian, sneered, and ordered domineeringly on the spot. Transfer conflicts. Yes. The expressions of the two soldiers changed slightly, but they still stepped forward. Zhou Qian, how dare you abuse your authority? Yi Tian's face changed slightly, but Zhou Qian still didn't look at him, but looked at Song Bing intimidatingly, smiled, extended his hand to say goodbye. Dr. Song, please come back. Yi Tian is the culprit for Marshall N's death this time. Don't just listen to his words. Our minister will come to talk to you personally later. Obviously, Zhou Qian ordered the arrest of Yi Tian to blatantly intimidate Song Bing. He wanted to scare Song Bing away. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. Threaten Song Bing? What do you think? Your name is Zhou Qian? Song Bing looked at this guy with interest. That's right, Zhou Quan, the rich man, the adjutant beside Minister Antai. If you need anything, you can always come to me in the future. Zhou Qian, who didn't understand the seriousness of the matter, still smiled. It doesn't have to happen later. It can happen now. Song Bing smiled. Now. Zhou Qian was stunned by the inexplicable words. But the next second, Song Bing made a big backhand move. Like throwing garbage, slapped the opponent directly in the face. Pa. Ding successfully sent out the infectious disease, merit -1. Zhou Qian, who was caught off guard, was slapped away like a dead dog on the spot. The scene was stunned. The soldiers who wanted to take action also widened their eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Song Bing to take action suddenly. Without saying a word, he just made a big show. So powerful. Just slapped someone away. Can you try moving one? Song Bing looked at the soldiers and smiled. Looking at Song Bing's eyes, the hearts of several soldiers trembled inexplicably. I didn't know what to do for a while. Throwing his hands away in disgust, Song Bing opened his mouth and walked calmly towards the ancient house in front of him. Yi Tian came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and followed. What the hell, stop right here. However, the two of them had not taken a few steps when Zhou Qian's voice came from behind again, and the voice was full of anger. Yi Tian turned back first. Then Zhou Qian, who was stunned by the slap, shook his head and stood up. He spat out bloody saliva, along with several teeth. Seeing the teeth on the ground, Zhou Qian's anger was instantly ignited, and he decisively drew his gun and pointed it at Song Bing. Zhou Qian, do you know who you are pointing the gun at? Dr. Song is the national doctor of our country. Yi Tian's face darkened, and he decisively blocked the muzzle of the gun. Song Bing also turned around at this moment. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. I thought this nose pocket was enough to knock this guy out. It seems that the intensity is still too low. Then, give it another try. Shani Dr. Song, I respect you as a national doctor, so I address you with respect, but you go too far and dare to attack me? Today, you dare to take another step forward. For the safety of the princess, I have the right to kill you all. Zhou Qian said gloomily, as if he was a little confused by the slap. He actually drew a gun and threatened Song Bing in the name of protecting the princess. Zhou Qian, you are looking for death. When Marshall N was alive, he was very polite to divine Dr. Song. How dare you, a young lieutenant, say such treasonous words? Yi Tian was also shocked by Zhou Qian's boldness. The way he looked at this guy seemed like he was really planning to shoot. So what about the miracle doctor? Is there any Princess Jingwei? I'm just fulfilling my duty. Zhou Qian sneered. Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. He originally planned to give this guy an infectious disease and wait for it to spread. Then screen and treat carefully. It's so easy. Now it seems that the only choice is to change someone. This person is so stupid. Stop, what are you doing? And just when Song Bing was planning to send this cerebral palsy to see the king of hell at a glance, suddenly there was an angry roar from behind. Then I saw Xing in military uniform, who happened to arrive and saw this scene. The moment he saw Song Bing, his body couldn't help but tremble. But when he saw Zhou Qian again, he pointed a gun at Song Bing. He also threatened to shoot him on the spot if he took even half a step. At this moment, he was going crazy. Who is Song Bing? The miracle doctor of the world. When Marshallin was alive, he had to be polite and respectfully call him Song Dynasty Doctor. In order to retain Song Bing, a lot of efforts were made. A special congress was even convened to require all major officials to treat the legendary figure with great courtesy. Violators will be directly dismissed from their posts. Today, Song Bing's status in the world is even more unshakable. Why are all countries rushing to visit Anghua and seek cooperation? It's not all because of Song Bing's existence. Now, it is such a treasured figure that all countries are eager to claim as their own legend. To be threatened with a gun by a petty lieutenant? How does this not drive him crazy? And Xing's arrival interrupted Song Bing's visit. He also pulled Zhou Qian back from being slapped madly. Seeing in Xing, Zhou Qian's expression changed. He quickly put away his gun and wanted to explain. But Xing didn't give him a chance and shouted coldly on the spot, "Get it for me." Immediately, the guards behind Xing stepped forward decisively, unloading their guns and controlling Zhou Qian and others. Ashi fell to his knees. "Commander Anxing, you misunderstood. This is not the case. You can listen to me. It's because Divine Dr. Song wants to trespass on the princess." Seeing in Xing's murderous eyes, Zhou Qian was instantly frightened and hurriedly explained. "Trespassing? Bang." But Xing couldn't bear to listen and stepped forward directly, making a big gesture and interrupting the spell casting. "Pa." Another big showdown. No, no, no. It's Yi Tian. Yes, he was the one who tricked Divine Dr. Song into coming here. "Pa." Another big showdown. "Commander Anxing, please listen to my explanation. There is a misunderstanding." Pa bang bang. Zhou Qian wanted to explain, but Xing didn't listen at all. He made one hand gesture after another and slapped him wildly. Zhou Qian was like this, being held on his knees by two guards, and slapped. Seeing this scene, Song Bing also put away his murderous intention. He looked at the family member curiously. Because of Marshallin, he had met many senior officials of state. Among them, there are many family members. But it seems that he has never seen this person before. Did he rush back from the army? I don't know how many times I was slapped. Zhou Qian's face was swollen into a pig's head, but he behaved. No more excuses, just a weak plea for mercy. And Xing stopped then, but he said angrily, "You bastard without eyes, do you know who this is?" "Papa," Zhou Qian said weakly. "It's better not to say the result. Once you talk about it, you will be beaten twice. How dare you point a gun at me even if you know that? If you hurt a single hair of Divine Dr. Song, it will damage the medical foundation of Anghua. Even if you die 1,000 times, you won't be able to save it. Drag them all down and kill them." After angrily scolding, Anxing directly and decisively gave judgment. At this time, Zhou Qian, who was stunned by the slap, suddenly woke up. The other soldiers also had their eyes widened with horror on their faces. "Why are you about to die?" "No, no, Commander Anxing, spare your life. We were wrong. We were wrong. Divine Dr. Song, please spare my life. Dr. Song, please spare your life." Zhou Qian and several soldiers quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. At this moment, they finally felt fear. He finally realized the importance of Song Bing in Anghua. Several soldiers even scolded Zhou Qian's 18 generations of ancestors. "Do you dare to threaten Divine Dr. Song? Forget the threat. Do you dare to point a gun at me? Even if you point a gun at it, don't drag us into the water." Looking at the people begging for mercy, Song Bing also said generously, "If you want to kill, just kill this person named Zhou Qian and forget about the others." After hearing this, several soldiers felt like they were reborn. But Zhou Qian stiffened, his face swollen like a pig's head full of horror. "Commander Xing, you can't be killed. I was ordered to protect the safety of the princess, and my crime will not lead to death." And Xing's expression also changed slightly. He did this in front of Song Bing and said these words just to show off. I thought that Song Bing would choose to forgive Zhou Qian because he had been beaten so badly. Unexpectedly, are you serious? I really agreed. Didn't you hear what Divine Dr. Song said? Drag me down. Anxing still spoke. Yes. Only then did several guards drag down several soldiers and the limp Zhou Qian. Miracle Dr. Song, I'm sorry for your poor discipline. I hope you can forgive me. You didn't even notify me when you returned home. I will prepare a banquet for you. As soon as everyone left, and Xing, who was originally dignified, immediately came to Song Bing, saluted and apologized. No need for the banquet. Now, can I go see the princess? Song Bing asked with a smile. Okay, of course, I'll ask Zoe to come downstairs to see you. And Xing said quickly, No, I can just go by myself. Song Bing walked directly upstairs. I alone am enough. And Xing wanted to follow, but was stopped by Song Bing's words. Facing someone whom Marshall and respected, how could he dare to be so presumptuous? It wasn't until he watched Song Bing go upstairs that Xing looked at Yi Tian and said displeasedly, Why didn't you notify me in advance of such a big event like the return of Divine Dr. Song? Commander Anxing, it was Divine Dr. Song who took the initiative to contact me to pick him up. I had no preparation in advance. Yi Tian lied. Since Divine Dr. Song has chosen you, I will leave it to you to take good care of Divine Dr. Song. Also, if anyone dares to point a gun at Divine Dr. Song next time, I will kill him directly. I will grant you the privilege. And Xing handed the gun at his waist to Yi Tian, left a cold word, and then hurriedly left to prepare for the banquet, as well as informing Antai and others. Song Bing finally came here, so he naturally wanted to entertain him well. Don't be lazy. There are 2 maids guarding the door. Seeing Song Bing's arrival, he quickly opened the door and stepped aside. Although they are also from Etna, but they saw what happened downstairs just now. How dare you stop it? Unless you want to be like Zhou Qian and become a pig. You guys also get out. Song Bing glanced meaningfully at the 2 maids and sneered. There was nothing wrong with the 2 of them. They are all people who monitor in Ruai. Sure enough, this power struggle. It is comparable to ancient palace fighting dramas. Dr. Song, Princess, she just fell asleep. The 2 women's expressions changed slightly. They emphasized, and then they retreated obediently. Song Bing then walked into Ruai's room. The layout of the room is very fragrant and warm, full of girlishness. At this moment, Ruai was lying on the bed, seemingly sleeping peacefully. In fact, the food he ate was laced with sleeping pills. She was wearing a blue nightgown. There were still faint traces of tears in the corners of his eyes. The haggardness and fatigue are particularly obvious on this innocent and pretty face. Hey, I never thought that a princess of a country would be so miserable after losing her power. Song Bing couldn't help but sigh. But he still stepped forward and reached out his hand to the other person's face. Touched it. Reduced the effects of sleeping pills for the other party. And feelings of sadness and fatigue. In her sleep, Ruai felt a stream of clear water coming from her face. It goes straight to the brain, and then continues to spread throughout the body like electricity. Like some kind of magic, her helpless and haggard body and mind were instantly relieved. This refreshing feeling made her delicate body tremble. Instantly fell into sleep. In a dream. Only then did she realize that Marshallin was sitting kindly beside her bed, looking at her with a smile. He caressed her face lovingly. Grandpa, Grandpa. Seeing Marshallin, Ruai instantly became excited. Kid, thank you for your hard work. Grandpa is gone. You can live happily. Marshallin said kindly. But after you left, they all changed. Ruai said helplessly, Go to Divine Dr. Song. He will help you. Marshallin smiled kindly at the end. The body is also gradually fading away. Grandpa, Grandpa, don't leave. Ruai can't bear to leave you. Ruai's pretty face changed slightly, and she quickly reached out to grab it. Go hug. Go for a hug. In reality, after Ruai was healed of his fatigue, Song Bing decided to take his hands away from the other person's face. Grandpa, Grandpa, don't leave. Ruai can't bear to leave you. As soon as he took it away, Ruai suddenly became excited, shouting, and suddenly grabbed Song Bing's hand. Song Bing was slightly stunned. However, before he could react, Ruai rushed towards him again. Hug him tightly. He kept calling Grandpa. Don't let him go. While Song Bing was dazed, Ruai, who was hugging him tightly, finally opened her eyes. In the dream, Ruai only felt that she was hugging Marshallin and woke up with a smile on her face. As a result, when they woke up, their eyes met. Only then did she realize that she was not hugging Marshallin. It was Song Bing who she had been waiting for. For a moment, she was stunned. After thinking about countless hardships and waiting, she finally waited for Song Bing. Then he met Song Bing and told all the secrets. This process should be arduous. After all, she is now directly under house arrest. But this is the only one I haven't thought about. Wake up. I met Song Bing easily. Moreover, the other party was still tightly held in his arms. This is too dreamy, right? Am I dreaming? And Ruai thought of the only possibility. Subconsciously hold it tight and take a look. Stop hugging me. This is not a dream. Seeing the wisdom in the other person's eyes, Song Bing said helplessly. And I felt Song Bing's body temperature and how real his tone was. And Ruai's delicate body trembled, and she finally realized that this was really not a dream. She quickly let go of Song Bing, feeling both surprised and happy, and didn't know what to say for a moment. She literally woke up from her sleep. Song Bing appeared beside her bed. He was even hugged by her. Could it be that Grandpa showed up? Did you personally bring Song Bing to her bedside? I received the news of Marshall N's death and rushed back overnight. Seeing that you are tired, I will give you a massage to relax you. Song Bing stood up, sat down at the table and chairs, and explained at the same time. And Ruai's beautiful eyes trembled slightly before she reacted. No wonder the feeling of being touched in my sleep just now was so real. And now I feel like all the fatigue is gone. It turned out that Song Bing treated her. Now it's explained. This made Ruai feel warm in her heart. I felt a little comfort in my heart. However, when she thought about Dashwayan, and Ruai's pretty face changed again. He didn't even wear shoes, so he went to bed barefoot. Then without saying anything, he knelt down directly towards Song Bing. Poor and pleading, Song Bing, please help me. There is another hidden reason behind my grandfather's death. Get up and speak slowly. Song Bing's eyes moved slightly, and he stepped forward to help Ruai up. He didn't expect that the other party would suddenly kneel to him. It seems that Marshall N's death made the princess not feel comfortable. With Song Bing's help, and Ruai sat down on the chair. Song Bing also calmly said, Admiral N has been kind to me, and he is a rare enlightened old hero. Although I, Song Bing, am not a good person, I always repay kindness. If you have any secrets, just tell me and I will help. Yeah. After receiving Song Bing's affirmation, and Ruai felt relieved a little, and then with tears in her eyes, she once again revealed the secret buried deep in her heart. They all said that my grandfather died of natural causes, but in fact, my grandfather was killed. How do you know for sure? Hearing this, Song Bing felt a chill in his heart. Regarding the death of Marshall N, at first, he always thought that he was too old and died suddenly. After all, who is so cruel as to dare to harm such an old hero who has devoted almost his whole life to this land? Sister Xiao Xiao said that my grandfather was killed. In the end, Sister Xiao Xiao also went to chase the murderer, but came back injured. She told me that the people who killed my grandfather were members of the Gao family. There is also a traitor. And Ruai told Song Bing everything Wang Xiao Xiao said. As if he was afraid that Song Bing wouldn't believe it, he quickly added, Song Bing, everything I said is true. I believe what Sister Xiao Xiao said, and she will definitely not lie to me. She's really awesome. Once, she was even able to defeat 5 terrorists who wanted to kidnap me. What about her? Song Bing's heart moved slightly, and he asked. After Sister Xiao Xiao came back after being seriously injured, she seemed to be afraid of dragging me down. She said that someone was hunting her, so she left this information and left. She was seriously injured. Her thighs and chest were injured, and they seemed to be from guns. Thinking of the tragic situation when Wang Xiao Xiao left, and Ruai suddenly became more worried. That kind of injury is simply not something a normal person can bear. Song Bing fell silent. The sexy figure who likes to wear slippers comes to mind. Wang Xiao Xiao. The relationship between the two started when Song Bing opened a veterinary shop and saved Wang Xiao Xiao's baby twice. That is, the little Shiba Inu. Later, it was also because of Wang Xiao Xiao's recommendation that Song Bing treated Ruai's pet snake and got to know Ruai. We met several times later. Song disease increases with level. He also gradually felt that Wang Xiao Xiao gave him a unique feeling. But at that time, I thought that I could follow Ruai, maybe a well-trained master. Being physically strong is not an exaggeration. I didn't think much about it. Now, listening to Ruai's description, he always felt that this Wang Xiao Xiao was not simple. Perhaps, there is only one chance to touch it. That's clear. Gao family traitor? Song Bing's attention then fell on the Gao family and the traitor mentioned by Ruai. The first thing that came to mind was that the Gao family colluded with some people within the government. All this planning. When he returned to Andu as the miracle doctor of Song Dynasty, I met the Gao family once. Marshallin also whispered at that time. Gao family. It is a very big pest in Anghua. Unfortunately, there is no evidence, and it is difficult to take action. Even in the subsequent internet explosion that was deliberately provoked, the Gao family didn't reveal any clues. Even taking advantage of this turmoil, successfully evaded Marshall and's anti-corruption investigation. However, although the Gao family was not involved in the whole process, there was no clue left for Marshallin. But Song Bing was the bait. But in the process, I saw the Gao family more than once. For example, at the first banquet, Gao Tianqi led Gao Xingjie and Gao Ling to show their goodwill in person. Later, at the AI Group's banquet, Gao Ling appeared pretending to be a bartender. These kinds of connections. Song Bing suddenly felt that the Gao family was not simple. At least it's not what it seems. Song Bing, I don't want power or influence, I just want the truth. There is also the safety of Sister Xiao Xiao. Please help me. As long as you can help me, my life and Ruoi will be yours from now on. While Song Bing was deep in thought, and Ruai knelt down again and expressed firmly, Get up. Even if you don't ask, I will do this. Song Bing said calmly, The death of Marshall means a change in the power of Anghua. If there really is a traitor. This affected him too. The weekly money just now is the best performance. If these people are allowed to seize power, in the future, it may even threaten the safety of his parents. So, this serious illness, he fixed it. It is not only justice to Marshallin, but also a safe environment for his parents and the people of Anghua. Let's go. Song Bing helped Ruoi up and already had a plan in mind. Where are we going? Ruoi was slightly stunned. Autopsy. Song Bing spoke calmly and walked out of the room. Was it natural death or homicide? He knows it as soon as he checks it. Marshall Ruoan really died of homicide. So there is one person behind this. He cured everything. Hearing this, and Ruai's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly followed. She also believed that with Song Bing's miraculous medical ability, she would be able to find out the cause of her grandfather's death. It will be easy to handle then. Soon, Song Bing took Ruai downstairs. Miracle Dr. Song, Princess. Yi Tian, who had been waiting here, saw the two of them. His eyes brightened slightly. Especially when he saw that Ruai was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Where is Marshallin's body? Take me there. Song Bing looked at Yi Tiandao. Now. Yi Tian was slightly stunned and explained, but just now Commander and Xing has gone to inform people to prepare a banquet. Why don't you give us a notification? And now Marshallin's body has been confirmed to be sealed. Without instructions from various departments, no one can meet. Then we can't wait any longer. Go directly. I have a way. Song Bing said. Notifying those people is tantamount to notifying the traitor among them. The other party is even less likely to let them see it. Okay. Hearing this, Yi Tian, who had seen how severe Song's illness was, also nodded. In addition, now he also has the right to protect Song Bing. He immediately took the two of them and rushed to the military hospital where Marshallin's body was sealed. Not long after the three people left, and Xing, who had prepared the banquet, had already arrived with a group of core members of the Yin family. Among them is Etna. When he heard Song Bing's arrival, he immediately went to Anne's house to look for Ruai. And Tai immediately realized that something was wrong. I quickly put down all my work and rushed back. Unfortunately, it seems to be a step too late. Huh? Where are the people? And Xing, who was originally smiling, was stunned. At this time, two maids in the corner stepped forward and whispered, Princess and Divine Dr. Song left just now. Leave? Where did you go? And Tai asked with a frown, already having a guess in his mind. The two maids shook their heads. Could it be that you listened to Zoe and went to the military hospital to check on Marshallin's body? Someone suddenly said. Everyone's eyes were also slightly bright. Very likely. Really, Divine Dr. Song, as our country's national doctor, is logically qualified to inspect it. If you want to see it, just inform us and get it reviewed by various departments. Why be so sneaky? Yes, at first glance, it seems that you have believed the rumors about that girl Ruoi. Zhonglan's family members started talking about it. Ignore it for now, let's go quickly. There is no review. Be careful of conflicts like this time. And Xing frowned slightly and said quickly. So, a group of people headed by Xing also hurried there. And Tai's eyes flickered, and he left in the name of borrowing the toilet. Then he immediately dialed an unknown number. Hey! A voice quickly came from the other end of the phone. Create an accident and burn the old guy's body for me. And Tai said with resentment on his face. He didn't expect Song Bing to be so resolute. As soon as he arrived, he went directly to Enroi to learn about the situation and went straight to inspect Marshallin's body. In this case, he can only take such an extreme approach. Anyway, Song Bing couldn't be allowed to see the body. Otherwise, with Song Bing's medical skills, he was really worried that the other party would see the clues. Okay. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then he replied. And Tai quickly hung up, left the toilet, and followed in Xing and others. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Bing and the other three had already driven to the military hospital. Go directly to the hospital building where Marshallin is sealed. Sorry, this building is sealed now. No one is allowed to enter without a general order. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he was intercepted by several forensic doctors guarding the door. Several people were wearing masks and white coats. Song Bing ignored this and looked up at the hospital building first, until the body of Marshallin was located. And a sneaky guy? Get out of here, Dr. Song is going to conduct an autopsy on my grandfather again. And Ruai scolded in a rare and domineering manner. Sorry, there is no order, not even divine Dr. Song. The leading forensic doctor glanced at Song Bing, and although his eyes moved slightly, he still spoke forcefully. After confirming the position, Song Bing stepped forward without saying a word. Song Bing, the commander's body has been sealed. Even if you are a miracle doctor, you should abide by the rules, right? Seeing Song Bing coming directly, the eyes of the several forensic doctors guarding him were slightly cold. One of them even stood up and said domineeringly, Shini Dr. Song, if you break in without permission, don't blame us for being rude. Pa. However, he just reached out to Song Bing and was about to intercept him. Song Bing pushed the bag with his backhand and slapped it away on the spot. It was as easy as slapping away a piece of trash that was approaching. And with Zhou Qian's experience, this time, the intensity was just right. Confused and traumatized, the man who was slapped fell asleep on the spot. When the other forensic doctors saw this, their expressions changed, and it took them a while to react. Song Bing, if you dare to hit someone, don't blame us for being rude. The few people who reacted showed resentment on their faces and murderous intent in their eyes. They looked at each other and rushed towards Song Bing decisively. Pa. Song Bing was still being served by several Dabaido. Several people who rushed towards them were slapped away before they could use their special moves. He fell into sleep in the same second. Song Bing didn't stop for a moment and quickly entered the hospital building. As for the forensic doctors who were guarding them, they seemed like just a few annoying flies. He automatically ran forward and was slapped away by Song Bing. Fall to sleep. Everything is so smooth and natural. And Ruai and Yi Tian were dumbfounded. Is this the method Song Bing said? This method is so cool. Pa. While the two of them were shocked, Dabido's voice continued to be heard in the hospital building. The two looked at each other and quickly followed. At this moment, there are still soldiers guarding the hospital building. In this regard, Song Bing said nothing and Dabido waited on him. There's nothing a Dabido can't solve. If so, then two. Song Bing fanned all the way to the elevator and finally reached the top floor without any obstruction. The floor where Marshallin's body is sealed. Coincidentally, as soon as the elevator door opened, I saw the sneaky guy. He was wearing a mask, a white coat, and a checklist in his hand. Apparently, it was in the name of recording. In fact, this person was the chief in the appraisal of Marshallin's death. Chu Shun, who was about to escape, also saw Song Bing. With just one glance, he recognized Song Bing. Panic immediately appeared in his pupils. Apparently, he didn't expect Song Bing to come so soon. What about the guards outside? But soon, the fear in Chu Shun's eyes turned into fierceness. He pointed at Song Bing and immediately asked loudly, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing here? Come on. Some criminals are trespassing. He has terrible weapons on him." Chu Shun's voice was deliberately loud. In an instant, he attracted the attention of all the soldiers guarding this floor. Immediately, they gathered around with guns drawn. Chushan also cooperated and retreated in fear. Obviously, he wanted to use this method to cause Song to die from illness. Song Bing's eyes were slightly cold, and he looked decisively at all the soldiers who showed up with their guns drawn, and his eyes flashed. Let these soldiers relax for a while. Then a magical scene appeared. Several soldiers who had been alert and surrounded with guns drawn suddenly fell to the ground and fell asleep. He even snored. Chu Shun, whose eyes were originally filled with ferociousness, saw this sudden scene, and his smile froze under his mask. He immediately looked at Song Bing in fear, but what he saw was an enlarging foot. Bang click. In an instant, a terrifying kick landed on Chu Shun's stomach, and the clear sound of cartilage could be heard. Chu Shun's eyes widened instantly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Unfortunately, it was blocked by a mask. And he flew out directly, slamming into a door at the end of the corridor. The door was knocked open with a sound. A thick smoke immediately floated out. In the room, the box containing Marshall N's body had been opened. A flame had already spread at the edge of the white cloth. Song Bing quickly came to the fire hydrant and quickly opened and connected the faucet, intending to put out the fire. But I found that the faucet could not be connected. Even when I opened the valve, no water came out. Song Bing was stunned. I thought I didn't use it wrong either. These are things that the country has always emphasized that people should keep in mind when they were in school. In desperation, Song Bing had to give up using the fire hydrant. Came to the room. He looked up at the unresponsive fire protection device on the ceiling. Only then did he use the fastest speed to manually put out the fire that was about to spread. The time is just right. At this time, Ruai and Yi Tian also arrived unimpeded with Song Bing opening the way. Looking at the traces of burning in the room, their expressions changed. At the same time, Tai and others rushed under the building. The first thing I saw at the gate was several forensic doctors sleeping in a mess. Several attendants hurriedly stepped forward to slap someone on the face. After being shaken for a while, the stunned forensic doctors opened their eyes in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Several people were still a bit delirious. This shows how much damage this Dabi Kabuto caused. You are so brave, you dare to drink and sleep during working hours? Do you know who is guarding this building? Looking at the drunk, forensic doctors, and Xing's face darkened. Seeing Tai and others, several forensic doctors were so frightened that they suddenly woke up. Several people hurriedly explained. Drinking and sleeping while guarding Marshall N's body is a serious crime. That's nonsense. How drunk are you? Your eyes are red. Are you trying to deceive me into blinding yourself? Hearing this, and Xing became even more angry. The rest of the Yin family also frowned slightly. It's so obvious, but you still said you didn't drink? Jealous. Several forensic doctors were stunned for a moment before they came to their senses. They immediately took off their damn masks, revealing the face that perfectly left a slap mark. He hurriedly cried, "What an injustice!" It's true that Song Bing was slapped by him. Our eyes were bloodshot from being slapped, not from drinking. And looking at the clear slap marks on several people's faces. And Xing and others were stunned. Report to the commander. They don't smell of alcohol. It doesn't look like they were drinking. At this time, several attendants also explained for several forensic doctors. Yes, guard Marshall N. For such an important matter, even if we were given 10 courages, we wouldn't dare to drink. The aggrieved forensic doctors became even more aggrieved. He was obviously slapped, but he was told that he was drunk. If there wasn't that slap mark on the face, they really couldn't explain it. Knowing that he had wronged several people, Anqing couldn't help but blush. The key is that they look too much alike, with their heads shaking and their eyes bloodshot. Wear a mask. The key is still snoring. Completely qualified for drunkenness. You said it was Song Bing who slapped you? At this time, Tai, who had caught the key, frowned and asked. Yes, it's him, that's him. And the princess and adjutant Yi. When they came, we saw that it was Divine Dr. Song, so we told Divine Dr. Song the rules very respectfully and politely. But relying on his status as Divine Dr. Song, he decided that we didn't dare to fight back, so he came up and gave us a big fight without saying a word. He just slapped us unconscious. Then he took the princess and adjutant Yi and broke in. Minister, commander, and other leaders, you have to make the decision for us. We were all ordered to guard here and protect the commander-in-chief, But now we are beaten like this by Song Bing. That Song Bing is really too much. But because of Song Bing's fame, they all chose to remain silent. And Xing frowned slightly, although he had been staying in the army. But when I was on the phone with Marshallin, I often heard Marshallin say that Song was recovering from his illness. Therefore, he really didn't believe that Song Bing would do such a rude thing. So he continued to look at the forensic doctors and asked in a cold voice, "Are you sure it was Divine Dr. Song who beat you?" Divine Dr. Song is our country's national doctor, and slandering national doctors is a serious crime. It's absolutely true. Song Bing was really beaten. We swear on our lives. It was because of this identity that Divine Dr. Song knew that we did not dare to touch him, so he acted so harshly. Several forensic doctors immediately swore assurances. If it's true or false, you'll know when you go and take a look. Maybe now Song Bing has taken Zoe and the others to the top floor. And Tai spoke at this time. Now, he was most worried about something else. Okay. And Xing nodded. What he was more worried about was that Song Bing would be injured. After all, there are soldiers guarding the building with guns. Everyone then hurriedly entered the hospital building. As a result, everyone was shocked along the way. In every guard position, there was a soldier sleeping. There is a clear slap mark on his face. And Xing and others had shock on their faces. While Tai and others were shocked, their hearts sank. They can understand by slapping several forensic doctors out. Were all the soldiers guarding them stunned? Look, these soldiers must have been slapped by Song Bing. Relying on his status as a miracle doctor, he knew that these soldiers did not dare to take action against him. That's why I dare to act so wantonly. When the several forensic doctors who came with him saw this, they became even more excited and complained. In this case, Divine Dr. Song really went too far. Indeed, even if he is a miracle doctor, he can't be so arrogant, right? You can run rampant and do whatever you want. We in Manhua advocate equality for everyone. This time, many and family members finally couldn't help but speak. Stop talking nonsense. I believe Divine Dr. Song will give us a reasonable explanation. And Xing looked back at everyone and spoke coldly. His sharp eyes, coupled with the temperament of a military god of war, instantly silenced everyone. Haha, if he really explained to us, he wouldn't have come behind our backs. But just for a moment, someone still whispered. In my opinion, Divine Dr. Song may have been bewitched by that girl Ruoi. Otherwise, I would definitely not do these impulsive behaviors. Fortunately, in the end, Tai stood up and became the peacemaker. Just like this, the group of people hurriedly got into the elevator with their own concerns. Grandpa, seeing the burning environment around her, and Ruai rushed in panic. Don't worry, Marshall is fine. Song Bing consoled him. Divine Dr. Song, what's going on? Yi Tian also looked at Song Bing Dao in shock. Then you have to ask him. Song Bing took advantage of the situation and looked at the key, Chu Shan, in the corner. At this moment, Chu Shan, who rolled his eyes, gradually woke up under Song Bing's glance. The first thing I felt when I woke up was nothing. It doesn't hurt, but I feel very energetic. Only then did Chu Shan discover Song Bing and the others. When seeing Song Bing, his eyes were filled with fear for a moment, especially that kick. He felt as if he had been mercilessly hit by a car. However, when he wanted to stand up and escape in fear, he found that his lower body could no longer move. Of course, this was the result of Song Bing showing mercy and finding the right position. However, with the strength of this kick, the opponent's life or death was determined by Song Bing's thoughts. As a senior forensic doctor, Chu Shan instantly made a judgment about his body. Yes, and you will be disabled for life. Song Bing answered the other party's question very seriously. You? Chu Shan's face turned pale instantly. Divine Dr. Song, do you mean that this person set the fire? Yi Tian on the side reacted instantly. Yeah. Song Bing nodded. Yi Tian's face suddenly turned cold. He pulled out the gun given to him by Xing on the spot and pointed it at Chu Shan's head. You bastard, I'll kill you. No, not me, not me. Chu Shan's face turned pale for a moment, and he subconsciously shook his head in denial. He had thought that the matter might be investigated and solved bit by various departments. He even thought of the countless ways Tai found scapegoats for him, but he didn't expect that he would be exposed so soon. Tell me, who ordered you? If you dare to tell a lie, I will kill you. Yi Tian then asked coldly. He had naturally scared the other person just now. If you dare to burn Marshallin's body, there must be someone behind you. This is also the reason why Song Bing spared his life. No one instigated it. I accidentally misfired the circuit when I was checking it myself. However, faced with Yi Tian's threat of drawing a gun, Chu Shun actually closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Life and death are not disclosed. If you want to die, I will make it happen for you. Yi Tian's face turned cold, and he decisively pulled the gun bolt. Chu Shun's body began to tremble out of fear. And just as Yi Tian continued to threaten and interrogate, Tai and others happened to arrive. At first glance, I saw the scene where Yi Tian drew a gun and threatened Chu Shun. Yi Tian, what are you doing? Tai's heart sank slightly, and he immediately scolded him coldly. Chu Shun, who had been reluctant to relent due to fear, saw Tai and others suddenly appearing. The fearful heart suddenly felt happy. Minister, help! Help! Chu Shun seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and hurriedly spoke excitedly. And Xing and others finally approached. Looking at Chu Shun, who was bleeding and crippled, a broken door, and there were burnt marks all over the ground. Everyone's hearts trembled. On the contrary, when he saw Marshall N's unharmed body, Tai clenched his fists in his sleeves, and a gloom flashed in his eyes. What happened? Who set the fire? Realizing something, Xing spoke with a gloomy expression. Setting fire to the body was something he didn't expect. Commander, this person set the fire. Fortunately, Divine Dr. Song arrived in time and stopped this guy's evil deeds. Yi Tian stood up and spoke coldly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled. The expressions of the forensic doctors who followed also changed. It can be said that they are all Chu Shun's subordinates. But he never expected that Chu Shun would dare to set fire to the corpse. And Xing's cold eyes suddenly looked at Chu Shun. You are so brave. Facing the cold gazes of everyone, Chu Shun was instantly frightened and glanced at Tai subconsciously. Tai's heart tightened and he quickly said gloomily, Chu Shun, you are the chief medical examiner this time. I really didn't expect you would dare to do such a thing. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame the law for being ruthless. Chu Shun was trembling all over, but he was instantly awakened by Tai's words and immediately denied it. I don't know why it suddenly caught fire. Yi Tian's face turned cold. You bastard, you just admitted it, and now you want to cheat? Yi Tian, please pay attention to your image. You are threatening. Seeing that Yi Tian was about to point a gun at Chu Shun again, Tai stopped in a cold voice. When Chu Shun saw this, he immediately started to perform even harder. Leaders, please make the decision for me. I was about to go back after checking my work, but unexpectedly, I suddenly met Dr. Song, who arrived. Then without saying a word, he came up and kicked me unconscious. As soon as I woke up, the room had been opened, and I was still like this, with my lower body disabled. In the end, the general even pointed a gun at me, forcing me to admit that I was the one who burned it. Want to blame all these crimes on me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have been shot by this general. Whoa. Chu Shun performed with tears in his eyes, not only disguising himself as the victim, but also brushing off all the crimes. He also hinted secretly that the fire might have been set by Song Bing and the others. Sure enough, after this performance, the expressions of all the family members changed slightly when they looked at the crippled Chu Shun. Even if there is no evidence yet, the balance in my heart has already shifted. He rushed all the way from Song Bing to Anjia and picked up Roy. Then he carried them all the way and barged in here. He rudely knocked out all the judges and soldiers. All these behaviors clearly showed Song Bing's rudeness and the innocence of Chu Shun and others. When Tai saw this scene, a flash of sharpness flashed in his eyes, and he immediately continued to pretend to be a good guy and said, Yi Tian, you said that Chu Shun set the fire. Do you have any evidence? If there is evidence, the chief will make the decision and you will shoot this scum on the spot. Yi Tian was speechless and felt a chill in his heart when he looked at the scene in front of him. What evidence can he produce? I just regret that I didn't record just now. In desperation, Yi Tian had no choice but to look at Song Bing. In fact, the silent Song Bing had been observing the micro-expressions of these family members. Seeing the contradiction pointed at him, Song Bing also felt that he really needed to explain. So under the watchful eyes of everyone, Song Bing calmly came to the coffin where the marshal was installed. I was deeply shocked and heartbroken by Marshall and sudden death, so I hurriedly dropped everything I was doing and rushed here. I plan to conduct an autopsy myself so that I can send Marshall away. This was also the agreement I made with him during his lifetime. Unexpectedly, this seemingly normal thing was obstructed in every possible way, both covertly and covertly. Now, Marshall's body was almost destroyed by arson? You even want to put the blame on us? At this point, Song Bing's hand rested on Marshall's coffin, and his sharp eyes fell on the family members. Everyone in Zhongyin's family was trembling, and many of them even deliberately avoided Song Bing's gaze. After a brief moment of silence, Anqing stood up. He took a deep breath, saluted to Song Bing full of guilt, and then said, "Shinjin Dr. Song, I'm really sorry. It was our poor management. We have seen everything you have done for Anghua, and we naturally believe that you would not do such a thing. Please give us a few minutes. This building is under surveillance. I've already sent someone to get the surveillance. When the time comes, it will naturally become clear what is true and what is not. If this person really did it, I will personally find out the person behind the scenes and deal with it, and give you and the commander justice." As he spoke, Xing's sharp eyes fell on Chu Shun. The latter was startled, but he soon calmed down and even said excitedly, Yes, there is surveillance. If you turn off the surveillance, you can tell me the truth." Many family members also showed their talents. When the time comes, whether it was Chu Shun or Song Bing who did it, won't the truth be revealed when the surveillance comes? Don't bother. If my guess is correct, the surveillance system is probably malfunctioning. Glancing at Chu Shun, Song Bing laughed, breaking everyone's illusions. What do you mean by this? The monitoring here is top-notch. There are professionals checking and maintaining it 24 hours a day. How can there be a malfunction? And Xing was slightly stunned and hurriedly made a confident assurance. This is related to Marshall and safety. How dare you lie? If this can all be faked, can the people's livelihood still be maintained? Really? Then why wasn't the fire protection device triggered? Song Bing looked up at the fire protection device on the ceiling and asked with a smile. And Xing trembled and looked up at the fire protection device on the ceiling. Was instantly awakened. It stands to reason that if the fire protection device had been triggered, there should be traces of water spray all around now. However, there was not a single trace of water. There are only traces of human extermination. In other words, the fire just now did not even trigger the fire protection device. And Xing instantly understood what Song Bing meant, and his originally confident heart suddenly sank. At this moment, he only expected that the fire was too small. However, Song Bing's next words ruthlessly shattered his expectations. Not only that, the fire hydrant in the corridor has no water, it's just a decoration. Can't even connect the faucet. Is this what you call professionals, 24-hour maintenance? When he discovered the fire, Song Bing immediately wanted to use the corridor fire hydrant to put out the fire. But what's ridiculous is that the fire hydrant, which has all kinds of certificates written on it, can't even be connected to the faucet. Then he had no choice but to kill it with both hands. Song Bing's words were like a slap in Xing's face. He looked sideways at the tampered fire hydrant in the corridor. Go ahead and experiment repeatedly in person. It took a lot of effort, let alone spraying water. Can't even connect the faucet. At this moment, the faces of Zhongan's family changed. Coincidentally, the officer who was sent to conduct surveillance also returned. How's it going? Did you bring surveillance? And Xing asked expectantly, as if grasping the last straw. However, the official's answer disappointed him. Report to the commander. The surveillance system failed, and all the footage from the past 2 hours was lost. Anqing froze immediately. Just a second ago, he confidently said that it was top-level monitoring and maintained 24 hours a day. The next second, the slap in the face came so quickly. The expressions of the rest of the family also changed. Monitoring failed. The fire protection device failed. Fire hydrants have also become decorations. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The scene fell silent instantly. Song Bing, on the other hand, praised it without hesitation. Professionals? Top-of-the-line equipment? It's indeed top-notch. And Xing felt like his face was being slapped mercilessly. Pa. The next second, he slapped the official who came to report directly in the face. Is this what you call foolproof? Is this your repeated guarantee? Why can't we even use a fire hydrant now? This is the floor where Marshall is sealed. You all dare to fake it? Are you going to turn the floors of ordinary people upside down? And Xing was going crazy, really. He stayed in the army all year round and came back because something happened to Marshall. Unexpectedly, what happened one after another refreshed his outlook on life. Feeling in Xing's murderous eyes, the officials were frightened and hurriedly shirked responsibility. Who? Which bastards are responsible? Give you 5 minutes to catch these responsible people quickly. I want to judge them on the spot. And Xing gritted his teeth and said. The official quickly led a small team and retreated. The scene soon became quiet. Among the family members, many family members had their eyes flickering. Among them, Antai is naturally included. And Xing turned around and looked at Songbing again. Now, do you still want to blame me for the malfunction of these surveillance cameras and fire hydrants? Songbing asked with a playful smile. And Xing bowed to Songbing and said with shame, Miracle Dr. Song, I have now concluded that someone must be causing trouble. Thank you for your timely arrival and saving the marshal's body. Otherwise, we would have no face to see the marshal. Please accept our worship. And Xing said and bowed solemnly to Songbing. If he still doubts Songbing until now, that's really not worthy of the position of leader. It only takes an hour to get here from Anja. How could Songbing bribe these people and destroy the surveillance and firefighting devices in such a short period of time? At first glance, it seems that there are insiders at work. That's right, Divine Dr. Song, please accept our worship. And Tai's eyes flickered, and he also started to worship. The other family members looked at each other and followed suit. No need to thank you. Aren't you going to be judged? You continue, I'll watch. Songbing smiled. Okay, then I'll ask Divine Dr. Song to watch. I'm stupid. If I make any mistakes, please correct me. And Xing knew that Songbing was trying to show his attitude, so he immediately expressed his humility. After all, the suspicion just now was already considered an offense. If it is really because of this matter, Songbing will be lost again. Marshall would definitely climb out of the coffin and strangle him to death. Songbing's attitude towards Xing was quite good. He didn't say anything more and just watched the show quietly. After a while, a dozen people wearing special work clothes were brought. The leader was a man in a suit. Report to the commander. We have brought all the people. This person is the person in charge. Officials reported, and Xing's cold gaze fell on the man in the suit. Are you the person in charge of monitoring these fire protection devices? The man in a suit glanced at Antai. His face immediately turned pale. He knelt down and said, Leader, please spare my life. Boss, spare my life. Spare your life? Do you know who is sealed here? Even Marshall's body. You dare to cut corners and falsify. So what else do you not dare to do when you go down to the buildings of ordinary people? How do you ask me to spare you? And Xing asked angrily. The man in the suit and the people in charge behind him knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Because Xing really got it right. It took a long time before the man in the suit dared to tremble and defend. We don't dare. We have always strictly controlled these devices in the building, and they comply with national standards. This might just be an accident this time. We are already doing our best to dispatch professionals to provide quick repairs, and we will be back to normal soon. Ha ha ha, what an accident. What a strict control and in line with national standards. And Xing laughed angrily, but he didn't expect that these people still had their own excuses and could come up with reasons when the facts were in front of them. In that case, let's lock you here, light a fire, and let it burn for 2 hours. You guys use that fire hydrant again. That so-called self-rescue fire hydrant that can't even water out or even connect to the faucet. Let's see if you can escape unexpectedly. Anqing asked in anger. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the man in the suit and the people in charge who were still thinking about reasons suddenly changed, and their brains turned pale. The rest of the people's minds also trembled. Obviously, he didn't expect Xing to come up with such a punishment method. Leader, spare your life. Sir, spare your life. We really didn't mean it. This is just a small accident. The frightened man in suit and others quickly begged for mercy and began to speak incoherently. Upon hearing this, Xing became even more angry and ordered on the spot. Drag them on, torture them severely, find out all the people involved, and put them all to this punishment. Leader, spare your life. We were wronged. Give us another chance. We promise this will never happen again next time. The man in the suit and others were forcibly dragged down. The scene became quiet again, and the family members became more and more solemn, because they suddenly realized that things seemed to be getting more and more serious. And Xing turned around, glanced at Chu Shin coldly, then looked at Song Bing and asked, "Divine Dr. Song, now I also feel that there may be something fishy about the commander's death. We kindly request you to perform an autopsy on the marshal in person." As soon as these words came out, the hearts of all the family members trembled. The fists in Tai's sleeves couldn't help but clenched. But he soon let go and followed Xing forward, sincerely requesting, "Yes, Divine Dr. Song. At first when girl Ruai said it, we thought it was her nonsense. Now it seems that things are definitely not simple. Please do another autopsy, so that we can feel at ease." After taking a deep look at the two of them, Song Bing smiled and said, "In that case, please everyone get out." Soon, everyone came to the corridor one after another, and the door was closed again. Back to the old days. However, this time the autopsy was conducted on Song Bing. It was only Song Bing. In the room, Song Bing's expression turned heavy as he looked at the coffin in front of him. Out of respect, Song Bing put on his white coat, bowed deeply, and then opened the coffin. The white cloth was lifted. Marshal An's pale, cold, yet majestic face also appeared in front of him. Song Bing didn't expect that he would be in this scene when he came back after leaving Anghua for only a month. It is a pity that the medical delivery system does not have the ability to bring people back to life. With a heavy and complicated heart, Song Bing stretched out his hand and landed on Marshal An's forehead. At the same time, he closed his eyes and began to explore carefully as his fingers moved little by little. At this moment, Song Bing's hand was like a sensing line. Ding, a dead body was detected. Death body, human being. Cause of death, poisoning. Soon, the information about Marshal An's body appeared in Song Bing's mind in detail. Under Song Bing's perception, all subtle things were invisible. After a long time, Song Bing opened his eyes, and his eyes became cold. Outside the door, Zhonglan's family members all had their own thoughts and were waiting anxiously. And Ruai also clenched her fists. It was she who asked Song Bing to come back against all the odds. It has even led to the current situation. If this autopsy is still a natural death, then everything she did before was not only meaningless, but also really unreasonable. At this time, every minute and every second is suffering for everyone. At this time, the door finally opened. Everyone looked up one after another, their eyes nervous. "How are you, Divine Dr. Song? What was the cause of the commander's death?" Everyone was waiting nervously. "Died from poisoning." Song Bing calmly glanced at everyone before finally settling on Xing and spoke calmly. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunder that exploded in everyone's minds. Half of the Zhonglan family members were trembling, and half were panicking. And Ruai's face turned pale, and she didn't feel happy at all. On the contrary, it was even more sad. Although she firmly believed that Wang Xiaoxiao would not lie to her, she felt even more painful when she learned that Marshal An had actually committed suicide. Her grandfather had spent half his life serving the country and the people. So who was so cruel as to kill him? And who was the insider? As an adjutant, Yi Tian felt as if he had been struck by lightning after hearing the news. Poisoned? How is it possible? I personally checked and found that the commander-in-chief does not contain any toxins at all. Poisoning is absolutely impossible. The first person to be uneasy was naturally Chu Shun, the chief medical examiner. "Yes, we can testify that we were all involved at the time." "Lying, you must be lying." The other judges who followed also quickly denied it. This is about their future. Song Bing looked at Chu Shin with a strange expression and asked, "You dare to question me?" Chu Shun and others were stunned for a moment before they realized that Song Bing seemed to be the miracle Dr. Song. The world recognized miracle doctor. In terms of identity, status, and medical skills, they are not worthy of carrying Song Bing's shoes. What right do they have to question it? What are they questioning? For a moment, Chu Shun and others were speechless. Song Bing ignored the clowns, looked at Xing and others again, and explained. This is a strange toxin that can penetrate through the skin and enter the human brain, then quietly take human lives without leaving a trace. Therefore, even modern top-notch medical equipment is difficult to detect. And Xing and others' faces became paler as they listened. and Tai's eyes flickered, and he took the lead to speak solemnly. Come here, quickly set up an investigation team and reinvestigate. The murderer behind this must be caught. And Xing also came to his senses and added in a cold voice. In addition, strictly inspect all major checkpoints. Until the real murderer is found, all and family members and officials at all levels are prohibited from leaving the country. After giving the instructions, he continued to look at Song Bing and said with sincere gratitude, Divine Dr. Song, if you hadn't arrived in time this time, we are truly going to be the home of sinners. You are our great benefactor. You should thank Enryi more. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't necessarily be standing here now. Song Bing glanced at Enryi meaningfully. Only then did all the family members look at Enryi. This princess of Anghua, Marshal and's true granddaughter. At first, they thought Enryi's words were nonsense. It seems now that Enryi was the only one who was awake at that time. They are the real fools. Ruai, you have worked hard these days. It is my third uncle who is stupid. And Xing stepped forward and apologized. Don't worry, Ruai, we will definitely find the real culprit and bring him justice. And Tai also stepped forward. Others followed, apologies after apologies, assurances after assurances. It's a pity that after so much, Enryi at this time is no longer the Enryi before. Apologized to Zhongnan's family. Enryi's pretty face was neither happy nor moved. Some are just firm and cold. She calmly glanced at Tai and others and assured, as the Grand Marshal's granddaughter, even if you don't avenge me, I will avenge you. Even if it costs my life, I, Enryi, will definitely find out the real culprit behind the scenes and avenge my grandfather. Zhongnan's family was briefly shocked by Enryi's suddenly unfamiliar eyes. When they looked again, they suddenly realized. Enryi seemed to have changed. She is no longer the innocent and ignorant girl she used to be. Well, you are worthy of being the handsome granddaughter. Anqing admired it sincerely. He saw the change in Enryi's character. Although he was indifferent, it was a good thing for Enryi. Dear leaders, Divine Dr. Song just said that this kind of poison cannot be detected even by advanced instruments. We can't detect it, it's only human nature. At this time, Chu Shun, who was increasingly flustered, spoke again. And Xing then looked at him and said coldly, But just now Divine Dr. Song and the others said that it was you who set the fire. Do you agree? And Tai's eyes flickered, and he immediately pulled out the gun from his waist and stepped forward. Just like Yi Tian just now, the gun was pressed against Chu Shun's head. He said angrily, Chu Shun, it's too late for you to admit it now. If you honestly tell the person behind the scenes, we can still give you a gentle punishment. Otherwise, I will kill you now. Chu Shun was frightened and trembled again. Looking at Tai's cold eyes, he quickly shook his head. No, it's not me, it's really not me. Maybe the circuit short-circuited and misfired. Even these monitoring and fire protection devices have failed, and it is normal for the circuit to be short-circuited. Seeing this scene, Song Bing took the initiative to step forward. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Song Bing held Tai's gun. Take it away from Chu Shun's head. Tai's heart trembled slightly, but when he saw it was Song Bing, he backed away. Song Bing continued to squat down, put a hand on Chu Shun's shoulder, and said calmly, The reason why you can't feel pain now is because your internal organs have been damaged, and it was caused by excessive secretion of adrenaline. As expected, you only have a few minutes left in your life. Huh? Chu Shun's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Song Bing's face in disbelief. No wonder I feel like I've been hit like this. Not only does it not hurt, I feel very energetic. Song Bing ignored the other party's fear and continued. So, as long as you tell the person behind the scenes, I can save you. It also keeps your family safe. Chu Shun's body was trembling and he was hesitant to speak. But he glanced at Tai and shook his head firmly. It's not me. It's really not me. There must be a short circuit in the circuit. Seeing this, Tai was secretly relieved. That would be a pity. Song Bing sighed, shook his head, and stood up helplessly. He gave the other party a chance. Then you can only use his method. Don't worry, Divine Dr. Song. We will continue to torture this person severely. Tai stood up and said, No need. Song Bing shook his head and continued. As for Marshallin's body, I have sent people from Dai Hospital to take it to the mental hospital for temporary storage. Do you have any objection? With Divine Dr. Song personally taking care of her, We can rest assured. And Xing immediately expressed his stance. At this time, soldiers came to report that the car from Dai Hospital had arrived downstairs. And Xing immediately ordered people to move it. I will stay in a mental hospital during this time, waiting for justice to come. Come to me anytime if you need anything. I look forward to hearing good news from you. After leaving a few words, Song Bing took in Ruoyi and Yi Tian, followed the moving team, and left decisively. As for why he chose to be sent to a mental hospital, is there any better place to be judged than there? And Ruoyi wanted to say something, but when Song Bing didn't mention it, she gritted her teeth and chose silence. Not long after Song Bing walked out, Chu Shen's face, which was originally fine, suddenly changed, and sweat was visible on his forehead. A terrible pain and suffocation rushed straight into the brain. Chu Shen immediately felt the approach of death. In an instant, he understood that Song Bing really had not lied to him. But is this too fast? In despair, he looked at Song Bing's leaving figure, stretched out his hand, and shouted, "Dr. Song, you forgot to save me. Save me. Save me." When the other forensic doctors saw this, their expressions changed slightly, and they hurried forward to treat him. Fortunately, after a tense treatment, Chu Shen still left in pain. His eyes were bloodshot and his mouth was enlarged, full of unwillingness and despair. Together with a heavily armed escort, Marshall N's body was carefully carried into the car. The leader among them was a burly young man wearing a white coat. "Brother." Suddenly, the burly young man saw Song Bing and others walking out, and he immediately stepped forward excitedly, gave Song Bing a big bear hug. "Good boy, you are becoming more and more professional." Song Bing patted Zhang Tieju's strong back and praised him. "He, I learned from Hua Laolin," Zhang Taiju said with a silly smile. "Let's go back and talk about it first," Song Bing said after looking at the equipped vehicles. "Okay." Zhang Taiju nodded and immediately got into a car with Song Bing and the others. Several high-end hospital beds left here under the escort of a professional escort team. "Divine Dr. Song, why don't you continue questioning in front of those people? Maybe the traitor may be among them." In the car, and Ruoyi couldn't help but speak, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Because at that time, she really wanted to continue questioning in Tai, Anxing and others, and even participate in the trial of these people. Seeing the traitor exposed with my own eyes, I really can't bear to leave like this. I know what you are thinking, but this fish is much bigger than you think, and the interests involved are also very complicated. So, you can only take your time. Otherwise, pushing too hard will only be counterproductive. If you believe me, just watch quietly. I will definitely make all the fish that harmed Marshall and float. Song Bing looked at Ruoyi and assured him calmly. He naturally understood what Ruoyi meant. There were so many people involved at the scene. If we continue to dig into the truth and use severe torture to extract confessions, there will definitely be soft-spoken people. But this will also push these people into a hurry and kill them all. Those who run will escape. Those who will die will die. Song Bing was naturally not afraid of this. The only thing I'm afraid of is that something will slip through the net. So to make sure these people go to hell, Song Bing just let go at that juncture. Because he wants to use the most conservative method. Judge these people. Let these people kneel down and repent for Marshall and in person. And sending someone to a mental hospital is undoubtedly the best place for trial. Then what will the Gao family do if they get the news? And Ruoyi said worriedly again. Of course she remembers it most clearly. The Gao family was the real murderer of his grandfather. Don't worry. Since they dare to do it, they will definitely expect this. It depends on their next performance. Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with cold light. If the Gao family is really the real culprit behind this incident, that Gao family will be destroyed. However, judging from the current situation, it is obvious that the Gao family can no longer look at it with normal eyes. I'm afraid it's no longer something the official army can handle. It can only be solved by him personally. Okay, Dr. Song, thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, and Ruoyi said nothing more and decided to follow Song Bing's footsteps unconditionally. And after this series of events, what reason does she have for not believing in Song Bing? Song Bing had only arrived for one short day, but things had turned around in such a big way. How could this be done in her place? By the way, introduce me to the family members, especially the two who seem to be in charge. It's been so long, and I'm still not very familiar with it. Thinking of something, Song Bing smiled and leaned back on the chair. Let me tell you. Yi Tian immediately took the initiative to stand up. As Marshal and's adjutant, he is naturally very familiar with every member of the An family. First of all, the one who helped us in Anjia is named Anxing, and he is the current military commander of Anghua. When Marshal An was alive, his military power was only under Marshal An's. Commander Anxing is an upright man with a straightforward personality, which is very similar to Marshal An, so he has always been in charge of the army and rarely comes back. This is also the reason why you, Divine Dr. Song, are attracted to him. Well, this person does have a military temperament. Song Bing nodded in agreement, then closed his eyes and said, continue. The second one is Minister Antai. Minister Antai is very good at management, whether it is political or managing troops. He even studied abroad anonymously when he was young. After returning to China, he also solved many major issues for the marshal. In view of his talent, the commander gradually entrusted him with important responsibilities. In this regard, Minister Antai has always been diligent. Gradually, he not only assumed political power second only to the commander-in-chief, but also exercised a small amount of power in the military. I have always been valued by the commander. Yi Tian told the story truthfully and did not have any bias because Antai had previously beaten him on the spot and dismissed him from his official position. So, this person is quite a talent. Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder he felt a deep sense of depth when he looked at Antai. Is it an illusion? But it doesn't matter. The bait has been thrown. I believe it will soon be clear who this big fish is. By the way, Divine Dr. Song, one more thing. And Xian is Antai's only son. Thinking of something, after hesitating for a moment, Yi Tian added, oh, and Xian is Antai's son. Song Bing opened his eyes instantly, surprise flashing in his eyes. This was something he didn't expect. But he looked at Antai and Xian. Why doesn't it look like it at all? The convoy soon drove into the long-awaited mental hospital. The familiar door plaque comes into view. Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly and found a familiar feeling. He thought he would never use it again. Unexpectedly, I would have to use it again. It's really useful here too. Upon arrival, Marshal An's body was escorted into the prepared ward by the escort team and the dye medical team. The scene was resealed and heavily guarded. When Song Bing and others got out of the car, they saw hundreds of uniformly dressed caregivers already waiting. As soon as they heard that the Dean was coming back, everyone was very happy. Hello, Dean. Welcome home, Dean. When the nurses saw Song Bing, they clapped excitedly to welcome him. Well, there weren't any problems in the mental hospital during my absence, right? Song Bing asked with a smile. Report to the director that everything is fine at the mental hospital. The patients in the mental hospital all eat and drink well. The acting dean headed by him hurriedly stepped forward and assured, well, it's okay. Hearing this, Song Bing breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, what about the immortal Qi Bing building? This time, the acting dean's expression finally changed. Song Bing saw it. That is fear. Deeply afraid. Go back to the dean. The immortal Qi hospital is also very good. It's just that the psychotic king likes to bully newcomers more and more. As soon as a new person is imprisoned, he will lead the old fritters to take turns and bully them until the next new person arrives. Every newcomer who is imprisoned will not be able to survive more than 2.5 days without a replacement. After a moment of fear, the acting dean said, you still like bullying newcomers so much? Hearing this, Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned back, looked at Enruoi and the others, and said, next, you will all live here. It's absolutely safe here. Zhou Qian, who was swollen into a pig's head, was curled up on the bed, shivering. It no longer has the majesty of the past. At this time, 2 guarding soldiers came over and opened the cell door without saying a word. Zhou Qian was instantly frightened and shouted, no, don't kill me. Don't shoot me. Don't beat me. The soldiers who opened the door were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, smiled awkwardly, and retreated silently. Zhou Qian. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. Zhou Qian, who was still howling like a ghost, trembled and quickly looked out the door again. Then he saw Antai in casual clothes, who had already appeared there at some point. Zhou Qian was stunned at first, then became excited. He quickly climbed out of bed, crawled towards Antai and begged, help. Minister, help. The commander wants to kill me. I'm just doing what you want. I really didn't offend that Song Bing. Okay, I've heard everything about you. Come with me. And Tai, who was too lazy to listen to Zhou Qian's nonsense, interrupted him. After saying that, and Tai turned around and left with his hands behind his hands. When Zhou Qian heard this, his eyes brightened slightly, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, and he hurriedly followed. Not long after, and Tai took Zhou Qian into a secret room. Zhou Qian took the initiative to close the door and knelt down again. Minister, I'm really not to blame for this. It's that Song Bing. I obviously just asked him to wait a moment while I went to inform you. Who would have thought that when he heard your name and identity, he actually dismissed it? He said he doesn't even care about Marshallin. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to make him wait? I was so angry that I said something for you. As a result, he slapped me so hard that I couldn't find my way around. Only then did he subconsciously pull out the gun. Just happened to be discovered by Commander and Xing. Zhou Qian added fuel to the fire and made up random explanations for 1 or 2 meals. Get up. And Tai frowned slightly when he heard this, turned around, and helped Zhou Qian up, and said at the same time, now that you have offended Divine Dr. Song, you can't show your face again for the time being. But I have something more important to ask you to do now. What's the matter, Minister? Please tell me. I will go up to the Sword Mountain or get off the frying pan without hesitation. Zhou Qian hurriedly vowed to do so. This is my transfer order. In the name of punishment, I will send you to the military area next to the Quanxian district to practice and reform. And Tai took out a document and handed it to Zhou Qian. Minister, I. However, upon hearing the punishment, Zhou Qian's expression changed. Idiot. Have you forgotten where Qianquan district is? The place has long been replaced by my people, and it is my last guarantee. Besides, it was right next to Song Bing's hometown. What I want is for you to take the opportunity to monitor Song Bing's parents under the pretense of being punished. Follow my orders at any time. And Tai reminded with sharp eyes. Zhou Qian, who was originally in a panic, stared for a moment before he realized what he was doing. He immediately sneered and said, Don't worry, Minister, I won't let you down. And Tai reminded, Understood. Well, go get ready and set off tomorrow. Yes. Zhou Qian left in such excitement. After settling Zhou Qian's matter, and Tai didn't stop for a moment, changed his clothes and got into a black car. Came to a certain department. Entered a secret meeting hall. At this moment, many people are already waiting here. Saw Tai coming. They stood up one after another. Among these people, there are high-ranking officials and family members. Minister, what should we do? Things are getting bigger and bigger. Dr. Song is involved. We don't know what to do. Everyone looked flustered and worried. Yes, they are supporters of Etna. In other words, they were accomplices in killing Marshallin. Otherwise, how could Tai alone be able to deal with all the consequences? Don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. No matter how severe Song's disease is, he is just a doctor. I have my own way to overcome it. And Tai comforted. And that Xing is really investigating with all his strength now. There is humanity again. Let him investigate. They are all our people anyway. I think he, who has been in the army all year round, can find out what. And Tai didn't take it seriously. But the power in Anxing's hands is huge, and it is all military power. From this incident, it seems that this person is extremely stubborn. If not solved, he will be a disaster at any time. Someone reminded, Don't worry. Wait until I finish dealing with Song Bing first, and then deal with him. Hearing this, and Tai's eyes flashed with sharpness. In fact, he has been coveting Anxing's rights for a long time. And to realize his ideals. Anxing, he must solve it. Okay, Minister Tai. In that case, we all believe in you. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to nod. Seeing the lack of passion among these people, and Tai smiled confidently and said, Thank you for your trust. I, and Tai, hereby promise that after this incident, all your bad things will be reduced to ashes. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes froze, and they were filled with passion. They quickly said again, Minister Tai, we will definitely be with you. And Tai then smiled. Why can he have such a firm hold on these people? Are these loyal people? No. On the contrary, if the bad things about these people at the scene were made public, each one of them would be a complete corrupt official. And he just needs to keep all these bad things in his hands. All he had to do was expose them at will, and it would be enough for them to be executed by the law hundreds of times. Let me ask, who among these people would dare to betray him? Next, Antai discussed with everyone in detail for an hour and finished explaining what needed to be explained. Finally, they shook hands and left one by one. Next, it was time for him to visit Songbing in person. The night is very quiet. In a villa in the mountains. Lu Ying just came out of the shower. Suddenly, a big hand hugged her from behind. Lu Ying was so frightened that she was about to scream, but an intoxicating and familiar voice came from behind her. "Baby, it's me. Do you miss me?" Lu Ying reacted and immediately covered her big mouth. She turned around and hugged Zhou Qian in surprise. "Damn you, you still know how to come." Zhou Qian, however, attached himself to Lu Ying's ears and short hair, closed his eyes and smelled it, and finally said intoxicatedly, "It still smells the same as before. I like the taste of cheese." Lu Ying smiled. "I'm really hungry." Zhou Qian also smiled evilly, picked up Lu Ying and walked to the bedroom. As a result, as soon as the two of them lay down, the phone call came, and it was from Antai. Lu Ying shushed and then hurriedly answered the call. "Hey, wife, I'm not going home tonight. Don't wait for me." Antai's voice came from the other end of the phone. "What's wrong?" "Wife, nothing. The pipe is leaking." "Oh, then find someone to fix it." "Okay. Thank you, husband. I'm so kind." In the underground laboratory, in a dark iron cage made of special metal, a tall and thin boy with long, messy hair was having his limbs chained by 5 black gold chains extending from all directions. And neck. He was motionless, as if asleep. At this time, 2 men in lab coats opened the door and watched as several other men opened the door. Carrying a basin of bloody raw meat, he walked tremblingly into the iron prison. Their steps were very light, as if they were afraid of waking up the young man who was chained in black gold. The two finally approached the boy, too exhausted to breathe. They looked at each other and gently put down the basin of raw meat. When this process was successful, both of their faces showed a rare trace of the joy of surviving the disaster. Outside the iron prison, the few people who were watching with fear could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I was actually pretending to be asleep. Are you surprised or surprised?" At this moment, a happy laughter suddenly sounded. Laughter is full of children's playfulness. However, when it fell into the ears of several experimenters, it made their hair stand on end and their pupils shrank suddenly. Especially the 2 experimenters in the iron cage. Their bodies couldn't stop shaking, and they turned around little by little. Then he saw that the young man with messy hair and sleeping with his head down had raised his head at some point. It also completely exposed his face. This is a frightening face. His face was covered with hideous scratches and scars. The nose is crooked, a piece of lip is missing, and the eyebrows are gone. It's like it's been mended. The original appearance is no longer visible. At this moment, he was smiling, but with this face, it looked like a ghost smiling. It's so scary. The 2 experimenters trembled even more. You were fooled by me." The fear of the 2 of them gave the boy great satisfaction, so he smiled even more brightly. "Run." But the 2 experimenters seized this opportunity and ran away decisively. Because they all know it. This is their only hope for life. "Hey, you still want to run? I want you to play with me." However, the young man seemed to have known for a long time and was prepared this time. Buzz. I saw one of his hands suddenly grabbing it hard, and the black gold chain that bound him straightened instantly, making a harsh sound. Bang! In a sudden instant, the indestructible black gold iron chain broke, and one of the young man's hands suddenly grabbed out as if the seal was finally released. Grabbed someone by the shoulders. His skinny fingers filled with dirty oil, like steel and iron bones, easily penetrated the man's shoulder, and the latter suddenly let out a shrill scream. Play with me quickly, come and hit me hard, hit me until it hurts, I want it to hurt." The young man put one hand through the shoulder of the captured person like a doll and hugged him over. The blood dripping from his hug was dripping with blood, but he said with expectation, "No, don't. Young master, don't kill me, don't kill me." The people who were caught were in agony and were frightened to death. "Don't cry, come play with me." "Wah! I hurt so much." Suddenly, the smile on the young man's face suddenly disappeared, and he instantly became manic and angry. I told you to hit me. Hit me quickly, like this, like this. The young man said bloodthirsty and started to demonstrate directly. He pulled with both hands and tore off the opponent's arm. Then the other arm. Then there are the feet. The more the boy pulled, the more excited he became, as if he were dismembering a doll. Just like that, he played the man to death. It turned into a pile of minced meat. Outside the door, another person who escaped had already collapsed to the ground in fear. Even Pete. Quick, quick, go and inform the eldest lady and the young master. The rest of the people reacted, quickly closed the iron door, and ran to report the incident. In the iron prison, the boy who had finished tearing people apart was once again very satisfied. But after being happy, I looked at the naked people outside the iron gate. It soon became boring again. It's not fun, it's not fun, it's not fun at all, the young man said and began to struggle wildly, and the remaining 4 black gold chains tightened instantly. It seemed like it might break at any moment. Fortunately, Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie finally arrived in a hurry soon. When they saw the cage full of minced meat and blood, as well as a broken black gold chain, their expressions changed. They all said in unison, "Third brother, stop." Eldest sister, second brother. But seeing the two of them, the originally crazy young man miraculously calmed down. The tight chains were finally loosened. Seeing this, Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie breathed a sigh of relief. "Long Jia, what are you doing? Why are you killing people again?" Gao Xingjie then frowned and asked, "Second brother, I want to fight, but no one is playing with me. I don't want to stay here anymore. I'm so bored. These people can't help but play. If I pinch them, they can't stand it anymore. Can you let me out? I'm going to find someone better to play with." As Gao Longjia spoke, he kicked the scraps of meat under his feet. Seeing this, Gao Ling stepped forward and said with a smile, "Long Jia, just stay here. In a few days, my sister will find someone for you. He can definitely play with you." "Really? Is he going to resist being beaten? He won't be like these people, who will break into pieces after being pinched, right?" Gao Longjia's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he suddenly became excited again. "Of course not. This guy is so powerful. He must be able to withstand beatings." Gao Ling smiled softly. "Then can he hurt me?" Gao Longjia asked again. "Of course, he will meet all your requirements. But before that, you have to be obedient and don't lose your temper anymore, and don't do any damage. Otherwise, if my sister is angry, she won't find it for you." Gao Ling follows the path of good temptation. Okay, sister, I will listen to you, and I will be good." Gao Longjia quickly assured. "Kiki, this is my sister's good brother. Come on, eat your food first. My sister and your second brother carefully made this for you." Gao Ling smiled. Yeah, okay, I'll eat it now." As Gao Longjia said that, he quickly climbed to the ground, faced the basin of raw meat, and started to devour it. No use of hands either. Like a dog. Keep watching. If anything happens, let us know at any time. Gao Ling glanced at the several experimenters beside him, and then left here with Gao Xingjie. "Bah, what a monster. Why do we have such a weird brother?" On the way back, Gao Xingjie complained with disgust on his face. "Long Jia is a bit naughty, but I still like this good brother very much." Gao Ling smiled. "This thing is only suitable for raising as a beast." Gao Xingjie sneered. From the bottom of his heart, he never regarded Gao Longjia as a human being. "Not to mention my younger brother. I heard that Song Bing has returned. Now, our good brother can finally play his best role." Gao Ling smiled. "This freak is so scary. I'm really afraid that he will tear Song Bing into pieces, and then there will be no research value." Gao Xingjie also laughed. Immortal Qi disease building. In a familiar and fairy-like environment. The screams of pain were gone. Instead, there was laughter. In a corner, 2 minions were punching each other. "Howdy, brothers. 666. Ha ha ha. You win. Open your mouth quickly." Uffed. That's right. The 2 of them were gambling on shit. Another corner. Ha ha ha. A minion is using his bad breath and armpits to draw pictures on the wall. Another corner. A group of minions are gathering together to compete with Guitai Qigong. The whole fairy spirit embraces me. They are all such warm and lovely scenes. Be it the surviving keyboard warriors, internet trolls, or unscrupulous reporters of the past. Under Xian's influence, they were completely healed. Became the spiritual minion he is today. Center of the hall. And Xian, who was already unshaven, sat on the chair. wearing a psychiatric suit, holding a booger in one hand. The other hand clasps the foot. Occasionally, I tilt my butt and fart. Beside Xian, there were several veteran-level spiritual men who were giving Xian a loyal squeeze on his shoulders. Looking at the current prosperous scene, Xian is still very proud. This is the country he cultivated. These minions are all cultivated people. He only needs to give an order, and these people will obey him. Who dares to resist? Directly kill Lien Jufi. But after the pride, Xian's eyes became lonely again, because he discovered that Boss Song had not sent him new untouchables for a long time. As a result, his dragon farts, dragon bad breath, and dragon body odor can only be wasted every day. Every day, he could only look at this prosperous scene. I missed the domineering scene when I nurtured those untouchables. Think about those days. An iron horse, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. Hey, Boss Song, when will you send me more untouchables? And Xian said to himself, Your Majesty, who is Boss Song? A big yellow man who was massaging next to him asked with a wise smile. When he smiles, he has big yellow teeth. Boss Song is the boss who is bigger than me. It's the god in the sky. You all have to pay homage when you see me, you know? And Xian thought for a while and answered, under Song Bing's careful training. And Xian's offer Song Bing was engraved in his bones. The big yellow man said with admiration, That's necessary. I've heard it before, my dear fellow. And Xian said seriously, Wow, long live the king. Uft. In a room, Song Bing watched everything that happened in the immortal Qi Bing building through the surveillance camera, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He initially transformed Xian into this. The original intention is just to cultivate some merit. In the end, I saw that it was comparable to the Minister of Justice, so I continued to improve it and use it to punish these keyboard warriors. As a result, I never expected that it would evolve independently and improve into this scene. This Xian not only turned these keyboard warriors into psychopaths, and he became his loyal people, it is equivalent to him creating King Anshuan. And Xian has created so many loyal minions. Hey, Sin. Song Bing turned off the surveillance screen and felt a wave of self-forgiveness. Divine Dr. Song, Minister and Tai is here. At this moment, Yi Tian's announcement sounded outside the door. Oh, so soon? Coming all night. Song Bing was stunned. He thought he would have to wait at least a few days. In a living room. And Tai, who was wearing a suit, was already waiting here, with several entourages standing behind him. In addition, the center of the living room is also filled with a pile of gifts. Minister and Tai, you came here in the middle of the night. Did you find the murderer of Marshallin? Song Bing came over with a smile. The first time I saw Tai, many of the ideas in my mind have already been determined. Because Tai was infected with the infectious disease he had just sent to Zhou Qian during the day. This is a very special converging infectious disease. The infection method is very unique, just like the disease delivery method of Song Dynasty. It only takes skin-to-skin contact to cause infection. The onset period is usually 2 to 3 days. Of course, it could be quicker, like full skin-to-skin contact. It's like the full absorption of flu. Likewise, this infectious disease has no cure except Song disease, because it was fused by Song Bing when he was bored. Ever since I had the incredible twin kidneys. No matter what happens, Song Bing likes to use the fusion of various diseases to play, just like a chemist pouring various reagents together to combine them to study poison. The only difference is that the disease studied in Song Dynasty is. Seeing Song Bing, and Tai immediately stepped forward with a kind smile and took the initiative to shake hands with Song Bing warmly. Then he smiled and said, Haha, Divine Dr. Song, I came to disturb you late at night, mainly because I thought that you had just come back and were coming back here again, so you might not be well prepared. I specially brought you some food and supplies. Song Bing glanced at the pile of gifts on display and said with a meaningful smile, Minister Antai is really thoughtful. He still thought of me in the middle of the night. You have made so many contributions to our Anghua. Antai complimented. So, Minister Antai came here just to give me a gift? Song Bing, who was too lazy to listen to nonsense, asked directly. Actually, there is another point. After the commander-in-chief left, all his duties now fall on me. You are the person that the marshal valued most during his lifetime. That's why I took the liberty of coming here, mainly because I want to get to know you better. I hope you can provide more support and help. From now on, I will respect you like a commander-in-chief. There is something in Entai's words. One is to clarify his current power. He is already the new Marshal, holding great power. Secondly, he secretly told Song Bing that as long as he supported him, he would give Song Bing the same rights as Marshal. Don't you hate me? Didn't I cure your son Anchuan? Seeing that the other party still liked to continue these official affairs, Song Bing continued to ask directly. As expected, Entai's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered with a trace of resentment. But soon, he covered it up perfectly and said with a smile, Dr. Song is just joking. I, Entai, am not an unreasonable person, and Xian deserved his fate. My thoughts have been sent to you, and I believe you have received them. You are a smart person and will definitely make smart choices. I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to continue to investigate the murderer. After saying that, Entai left with a smile and looked at Entai's leaving figure. Song Bing did not stop him, but it is already very certain that this Entai must be related to the death of Marshal. The other party could come so late to win over him after what happened during the day. He was even infected with an infectious disease. This means that before coming to see him, he must have gone to see the imprisoned Zhou Qian. These are enough to explain everything. As for knowing that it was Entai, why didn't Song Bing just take action directly? That's because the time is not yet ripe. Just like what Entai said just now. No matter what, he is just a doctor. Now that Marshal is gone, his rights are gone. Don't look at the respect those and family members have for him. That was just because of his status as a miracle doctor and Marshal N's instructions during his lifetime. If it comes to an important political decision, affect interests, they won't take advantage of you again. So how do you get right status? How can we truly make all the N family and the Gao family truly awe? Very simple. Wait for the infectious disease to spread. Wait for the entire Anjia, and those high-ranking officials will fall ill. Then Song Bing would have the right to speak. When the time comes to speak, you must listen to everything you say. Listen to what you say. By then, all the fish will have white bellies. Song Bing can be picked out one by one. Who can run? To prevent people from running away. Song's disease simply dealt with this infectious disease. The N family and senior officials were all thrown into the dumps. After Entai finished everything, he returned to the villa. Husband, are you back? Lu Ying sat up from the bed, pretending nothing happened, and smiled. Honey, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red. But Entai saw something was wrong the first time he looked at Lu Ying and hurriedly stepped forward to take a look. He immediately frowned. Why are you so horny? Lu Ying's eyes were a little dodgeful, and then she changed the subject and said, How are things going? I heard that Dr. Song was very troublesome. He even found out that Marshal was a homicide. That guy's medical skills are really terrifying. He can detect things that even instruments can't detect. And Tai had to admit, What should I do? Will it affect you? Lu Ying suddenly became worried. Don't worry. No matter how powerful he is just a doctor. This is his only role. The power is always in my hands. And Tai sneered. Now he is Marshal. So, you've already arranged everything? Lu Ying heard the implication. That's natural. And Tai smiled confidently. Since we've been discovered, let's just find a scapegoat to take over the assassination of that old guy. And I've used all the buried pieces tonight. Now, I have people in every major official department in Andu. After a day or two, when the time is right, I can use this scapegoat. Get rid of all your troubles once and for all, successfully taking over the country in one fell swoop. And Tai's eyes were full of ambition at this moment. Then Song's disease will be resolved on that day. Lu Ying's eyes brightened slightly. Then it depends on his choice? And Tai sneered. I paid a special visit to him tonight and expressed some thoughts to him. If he was smart, he would have chosen to take sides that day. I could consider sparing his life and serving me. If he doesn't know what's right and insists on going against me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Humph, why are you keeping him? He has done this to our son. If you ask me, just chop this bastard into pieces and feed it to the fish, and it will be over. There are so many doctors in the world, and he is one of them. Lu Ying said unhappy. I always hated Song Bing. Don't worry. Even if he lives, I will make his life worse than death. And Tai smiled. That's pretty much it. Lu Ying suddenly felt better, fell into Tai's arms, and said with great expectation, On that day, our family of 3 will be reunited. Time flies, and 2 days passed by in a flash. During these 2 days, the family and officials from various ministries are still busy looking for the real culprit. Of course, there is much more busyness behind the scenes than on the surface. It can be described as a hearty undercurrent. And in such a hearty surge, infectious diseases also infected everyone smoothly. Of course, no one knew. Occasionally, a few people showed early symptoms of fever, but they ignored them. However, one of them has reached the middle stage of the disease. I couldn't get out of bed completely. No amount of medicine can reduce the fever. No need to doubt. This person is Lu Ying, who is deeply infected. It's not like she got infected early, mainly because her infection was so deep and so comprehensive. However, Lu Ying's illness did not alarm Antai at all. On this night, his plan was carried out as promised. Sent to a mental hospital. In the past 2 days, Antai still sent people to ask for help. Even stayed in a mental hospital. It seems to be protecting Song Bing, but it is actually a form of surveillance. Song Bing was naturally indifferent to this. Let it develop. In the courtyard, Song Bing and others were having dinner. At this time, a soldier came to report, Dr. Song, Minister and Tai and the others have found the real culprit and would like to invite you to Anjia. As soon as these words came out, Yi Tian and Enrui's eyes narrowed slightly while they were eating. A little more expectation. Oh, so fast. Then lead the way. Song Bing was slightly stunned, but still smiled. In this way, after 2 days, Song Bing and Enrui returned to An's house overnight. At this time, the An family was more strict than before. There were obviously more people patrolling the area. Going deeper, Song Bing also saw many people lurking in the dark. Now, there is something good to watch. Soon, under the leadership of the soldiers, Song Bing and others were taken to a solemn hall deep inside the An family. At this moment, the hall was already filled with Anjia's core staff and many officials. Everyone waited solemnly. Seeing Song Bing's arrival, and Tai also stepped forward enthusiastically. What's surprising is that An Xing is not here. Haha. Commander An Xing is dealing with some things and doesn't have time to come. He saw something, and Tai took the initiative to explain. Really? Song Bing smiled slightly, and then asked with pretense of expectation. I heard that the real murderer of Marshall An was found. Yes, after day and night investigation by various departments, the murderer and the people behind the scenes were captured. This time I invite you and Zoe to come, so that you can watch the Marshall's revenge be avenged. So reassuring. And Tai said with a smile, and looked at Enrui meaningfully. Very good. Then let's see what the beast who killed Marshall An looks like. Song Bing sat down on his seat with some intention. Then, as everyone waited, several figures came to the hall escorted by 2 rows of gun-wielding soldiers. There are clearly visible scars on these people. As soon as he arrived, he was pressed to the ground by the soldiers. Are these people the real culprits who killed Marshall An? That's right. The evidence is all there, and they all admitted it themselves. It seems that the Commander-in-Chief's previous anti-corruption campaign harmed the interests of these capitals, which led to the revenge of these people. These are the remnants of capital. God damn it. These murderers deserve to die. Everyone at the scene immediately started talking. In the end, he even cursed angrily. Not many people doubted it. After all, there is sufficient evidence. At this time, Tai also walked out under the witness of Zhong An's family and officials. He looked at the crowd, pointed at these criminals, and said indignantly, Everyone, these criminals are the murderers we have not slept for 2 days and 2 nights to track down and capture. Even after the commander's death, the fire was plotted by these people. We've found all the evidence. And Tai said, stepping forward to identify and pronounce the verdict one by one, specifying the identity of a certain criminal and the role he played in the assassination of Marshall An. Everyone spoke clearly and logically, incredibly detailed. Every time the verdict was pronounced, it was greeted with applause. On the seat, Enrui saw that none of these people were members of the Gao family. Suddenly her pretty face turned cold, and she knew it must be fake. Sitting in his seat, Song Bing looked at Tai's generous, sad, and indignant mood, and the senior officials who actively cooperated. It actually looks a bit like Zhao Gao from ancient times. Calling a deer a horse, right? Like to play like this. Then he will have to play tomorrow. Finally, Tai pronounced his verdict in a cold voice. Don't forget to take a look at Song Bing. These so-called criminals were also taken away one after another after a quick appearance. It seemed like it was just a formality. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Minister Ontai. Now Marshal N's grievances can finally be washed away. Many people immediately joined in the applause. Everyone. Now the commander's murderer has been found, and the commander's funeral has been confirmed and will be held in 10 days. But before that, there are still many state affairs that need to be dealt with. I hope everyone will cooperate with me and govern this country well in the future. We must not let the commander-in-chief down. Ontai took the opportunity and said, "Don't worry, Minister Ontai. We will definitely support you. Yes, your ability is obvious to all. We believe you." Many people quickly agreed again. Wait a minute, these are not murderers at all. While everyone was clapping and applauding, and Ruai finally couldn't help but stand up. Another familiar word broke the beautiful atmosphere. Song Bing did not stop this. At this moment, and Ruai really needs to stand up and stir up trouble. As soon as these words came out, the originally joyful scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Ruai, their eyes flickering, and they said nothing. Ontai's originally smiling face also flashed with resentment at this moment. But he quickly recovered his smile, looked at Ruai, and said, "Ruai, what do you mean? These murderers were tracked down day and night by the second uncle, third uncle, and various departments. The evidence is complete. How can it be false?" "Yes, Princess, you are young and ignorant. You must not understand this kind of complexity. After examination by various ministries, these people are indeed the murderers who framed the commander-in-chief." Many people also echoed this. It is also a statement of position. Murder? Evidence. At first I thought you were just ignorant. Now it seems that you are pretending to be ignorant. Do you even dare to fool around with such a thing? Haha, second uncle, you really surprised me. And Ruai mocked mercilessly, and her eyes finally fell on Ontai. Thinking about all the previous things, at this moment, no matter how stupid she was, she still sensed something. "Zoe, do you know what you are talking about?" Looking at Ruai, Ontai's eyes narrowed. "I know very well that these are not murderers. The murderers are related to the Gao family, and among these people, there is no Gao family." And Ruai looked directly at Ontai and said without fear. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Especially Ontai, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He didn't expect that Ruai even knew this. Did Song Bing also know about it? Now he regrets it a little. He should have solved this scourge at that time. Ontai turned his head and looked at Song Bing. He was thinking, was it Song Bing who ordered Ruai to step forward this time? Seeing Ontai looking at him, Song Bing also stood up and said with a smile, "Minister Ontai, since the princess said so, why not investigate the Gao family?" Ontai's heart sank immediately. Not only him, but also many officials had the same expression. But soon, Ontai regained his normal expression and said, "Song Doctor, in fact, we have also investigated the Gao family, but this matter has nothing to do with the Gao family. The real murderers are indeed those people just now." "Really? Are there any investigation records?" Song Bing asked with a smile. The smile on Ontai's face froze, and he took the initiative to come to Song Bing's side and reminded him softly, "Song Shini, as the saying goes, no matter what your status, you do what you do. As a national doctor, you should be responsible for the national medical affairs. As for managing these state affairs, let us manage them. If you cross the line, it's easy to cause trouble." Yes, Divine Dr. Song has his own order of learning and specialization in his art. You are a miracle doctor and are proficient in treating diseases and saving people, but you may not necessarily understand these things. You'd better not get involved in this matter. Otherwise, it will ruin your reputation as a miracle doctor. Many people saw this and quickly laughed and agreed. The implication is that Song Bing is just a doctor and has no status to care about this. Okay, I'm just a doctor, so I'm really not qualified to care about this. Now that you have said so, I will trouble you. I just hope that you really have a clear conscience. Otherwise, the commander-in-chief will really die with his eyes open." Seeing this, Song Bing smiled and took note of these people. And Ruai wanted to say something else, but Song Bing secretly stopped her. "Come here, take Divine Dr. Song and the princess down to entertain them." Seeing that Song Bing was weak, Ontai smiled with satisfaction. "There is no need to entertain. I will continue to study medicine in a mental hospital." Farewell, everyone. Come and sit down often when you have time. Song Bing declined with a smile and left directly with Ruoi and Yi Tian. Countless pairs of eyes stared intently in the darkness. And Tai also watched with narrowed eyes. He felt the resistance of Song Bing and others. If that's the case, don't blame him for being ruthless. He decided to start placing Song Bing under house arrest tomorrow. As for Ruoi and Yi Tian, these two people must die. So, Antai continued his deployment plan. A lot happened this night. Anqing was led away. Antai used its existing identity to deploy aggressively, gradually consolidated his position. After being busy until late at night, Tai returned home. Ouch, I'm so tired. Luing was still lying on the bed and fussing. He looked extremely haggard. What's going on? Tai looked at the doctor in charge of taking care of him and frowned slightly. Minister, I don't know why. Even though we gave Madam a lot of medicine, the fever couldn't be reduced. The doctor in charge was also confused. Husband, you're back. My fever is so bad. I'm going to die. I feel so weak and sweating all the time. Luing was extremely weak. Then he thought of something and hurriedly said, why don't we quarrel with that Song Bing first and let him cure me first? I can't stand it anymore. It was her sudden illness that made her realize the importance of Song's illness. I have already made plans to take action against Song Bing tomorrow. You probably have a common cold. I'll just ask some foreign Western doctors to take a look at you tomorrow. And Tai reached out and touched Lu Ying's hot forehead and comforted her. But I can't stand it anymore. It's so uncomfortable. Luing looked pained. It's not that she's being pretentious. It's this fever that really makes her uncomfortable. This person has a strong character and will definitely resist during the house arrest. Just bear with it. For the sake of our son. And Tai continued to comfort. Thinking of Xian, Luing gritted her teeth and said, wait until Song Bing's bones are really smoothed. Treatment can be done at that time. Other side. Divine Dr. Song, I suspect that there must be something wrong with my second uncle and Tai. When I first suggested that my grandfather was murdered, he was the one who tried his best to stop me. The same is true now. I even suspected that he was colluding with the Gao family. On the way back in the car, Ruai gritted her teeth and expressed her thoughts. Yi Tian, who was driving, couldn't help but his eyes trembled. Today, Antai is serving as Marshal. If there is a problem, then what? Don't worry. We will know who is good and who is bad tomorrow. Song Bing smiled mysteriously. The two were confused. Returning to the mental hospital, several soldiers immediately closed the door and said, don't go out anymore. It's very dangerous outside. You want to put us under house arrest. Yi Tian's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the closed door and instantly understood something. He didn't expect Tai to move so quickly. Adjutant Yi is joking. We are just ordered to protect your safety. From now on, as long as you don't go out, nothing can be said. The officer in charge continued to evade the question with a smile. Should we go sideways? Ruai's beautiful eyes turned slightly cold. She had also seen through it. Princess, we are also following orders. Please don't embarrass us. The officer remained steadfast. You bunch of bastards. Ruai still wanted to resist, but was stopped by Song Bing. She looked at the soldiers and smiled and said, okay, we won't go anywhere in the future. Thank you, Minister Antai, for your hard work. It's true that Divine Dr. Song is a sensible person. We will definitely tell him. The officer then smiled. After Song Bing left with Ruai and Yi Tian, the smile on the officer's face disappeared. Lung Bing ordered. According to the order of the minister, guard every corner. If anyone is found out, force can be used. Yes. Early the next morning, Antai originally set the alarm clock. We intend to continue with the plans and deployments from last night. As a result, the alarm clock rang. However, he felt hot, weak, and dizzy. I can't even open my eyes. Cough, cough, cough. What's wrong with me? Tai forced himself to lean on the bed. Glancing at Luing next to her, she was still moaning weakly. Could it be infected? Tai suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly called the doctor. 10 minutes later, in the living room of the villa, Tai sat on the sofa with a fever-reducing patch on his head. The doctor who arrived looked solemn and said, Minister, you seem to have a fever too, and your symptoms are exactly the same as my wife's. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Tai felt bad. Actually infected? But he still has important things to do today. And this juncture is very critical to him. How can one get sick? and Tai immediately gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up. As a result, when he was halfway up, he felt a sense of dizziness. His brain was twitching, and his whole body was burning, and he was delirious. At this moment, he finally experienced Lu Ying's pain. "Minister, your condition seems to be a bit serious. You may need to rest and be unable to work," the doctor suggested. "Just rest your ass." And Tai's face darkened slightly, and he tried for the second time, but this time he fell to the ground. "Minister." The doctor was immediately frightened and ran up to help him, and Tai was helped up, but he didn't even have the strength. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Send me to the hospital." In this way, Tai and Lu Ying were carried into the ambulance and headed to the hospital. In fact, it's not just Etna. Early in the morning, many and family members and officials also showed the same symptoms. After getting no relief, he was admitted to the hospital. Inside a VIP ward in the hospital, Antai finally got the bottle. At the same time, various messages were sent from the mobile phone. He resisted the headache and picked it up to see that it was from many of his subordinates. And the message is pretty much the same. "Take time off if you have a cold. Trash, a bunch of trash. Just ask for leave if you get a little sick. Cough, cough, cough." And Tai's face darkened and he cursed in a low voice, but he coughed first. But suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Why were so many people sick? "A husband, I can't stand it anymore. Where's the foreign doctor you hired? Help me quickly. I feel really uncomfortable. How about we ask divine Dr. Song to treat me?" "You." At this time, Lu Ying, who was in the hospital bed next to her, vomited in pain. "It looks like we've reached the later stages." And Tai's face darkened, and he pressed the call button. But he still said forcefully, "The doctor just said that this is just a kind of influenza, which can be easily cured. You can bear with it any longer." Last night, he ordered the mental hospital where the patient was sent to be sealed off. Song Bing and others were placed under house arrest. These are critical times. He wanted Song Bing to be afraid. Feel his majesty and status. When we meet again, Song Bing can take the initiative to surrender. If you lower your profile and seek medical treatment now, doesn't it elevate Song Bing's status? And just for a little flu, there is absolutely no need. After a long time, a group of doctors with strict protection hurriedly arrived. "What took you so long?" "Ahem," and Tai said displeased. "I'm sorry, Minister. Many leaders came to the hospital and all showed similar symptoms to you and your wife." The attending doctor explained and ordered someone to push Lu Ying to the emergency room for rescue. And Tai's whole body was like a thunderbolt. He quickly asked, "Are you saying that other leaders also suffer from the same flu disease as us?" "Yes, and there is still a steady stream of leaders coming to the hospital. Preliminary diagnosis shows that this type of influenza is highly contagious through contact." The attending physician replied solemnly. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly took out his mobile phone and sent messages to inquire one by one. The resulting news sent chills down his spine. Almost all of his men were hospitalized with similar flu. Many of them are even in this hospital with him. In an instant, his whole body felt bad. But at this moment, a soldier came over and reported, "Minister, it's not good. Many people in various departments have symptoms of fever and fatigue. Cough, cough, cough." During the reporting period, the soldier also looked pale and coughed. "He's also been tricked. Quick, check him in," the sharp-eyed attending doctor said with a glance. The soldier who reported the report was immediately pushed down. At this moment, his mind went blank. How could everyone suddenly be infected with the flu? Could it be that he got the infection from Lu Ying and then passed it on to other people? Where did Lu Ying get the infection? What kind of disease is this? Why is it the same as an infectious disease? Cough, cough, cough. After reacting, Tai quickly looked at the attending doctor and asked, "It's not clear yet, but at this point, it may be a new type of influenza virus that spreads very quickly. We are working on it." The attending doctor said, "When can we research it?" And Tai became nervous instantly. "I don't dare to take this disease lightly anymore." Because he still hasn't felt any sign of his high fever subsiding even after taking the 4-bottle. We can't guarantee it. But I heard that Divine Dr. Song has returned to China. If the minister wants quick results, he can ask Divine Dr. Song to come and take a look. With his medical skills, I believe he will be able to find the cause and cure it soon. The attending doctor suggested. Maybe Song Bing has little status in the political world, but in today's medical world, that is definitely the king of perfection. It has even become a synonym for incurable diseases and stubborn patients. Many doctors habitually think of Dr. Song Bing. And Tai was also stunned and thought of Song Bing again. Now seriously ill, he also deeply felt the importance of Song Bing. At first, he even debated whether to kill Song Bing to avoid future troubles. Now it seems that this person must not be killed. However, it is not suitable to go to Song Bing now. So, and Tai had no choice but to grit his teeth and said, "You should study quickly. If you cure it, I will reward you heavily." He decided not to use Song Bing. Overnight, all the officials, headed by Njia, fell ill for no apparent reason. All major official hospitals are already crowded. A feverish fever. Cough, cough. Many experts quickly came to conclusions. This could be a terrible flu. Isolation was quickly launched immediately. All these leaders were quarantined in the hospital. This prevented more terrible spread. But afterwards, experts were confused, because they found that those infected were almost all major officials and leaders. Everyone infected is either a powerful person or a first-level official. It seems like this flu can also pick people, especially those who look rich and wealthy. Do not infect poor people. This is strange, but the blame remains. The experts were still very energetic and hurriedly devoted themselves to research on conquering this kind of influenza. After all, these leaders are all high-ranking officials. If something happened to them all, it would be a disaster. And Entai also personally ordered that if they can quickly overcome this disease, they will be promoted heavily. This is a great temptation. So every expert researched almost day and night, just to become famous. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The more they studied, the more bizarre they found the flu. Like a cold, it's contagious and weird. The fever persists and doesn't go away, with no pattern at all. No medicine works. There are even many bold experts who have done research and got themselves involved in it. The remaining experts finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Hurry and go find Entai to report. In the VIP ward, Entai suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, and a high fever that would not go away. The condition has reached the middle stage. During the high fevers, he seemed to see Tai Nai waving to him. At this time, several experts also came. And Tai, who rolled his eyes, brightened up, grasped the hope, and quickly asked, "How is it? Has the research found any medicine?" Return to the minister. "No, we are here to ask you to ask Divine Dr. Song to come out. This disease is so weird that no one in the world today except Divine Dr. Song can find the cause." Several experts said weakly. They also want to take the credit. However, the strength does not allow it. Trash. I gave you so many days and made us suffer for so long, just to give you this surprise. Everything is Song's disease, so what's the point of the country supporting you? And Tai was furious. I thought it was good news, but it turned out to be really good news. I'm sorry, Minister Entai. It was difficult for several experts to refute, so they had to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Where is Dr. Su? Let him come to see me. Unwilling to be reconciled, and Tai continued angrily. Dr. Su and others are also infected and are now in the intensive care unit. Several experts tell the truth. Minister Entai, if you can give me another 10 days, I will definitely develop an antidote. At this time, an ambitious expert said confidently. And Tai came back to his senses, looked at the expert, and twitched the corner of his mouth. He was having a hard time every minute now. How can I wait 10 days? But when he thought about not having to ask Song Bing for help, he was a little excited again. Can you guarantee that Toka will develop an effective medicine? And Tai looked at the expert and asked coldly, I guarantee my future. If I can't find an antidote in 10 days, I'll leave it to you. The expert's eyes brightened slightly, and he said more confidently. He really didn't want to give up this rare opportunity. Only then did he bravely stand up. Risk everything, including in Tai's life. Minister Entai, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. This disease is really weird. It obviously has symptoms of flu, but it's more like a terrible plague. We suggest that we ask Dr. Song to come out as soon as possible. Now many leaders have been sent to the intensive care unit, and even their wives are in critical condition in the intensive care unit. If the delay continues, let alone 10 days, I am afraid that within 5 days, her life will be in danger. Just when Entai was hesitating, several experts with good conscience hurriedly stood up and spoke righteously. And these words finally brought Entai back to reality. Now he feels worse than death every day. If he waits another 10 days, he will probably be dead. At that time, when the person is gone, his great cause and ideals will be of no use. Think of this. And Tai's face changed slightly, his heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, "That's right. Go and ask divine Dr. Song to treat the disease." Sent to a mental hospital. In the yard, Song Bing was leisurely reading a book, and Ruai and Yi Tian hurriedly came to report. "Dr. Song, we just received news that Antai seems to be ill and hospitalized." "No, it's not just Antai. It seems that many people are sick and hospitalized." "Oh, about how long?" Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. "Like 2 or 3 days." Yi Tian thought for a while and said, "That should be soon. If someone comes to see me later, just say I'm sick." Song Bing said, and under the confused gazes of Ruai and Yi Tian, he closed the book and walked into the room. As soon as Song Bing left, a nurse came to report. "Princess, someone came to see Dr. Song and asked him to see a doctor." And Ruai and Yi Tian were slightly stunned, but still said, "Let them come in." After a while, a group of experts hurried over. Seeing Ruai, the experts hurriedly said, "Princess, it's not good. Minister Antai and the others are seriously ill and in critical condition. We are here to ask divine Dr. Song to treat them." And Ruai and Yi Tian looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. "Nonsense. There is nothing wrong with this. This is great. You may have to run away in vain. Divine Dr. Song is also sick." And Ruai immediately regained her coolness and said according to Song Bing's wishes. "Sick? Dr. Song Shan is sick?" For a moment, several experts were stunned. This was something they didn't expect. Will the mighty Dr. Song get sick? Haha. Princess, stop making fun of us. We came here in person to ask for Dr. Song on the order of Minister Antai. Now Minister Etna and many leaders are suffering from a terrible flu. The situation is not optimistic. Now I'm afraid only divine Dr. Song can save him. For the sake of Ongwa's future, let's ask the princess to take us to find Dr. Song. One of the experts who reacted laughed. "I told you that divine Dr. Song is also sick. If you don't believe it, I will take you to have a look." And Ruai didn't say anything more and led a few people directly to Song Bing's room. I saw Song Bing lying on the bed. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing the visitor, Song Bing immediately started coughing violently in cooperation. He looked like he was terminally ill. Seeing Song Bing's tragic situation at this moment, the faces of the experts also changed. Really sick? And Ruai and Yi Tian's eyes also changed. Because at this moment Song Bing is pretending. No matter the expression, it is simply penetrating. Divine Dr. Song, Minister Antai and others are critically ill. I beg you to go and have a look. Several experts still explain their intentions. I have heard about their disease, and if my guess is correct, it is the same as the disease I contracted. Persistent fever, coughing and vomiting, cough, cough, cough. Song Bing said weakly, coughed violently, and continued. Unfortunately, I am also infected with this disease. And I can tell you clearly that this disease is not a flu, but a terrible plague. Once infected, death is certain. At least I haven't found the cause yet. Do you look at me like I'm joking? Ahem, Song Bing said, and started coughing again. The cough made all the experts feel trembling. After taking a closer look, I discovered that the symptoms of Song Bing were indeed very similar to those of Antai and others. For a moment, they were silent. He even subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. They didn't expect that Song Bing would actually get sick. What's more, I didn't expect that I still had the same disease. Then how could Song Bing take action? Dr. Song, what should we do? You have to think of a solution. Minister Antai and many leaders have been infected with this disease. If we can't recover, then our country will be doomed. The next second, all the experts suddenly knelt down. At this moment, they finally panicked. I'm also working hard on antidotes, but this infectious disease is too scary. I'm not sure when it will work. For now, all you have to do is isolate the infected people as soon as possible. In addition, go back and tell Antai and the others to prepare for the funeral as soon as possible in case of emergencies. If I really fail in the end, it won't cause chaos to Ongwa. Song Bing said helplessly. The brains of all the experts said went blank. And Ruai and Yi Tian watched Song Bing's deception. His eyes kept flickering, but he cooperated and didn't say much. Miracle Dr. Song, you must work hard. You are a miracle doctor. Minister Ontai and the others are counting on you. In desperation, the experts had no choice but to return empty-handed. Go back and report quickly. What can be done? Song Bing was infected. After the experts left, Song Bing returned to normal in a second and got up from the bed as if nothing had happened. Pour yourself a glass of water. And Ruoi and Yi Tian looked on with admiration on their faces. Dr. Song, is this your plan? Yi Tian couldn't help but ask, even more respectfully. Although I don't know how Song Bing did it. But it seems that from beginning to end, all this is in Song Bing's hands. I'm just a doctor, so naturally I can only help you in a doctor's way. Song Bing smiled calmly. Then what do we need to do? And Ruoi, who also vaguely understood, said with bright eyes. Not yet, but you should prepare yourself. You will probably be very busy soon. Song Bing looked at the little princess with a smile. The show is about to begin. At the same time, a group of experts came to Entai's ward immediately after returning empty-handed. I invited you here so quickly. Hurry, let Song Bing come and cure me first. Seeing the experts, Entai's eyes brightened slightly, and he hurriedly said with expectation. In his opinion, the reason why he didn't want to use Song Bing before was because he didn't want to give Song Bing face. Therefore, even if it was needed now, with his order, he believed that if Song Bing was a smart person, he would come to treat them obediently. However, what disappointed him was that under his expectant gaze, the experts looked downcast and shook their heads. Entai's eyes suddenly darkened. Song Bing didn't come? Yes. One expert nodded. You didn't say it was my order? Entai's face became even more gloomy. I feel that if Song Bing doesn't come back, he must be resenting his house arrest. I told you, Divine Dr. Song. Another expert was just about to explain. However, Entai immediately said gloomily, if you are shameless, then give me a strong weapon and send someone directly with a gun. I think it is his head that is stronger, or my bullets. The faces of the experts changed slightly. Obviously, they did not expect Entai to suddenly become angry. He immediately explained, Minister, that's not what you meant. The reason why Divine Dr. Song didn't come was not because he didn't want to come, but because he was also sick. And it's the same disease as you and the leaders. Entai's heart trembled. What do you mean? Divine Dr. Song has also suffered from this disease, and his symptoms are more severe than yours. He is currently doing research, but has not yet found the cause. Experts tell it like it is. Entai's pupils shrank, and he didn't want to believe it. It's impossible. He is the great Dr. Song. There is no disease in the world that he can't cure. He must be lying to you. Minister, this is absolutely true. We saw it with our own eyes. Divine Dr. Song even coughed up blood. I'm afraid it's already at an advanced stage. He also said that this was not a flu, but a terrible and difficult plague. If he could not develop an antidote, there would be no cure for this disease. Experts rushed to explain. Plague? How is that possible? Entai's heart trembled greatly, and there was no arrogance on his face anymore. Minister Ontai, what we said is absolutely true, and based on our research, it is very likely that this disease is a plague. Divine Dr. Song even confessed. Experts hesitate to speak. What else did he say? Tell me quickly. The panicked Entai asked quickly. Gritting his teeth, the expert still spoke in a very tactful tone. However, these words were like a thunderbolt. The shocked Entai was momentarily stunned. After reacting, Entai left furiously. That's nonsense. You mean, I will die? That's ridiculous. Don't you think it's just the flu? Why has it become a plague again now? How could I die? Treat me quickly. I will never die. Cough, cough, cough. Entai was furious and helpless, just to cover up the fear in his heart. What he didn't expect was that a small flu would evolve into the deadly plague it is today. And it was the fierce reaction that made Entai unable to breathe. He suddenly rolled his eyes and started twitching on the spot. Minister, hurry up. Rescue him quickly. The experts were immediately startled and rushed to rescue him. Another day passed like this. The conditions of the hospitalized leaders have worsened again. The vast majority have been transferred to intensive care. Even 2 of Entai's confidants are dead. No doubt, it was also Song Bing's method. Faced with all emergencies, major official hospitals are also extremely busy. There is no way. Emergency room. Entai, who had a high fever, finally opened his eyes vaguely after being physically cooled down. But he was already extremely ill, and he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. Minister, you are finally awake. Seeing Entai wake up, the expert in charge finally breathed a sigh of relief. Entai's lips were chapped and burned. Minister, I'm sorry. You may really need to make a will. Experts cautioned. Do you believe it or not? I killed you? Entai gritted his teeth and said gloomily. Minister, just last night, Chief Liu and Chief Wang passed away due to illness. Experts lamented. Entai's heart was suddenly pricked again. Will he really die? At this moment, he was really panicked. He thought about countless life possibilities. But I never thought about this. He is about to die of illness before his ideal career is completed? In fear, Entai thought of Songbing again. We went to the mental hospital again last night, and Dr. Song said that he had developed a treatment method. But to avoid infection, if possible, let us concentrate all patients in psychiatric hospitals for treatment. We couldn't make up our mind, so we had to wait for you to wake up and ask for your opinion. Experts said, good idea. Come on, take me first. Entai's eyes lit up. When faced with life and death, he wanted to be the first to think about it. He doesn't want to die. He still has many big things to do. How could he die? Okay, we'll make arrangements right now. After receiving permission, the expert retreated. Soon, major official hospitals joined forces. Immediately and overnight, all the infected people were put into the car. On the streets of Andu, medical vehicles lined up in a long queue, heading toward the mental hospital. Entai and others are also preparing to welcome their new journey of medical treatment. Confirming that Entai and others would definitely come, Songbing put on a fever-reducing patch and then changed into a white coat. Dr. Song, are you looking for me? And Ruoi and Yi Tian just arrived at this time. The two still didn't know what was about to happen. Songbing smiled and raised his hand. People are coming, and they will naturally have to be given the face they deserve. Let Entai know that he values it. Welcoming new people. However, the two of them were confused by Songbing's words, because they haven't received the message yet. But the smart and Ruoi reacted quickly and stepped forward automatically, stretching out her little hand to help Songbing. Songbing was slightly stunned, but did not refuse. So just like that, within Ruoi's personal support and Yi Tian's company, Songbing and the other two arrived at the gate of Songbing Mental Hospital. Since the military took over, all exits to the mental hospital have become almost off limits. No. As soon as they saw the arrival of Songbing and the others, the unsuspecting commander and several soldiers immediately surrounded them. Dr. Song, where are you going? The officer was smiling, but he blocked the path of Songbing and the others. Don't stop me. Your master will be coming in soon. Songbing smiled. Master? What do you mean? The commander was obviously stunned. At this time, he was sent outside the mental hospital. Several long lines of medical ambulances drove in from afar, accompanied by a piercing siren. There is no end in sight. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone was stunned. Among them were Ruoi and others. They seemed to understand who the newcomer Songbing was talking about. Could it be Entai and others? Are they coming to a mental hospital? Here? Go open the door quickly. Songbing reminded him with a smile. At the same time, several special police escorts arrived first. They shouted as they banged on the door. The officer's expression changed. He gave Songbing one last look in disbelief. Then he hurriedly ran over and said in a panic, Open the door quickly. Soon, the door slowly opened, and the medical team drove in smoothly. They stopped one by one in a wide square. The nurses who had just finished feeding came over with confusion when they saw the hospital vehicles driving in one after another. Their eyes were bright. Is this coming to life? As expected, it has to be the dean. He took such a big order for us as soon as he came here, and now he's not bored anymore. The last batch of brothers made countless achievements, and now it's our turn. Jia. I don't know what kind of psychosis he has committed, but it looks like there are a lot of them. It doesn't matter who he is. If he comes here, he is a lunatic. Just give him the right medicine. The caregivers were excited. No, it's time to show off your skills. So they all stepped forward to greet them. Here, Songbing also came to the front row of vehicles. As soon as the car door opened, a group of experts got out first and spoke politely to Songbing. Dr. Song, according to your wishes, we have brought the ministers and infected leaders. That's it. Are you all ready? Songbing asked concernedly. We're all here. A total of 1,008 leaders and soldiers are here. Those who unfortunately passed away have been treated harmlessly according to the plague. Thinking that Song Bing was worried about infection due to omission, some experts quickly reassured. That's good. Thank you for your hard work. Cough, cough, cough. Song Bing praised him and coughed as he spoke. You're welcome, divine Dr. Song. All my hopes for the rest of this period are pinned on you. You are the one who is working the hardest. Several experts did not take credit again. At this time, the rear door opened and Tai and his wife were pushed out. Luing was already sick and unconscious. Only Tai was still awake. Looking at Song Bing, who was pale and had a fever-reducing patch on his head, Tai's heart moved slightly, and he believed what the experts said before. Song Bing was indeed ill. Of course, what made him even more unacceptable was this. When we met again, it was like this. He was lying down and Song Bing was standing. Song Bing, it's already good that I didn't let you close your eyes. There was something sarcastic in Song Bing's words. Really? Then you are really serious. Song Bing smiled meaningfully and said nothing more. Tai's eyes flickered, and he quickly changed the subject and said, Dr. Song, I heard that you have also contracted this disease. You seem to be much better now. Have you found any treatment? I have indeed found some methods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to come. Song Bing smiled mysteriously. That's great. Please treat us quickly. Tai's eyes brightened slightly, and he grabbed the life-saving straw. There's no rush. This disease is very complicated. You have to follow the process slowly. I'll check you in first. Song Bing smiled. The vigilant Tai felt his heart move slightly, but he could only nod in agreement. Okay, then I'll trouble Dr. Song. As long as you cure us this time, we will thank you very much. It's all as it should be, so there's no need to thank you. Someone come and arrange a good VIP ward for the minister and his wife. Song Bing immediately smiled. Soon, everyone became busy. Arrangements were made for Tai and others to move in. Several wards of the mental hospital were quickly filled with people. Naturally, the smart Tai would not trust Song Bing. Not only has he equipped himself with a dedicated medical team, at the same time, a guard team is equipped to protect itself, also used to monitor Song disease. Song Bing's solution to this is, all these people got sick. We will also arrange wards for them tomorrow. Arrange as many as you come. This is much more convenient. At the same time, in order to prevent insufficient manpower, Song Bing also asked Zhang Taizhu to bring 1,000 male medical staff. By the way, I would like to hone Zhang Taizhu's medical skills. Until the afternoon, and Xing and many other people were also brought by ambulances. He was the first person to slap Zhou Qian. Naturally, he was also the first to be infected. But compared to the seriousness of Tai and others, and Xing, who has been living in the army, is much better. This is the difference in physical fitness. In this regard, Song Bing naturally made arrangements to settle in. Although Anqing has been performing well, who knows until the end? So to avoid surprises, Song Bing had no choice but to eat it all in one pot. We can only work hard on those good people first. I believe they know the secret and won't blame themselves. Before leaving, Anqing did not forget to thank him. The other officials looked at Song Bing with even more attention. Song Bing's status has been elevated to an unprecedented level at this moment. Haha, you should. It's not hard, just leave it to me. Song Bing expressed modestly. This is a perfect transformation venue. Since Song Bing had no status in the officialdom, I don't understand those official rules either. Then transfer these people to medicine. Hasn't this become his home court? Poltergeist. Under Song Bing's prior planning, everyone was regularly arranged into different wards. For example, the Antai couple is a dedicated VIP ward. In the past, in Anjia, those leaders of the Anjia family who were obviously oriented towards Antai were on the same floor. Anqing and others who were sent later were on the same floor. The entire mental hospital soon became lively. It is worth mentioning that the caregivers were originally very happy. I am excited about this opportunity to show off my talents. But after learning that all the people moving in were leaders, they were stunned for a moment. There is no rush to make achievements. That night, as expected, the guards accompanying Tai took the initiative to come to Song Bing for treatment. Song Bing naturally did not refuse the overt and covert strength and threats. He was planning to give these people a good look. So he immediately put on his white coat, prepared some special medicines, called Zhang Taizhu and others, and set off. The first stop was the Tai couple's ward. As soon as Song Bing and others arrived, and Tai's eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly invited them warmly. He directly ignored Ruoi's eyes. The torture these days really frightened him. Minister Antai, you have been waiting for a long time. I will treat you right now. Song Bing stepped forward with a smile. There's no rush. My wife is seriously ill. Please treat her first. And Tai's eyes flickered. Being suspicious by nature, of course he wanted to try Song Bing first. Okay. Song Bing smiled, seeing through the other party's intention, and didn't say anything more. He immediately came to Lu Ying's bedside. With just one glance, I could tell something was wrong. He immediately reached out and took his pulse. Something strange appeared in Song Bing's eyes. Because this Lu Ying's condition is extremely serious at the moment. Of course, that's not the point. The focus for normal people should be skin contact infection. The mode of infection is from outside to inside. It turned out that this woman was infected from the inside out. Something is wrong. 12 out of 10 something is wrong. Dr. Song, how's it going? And Tai asked with concern. Song Bing looked at him and asked curiously, I wonder when Mrs. Ling was infected. Was it before you or after you? I don't know the exact time, but it was probably 3 nights ago. Tom is also ahead of me. I'm afraid she gave it to me. In this regard, and Tai said truthfully, then I heard that you have an adjutant named Zhou Qian, but he doesn't seem to be here? Song Bing asked again, and Tai's heart suddenly sank, thinking that Song Bing was blaming him, and immediately said, Zhou Qian offended you, and now he is waiting in jail to be punished, so of course he didn't come. What's wrong? This should have no impact. It doesn't matter, I'll just ask. Song Bing looked strange and looked at Tai's condition again. Something has been determined in my heart. You'd better make sure the money is still in jail that week. Then please ask Divine Dr. Song to take action quickly. My wife is dying. And Tai urged impatiently. Of course he didn't know that lying to a doctor would have serious consequences. Well, the minister is such a good husband. Song Bing gave a meaningful compliment. He also planned to temporarily alleviate Lu Ying's condition. Naturally, it's not just Tai who trusts him. It's about getting your reputation out there. Let the leaders see the hope of life in him at this moment. Moreover, at this moment, Lu Ying was really burning her buttocks. If we don't rescue him, we will really die. This is not allowed by Song Bing. He wanted to keep this woman and give Tai a surprise. Pillars, silver needles. Song Bing immediately launched the rescue of Lu Ying with the help of Zhang Taizhu. This time Song Bing added all kinds of fancy tricks, such as acupuncture and drug administration and disguised beatings. It's quite a bit like the scene where Lu Xiangfeng was abused. Doing so will naturally lay the groundwork for subsequent abuse. Looking at Song Bing's cruel methods, and Tai's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't bear to look at it. But soon, under Song Bing's fierce manipulation, Lu Ying, who was dying, slowly opened her eyes. Would you say it's magical? Is this heaven? Are you the Lord of Hell? No, Lord Hell, don't send me to the 18th level of hell. I'm not a slut, I'm a good person. The first time Lu Ying woke up and her fever subsided, she saw Song Bing, and she immediately screamed in fright. It took a long time to calm down, because since she fell into coma due to high fever, she has been on the verge of death. The Prince of Hell called him a slut and used various criminal methods on her. It's like cutting, burning. It's so painful, it's immersive. Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly, confirming his thoughts even more. On the other hand, Tai was so excited when he saw Lu Ying suddenly recovered that he didn't pay attention to what the other party said. Soon, Lu Ying gradually woke up. She recognized Song Bing, looked around her surroundings, and finally landed on Tai. She realized this didn't seem like hell. It seems that Song Bing cured her. In an instant, she shut up and ran to Tai. Husband, I almost died, woo. It's okay. Fortunately, Dr. Song is here. How do you feel now? Tai asked with a smile. Lu Ying exclaimed, looking at Song Bing again, but her eyes were not grateful, but taken for granted, even resentful. But soon, he learned about Lu Ying's resentment, probably because of Xian's matter. Well, it seems that the prick has just been lightened. I'll have to change the needle to a super size next time. Dare to show hostility to him? You may not be able to distinguish the big and small kings here. At this time, Tai said impatiently, Okay. Song Bing smiled slightly and immediately started a treatment for him. And this time, he planned to give Tai a big gift. Soon, Tai's painful wails could be heard in the ward. At the same time, Ding successfully cured male pregnancy, embryoma, merit -1. This is also the inadvertent fusion of Song disease into a new disease. Just take a man for the experiment. It seems that Etna is quite needed. Okay, Minister Antai, how are you feeling now? After he had been treated and tortured, Song Bing had appropriately alleviated his condition, and then he asked with a smile, I feel better, but my stomach is a little bloated. And Tai felt it carefully and said, this is a normal reaction. That's it for today. You will be fine after 3 more courses of treatment. Song Bing smiled kindly. Thank you, Divine Dr. Song. When we are cured, I will definitely apply to give you a big credit. And Tai said equally hypocritically, at this time, as long as Song Bing treats him obediently, he will naturally not be stupid enough to offend Song Bing. You're welcome. You two have a good rest. I have to go see other leaders. Song Bing smiled slightly and then left. After Song Bing and others left, the smile on Entai's face also disappeared. It was replaced by calm and gloom. Husband, was it you who asked him to treat our illness obediently? Luing on the side said with a smile. Otherwise, you would think that since he is now under house arrest by me, he will naturally have to be obedient. Entai confidently said, Husband, you are so awesome. This should have happened a long time ago. This kind of person should be strong. He is just a stinky doctor. He is so shameless and thinks he is really great. Luing sneered. It all depends on his performance this time. He has to perform well and cure us. I can keep him alive in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. And Tai looked resentful. Gao family. In the familiar and unique hot spring, Gao Ling was bathing in the hot spring again, next to her favorite black snake eagle. Sister, there is news that Entai has been admitted to a mental hospital. At this time, Gao Xingjia hurriedly came to report. After hearing the news, Gao Ling, who closed his eyes and enjoyed it, frowned slightly. What a fool. If he enters that mental hospital, it means the game is over. You can't blame him for this. After all, Song Bing's methods are too ruthless, and he can poison people silently. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Gao Xingjia rarely spoke for Entai and others. I originally wanted to rely on that guy to break up the family and Song Bing, but it seems I was a little too wild. It is really not something ordinary people can deal with in front of this kind of people. Gao Ling sighed quietly. But it's not heartache. At most it's a slight disappointment. Kill Marshall and support Entai. The original purpose was just to avenge Marshall and for suppressing the Gao family. As for disrupting the order of Anghua and affecting the relationship between Anjia and Song Bing, it can only be said that it is incidental. But it can't be said that nothing has been found. At least now the family and all the senior officials are involved. They were all imprisoned in that mental hospital by Song Bing. In name, Anghua was also in chaos. Secondly, we also used this opportunity to roughly figure out the guy's poisoning method. Just ready for the next step. Gao Xingjia analyzed the benefits, then cut off all contact and assistance with Antai. He deserves to die too. Hearing this, Gao Ling spoke quietly. He no longer plans to help Entai, because there is no need for that anymore. Even after Song Bing punished Entai and many family members, it can also weaken Anjia's strength to a certain extent, cause turmoil in Anghua. In fact, Antius was just a pawn from the beginning. Its final effect was to die at the hands of Song Bing. Only in this way can benefits be maximized. Yeah, Gao Xingjia nodded, then thought of something and suggested resentfully. According to me, why not just take the opportunity to send that monster to that mental hospital and have a massacre? By then, with any luck, not only Song Bing will die, but all family members and senior officials will die. Hearing this, Gao Lingdai also frowned slightly, obviously thinking about this method. But after a moment, she still shook her head and refused. No, although Long Jia has evolved successfully, his emotions and mind are still unstable. We need to break in regularly. In addition, feeding those special raw meats is also to better improve his physique. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it would be best to lure Song Bing here. I have set up a dragnet throughout the Gao family. As long as he comes, don't even think about going outstanding. Then how to attract them? What if an army comes by then? Gao Xingjia said worriedly. Don't worry. He will come by himself. In response, Gao Ling smiled with great confidence. She believed that Song Bing's eyes would definitely fall on the Gao family this time. This was also the reason why she didn't kill Ruoi, the only bloodline of Marshalin in the first place. Of course, what Gao Ling didn't expect was that it was the bloodline she left behind. It will be the decision she regrets most in the future. By the way, sister, have you caught the experimental subject? Thinking of something, Gao Xingjie asked expectantly. Mentioning this, the smile on Gao Ling's face disappeared. No, I have sent an extra black gold sniper there, but she still escaped several times. As expected of the fourth-ranked, third-level experimental subject. This level, even after the apocalypse, is definitely a terrifying existence. Gao Xingjie said with emotion. To be honest, if he wasn't afraid, he would have gone there himself. Don't worry about her yet. That guy has been seriously injured, and even if he doesn't die, he won't live long. The most important thing now is Song Bing. He is my favorite. Gao Ling licked his lips, looking as if he was about to eat someone in ecstasy. Sent to a mental hospital. The night is still particularly pleasant. After Antai and his wife were cured, Song Bing continued to another hospital building. Antai is not good at killing with one hit. Then the truth starts with these possible accomplices. This is also the most convenient. At this time, in a large public ward in the ward, the nurses had received Song Bing's order in advance and pushed the leaders here. The purpose is, of course, to facilitate treatment together. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to go to the wards one by one. The conditions are too simple. Can people live in this place? Who is in charge? I want to complain. Do you know our identities? Why do you arrange such a dirty and messy place for us? And it was this arrangement that immediately caused many leaders to complain. Leaders, this is already the best environment in our hospital. That's right. This is not a regular hospital after all. Please be patient and considerate of me. Just treat it as if you were going to the countryside in person and experience the life of ordinary people. After all, this kind of environment is very good in the eyes of ordinary people. Sometimes the hospital is so crowded that there are even no beds. Knowing that these people were leaders and all of them had high status, the caregivers did not dare to offend them, so they patiently persuaded them. However, the leaders did not buy such rhetoric. How considerate. Who are we? I think you don't want to do it anymore. Who is your person in charge? Who arranged it? I'll give you 3 minutes and call someone here. A few people directly took out the leadership's effective heirs and issued ultimatums. Several caregivers struggled, because this is what Song Bing asked them to do. Do you really want them to invite Song Bing? How bad is that? A few heads were still domineering. He had a resolute attitude that he would not give up until the person who arranged the arrangement was caught. Helpless, several caregivers had no choice but to ask for Song Bing. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Song Bing and others already standing there. It seems that I have been here for a long time and have been watching the show. In fact, it is true. Dean. The faces of several nursing staff changed slightly, and they wanted to explain something, but Song Bing raised his hand to stop him. I have seen it all. Let me bear the anger of these leaders. With that said, Song Bing led everyone and walked into the large ward. Finally, please give me an explanation. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the leaders sneered and looked along. However, when they saw the visitor, their expressions instantly froze. Everyone, I arranged all this. I am the person in charge. If you are angry, just blame it on me, Song Bing. Song Bing also looked at them and smiled. The leaders' pupils shrank, and they were frightened on the spot. Apparently no one thought that it was Song Bing's idea to arrange the beds. I should have known it was Song Bing. How dare they push it so hard? Everyone's eyes fell on the caregivers. I wish I could beat these people up. It was arranged by Divine Dr. Song. You should have told me earlier. If I had told you earlier, we would have been able to make do with it. Several caregivers. Haha. Now that I have said it, how can we watch the show? Yes, we can make do with it. It's quite big here and the environment is pretty good. We can all live together and chat. You can say anything as long as it can cure us. This is a great arrangement. Many leaders looked at Song Bing and quickly changed their words. Now Song's disease is their only hope to be cured, so how dare they blame him? What a fart. What are you afraid of? It is his duty to treat us. That's right. We have served the people all our lives. How can we be given such a dirty and messy environment? Song Bing, you're here just in time. Quickly cure the disease for us and move us to a VIP ward. However, there are still a few who are stubborn and continue to speak out with dissatisfaction. They look directly at Song Bing, not letting go of their leadership arrogance at all. Because in their view, now that Marshallin is dead, they are the popular people around in Tai. Why should they be afraid of Song Bing anymore? How dare you speak to divine Dr. Song like this? And Ruai's pretty face changed slightly, and she stood up with a cold voice. Princess, you don't have to be like this. We are just expressing our demands. We didn't say anything terribly sinful, right? An older leader immediately retorted with a sneer. And Ruai wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Song Bing. Song Bing then looked at these people in surprise. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he came to the clinic with a smile, faced the leaders directly, and sat down. Then he said, "What you said is very reasonable. It is indeed my duty to cure you. When Marshallin was still alive, I once said that I would treat you well if I had the opportunity. Today I finally have this opportunity." Song Bing's words were full of laughter, but they made all the leaders feel inexplicably cold. Thinking back to the days when he was under the Dai group, Song Bing seemed to have said something similar. "Then please ask Dr. Song to cure us quickly. There is still a lot of work waiting for us to do." Ahem. The few heads who spoke before gradually realized that something was wrong, but they still said it bravely. "No hurry, let's talk about another thing first. In this way, I can prescribe the right medicine." Song Bing still maintained a kind smile. And as soon as these words came out, not only the leaders' bodies trembled, even the faces of Ruai and Yi Tian, who followed, changed slightly. They seemed to know what Song Bing was going to talk about next. I wonder what Divine Dr. Song wants to talk about. Divine Dr. Song, I still want to remind you that any kind of person does what kind of thing. If it crosses the line, it will really be bad for you. Minister Ante will be angry. I suggest you heal us first. If anything happens, we'll talk about it later. Several leaders reminded with narrowed eyes. Sorry, I don't accept your suggestion. Song Bing smiled slightly. Besides, you don't seem to realize your situation yet. Then I will show you. The leaders were confused. Exhibit? How to display? But soon, they knew. As Song Bing spoke, he smiled and looked at the people who had just lost his temper. He casually pointed at the person who spoke the most arrogantly and said, "He is terminally ill and cannot be saved. In order to avoid infecting other people, he will be dragged out and treated in a non-toxic manner." As soon as these words came out, the scene was briefly quiet. The leaders who were originally confused and stunned felt like they were struck by lightning. No one expected Song Bing to be so brave. Come up and show it like this. They are leaders. Hold important positions. How dare Song Bing touch them? And Ruai, Yi Tian, and others were also stunned. Look deeply at this man, especially the person being accused. His face immediately darkened. Song Bing, how dare you? Do you know who I am? I am the chairman of the Central Committee, and if you dare to touch me, you will be blinded. Have I not made it clear enough? If we don't delay and deal with it, everyone will be harmed. Song Bing, however, still spoke calmly. Only then did several caregivers react. Then he hurried forward. Anyway, with Song Bing's support, what are they afraid of? Moreover, they were unhappy with these superior and arrogant leaders. The old man still wanted to struggle, but he was suffering from illness. In addition, several caregivers are good at catching mentally ill people. It is not easy to catch a sick old man. As a result, the elderly man was skillfully tied to the hospital bed without struggling for long, and was pushed out. "Let me go. I want to see the minister. You bastards dare to mess around. You are in trouble. Cough, cough, cough." The old man was still cursing. Song Bing, if you dare to act recklessly, aren't you afraid that we will tell the minister? Song Bing, that's enough. You have to think clearly about the seriousness of the matter. Song Bing, if you have the ability, you can take care of us all. At this time, the other three tough-headed men spoke to the elderly man with livid faces. Song Bing looked at the three people who spoke in surprise. He had never seen such a request in his life. Satisfied, must be satisfied. So Song Bing took a serious look and gave a direct diagnosis. You three can't be saved, so I'll deal with you three. Thank you for taking the initiative to stand up and contribute to the country. If you go well along the way, the people will remember you. Saying that, Song Bing did not forget to bow deeply to the three of them to express his gratitude. The remaining caregivers immediately came forward with hemp ropes in hand to arrest him. The expressions of the three people changed. Obviously, he didn't expect Song Bing to really dare to come. The others who wanted to speak out immediately closed their mouths. If it reached my mouth, I swallowed it alive. Song Bing, you bastard, you don't deserve to die well. I am the third ants manager. Do you dare to touch me? I am the drama director of my ants department. Do you dare to touch me? Soon the four of them were tied up and pushed out. Song Bing took the initiative to step forward, ignoring the insults from the four people, and comforted him with a heartbroken look on his face. I'm sorry, you four. Your illness is really hopeless. For the safety of others, I have to sacrifice you. You have a good journey. As he said this, Song Bing did not forget to absorb the illnesses of the four people, and then he couldn't bear to wave his sleeves. Several caregivers pushed the four people away, carry out so-called pollution-free treatment. It was not until they exited the ward that the four arrogant people finally came to their senses and hurriedly begged for mercy and fear. No, are you serious? No, Dr. Song. We were wrong. Let's just make a joke. I can still save him. Don't deal with us. We don't want to die. The desperate voices of the four people gradually faded away until they disappeared at the end of the corridor. The huge ward became quiet again. This time, it was deathly silent. No one dares to speak out anymore. Each leader looked at Song Bing. No one said a word. No more confidence and dissatisfaction. Some are just fear. They suddenly realized that they seemed to be in hell. They suddenly realized that their so-called power status seemed of little use here. At least this is the case in front of veterinary Song. After the display, Song Bing smiled again and looked at everyone. The smile is still so kind, but the faces of all the leaders were filled with horror. He was afraid that Song Bing would smile and sentence them to death in the next second. Now, let me ask again, does anyone else have any opinions on the environment here? If so, I will arrange a good VIP ward for you immediately. Song Bing sat back on the chair, crossed his legs, and asked seriously and responsibly. That's right, the environment here is getting better, and I feel refreshed. You're welcome, Divine Dr. Song. This time, all the leaders shook their heads at the same time, afraid of being sent away 1 second too late. Very well, if you feel any dissatisfaction, just mention it, and don't be polite to me. I'll be able to solve it for you right away. After all, I am now responsible for everyone's life and death. Song Bing smiled with satisfaction. I'm much better behaved now. The last sentence made all the leaders tremble slightly and nodded repeatedly. They suddenly realized that their lives were really in Song Bing's hands now. Every word and deed can pronounce their fate. After all, Song Bing is the miracle Dr. Song. In the medical field, who can question that? To say that none of them can be saved means that they are truly hopeless. Next, let's get back to the topic. What roles did you play in the death of the commander? Who was the mastermind behind it? Song Bing leaned back and got straight to the point. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell silent for an instant. The leaders' pupils all shrank and their bodies trembled. Apparently, they didn't expect Song Bing to ask such a direct question. Can this be asked? They are even less likely to say. Behind Song Bing, and Ruai and Yi Tian, who were standing, looked slightly condensed. He suddenly became serious. That's right, and haven't the murderers of the commander been caught? Divine Dr. Song, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding here. A scholar cannot be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Dr. Song, you can't slander us like this. Several leaders spoke out with guilt, and the rest of the group agreed. How dare you admit it? I can't even admit it, even if I'm beaten to death. Don't worry, everyone. I know you are not the main culprit, so I can make a promise here, as long as you take the initiative to confess. In the future, I promise to spare your lives. Song Bing promised. Dr. Song, there is really a misunderstanding. We are all innocent. Even if we were given 10 courages, we wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Ahem, cough, cough. However, the leaders still insisted that the matter had nothing to do with them. They looked at each other, and at this moment, they all reached an unprecedented tacit understanding and unity. Seeing this, Song Bing also narrowed his eyes and reminded. There are two kinds of illness. One is for the patient to give an honest account. The other is diagnosis by a doctor himself. So I advise you to tell the truth honestly. This way I can quickly prescribe the right medicine and cure you all. Otherwise, it would be up to me to take the initiative to diagnose the condition myself. The diagnostic method may be different. The leaders could not stop shaking, but they still gritted their teeth and spoke. Dr. Song, we are really innocent. Even if you kill us, we have nothing to answer for. They didn't believe that with so many people, Song Bing could really kill them all? Hey, I gave you a chance. Since you don't tell me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Song Bing sighed regretfully and stood up. No more nonsense, he said directly. Send them all to the first floor. He didn't want to use this method again. But these people are too old-fashioned. Everyone is tight-lipped. It seems that only Xian can make them open their mouths. Yes. All the nursing staff felt a little twitchy. Only they understood what the first floor meant. Because this hospital building is not another hospital building. It is the forbidden area of a mental hospital. Immortal Qi disease building. Song Bing, do you really dare to attack us? There are so many of us. How dare you kill them all? Song Bing, I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise you will not be able to bear the minister's anger. Seeing that Song Bing really dared to act recklessly, the leader's expressions changed, and they stopped being polite and gave a stern warning. Song Bing attacked the 4 people in front of him, but they could still understand that he was killing the chicken to scare the monkey. But now, there were hundreds of them on site. Song Bing really dared to attack them all. Your minister is raising a baby and has no time to care about you. Song Bing smiled slightly and watched as the leaders had their oxygen tubes removed and pushed out one by one. Then he turned to look at Ruoi and the 2 of them and said, the next scene may be a bit cruel, so you 2 just wait here. 1 hour should be enough. I'm not afraid. They deserve this. And Ruoi, who was unaware, said bravely, Princess, let's wait here. It's not a question of whether you're afraid or not. It's just that it might be a bit harsh on your eyes. It's not suitable for you to watch. Yi Tian, who was informed, advised. What's so annoying? Is this some kind of torture? Why isn't she suitable to watch? Don't worry, it will be fine soon. Song Bing left a few words before leaving. The first floor of the Immortal Qi disease building, in a yellow mist-shrouded environment. And Xian, who is bored, can only indulge in himself every day. Your Majesty, look, who is that? At this time, a sharp-eyed old man suddenly looked towards an observation deck isolated by windows above. What? Go. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Be careful if I fart at you. And Xian said lazily, but still followed his gaze. When he saw the figure in white on the observation deck, his expression suddenly changed. And Xian immediately got up from his seat and came to look at the audience. He knelt down and said with a look of fear and awe, Hello, Boss Song. His awe for Song Bing was engraved in his bones. When all the big and small yellow people saw this scene, although their faces were blank, the king all knelt down. Can they not kneel? Immediately, he also knelt down and shouted, Hello, Boss Song. Ahem. And Xian, there will be some rebellious officials and traitors coming later. These people are harmful to nature and do all kinds of evil. I need you to judge these people and make them write down all the bad things they have done in their lives. Can it be done? Song Bing coughed twice and pretended to be mysterious. Hearing this, and Xian's intelligent brain was stunned for a moment, but gradually, his eyes brightened. Like a confused person who suddenly found the true meaning of life. Thank you, Boss Song, for the reward. I will definitely enjoy it. No, I will definitely let them recruit them as they are. And Xian immediately expressed his eagerness. He was almost exhausted from holding it in for so long. He was really afraid that Xian would kill those people. To be honest, if those people weren't so naughty, he really didn't want to take out Xian. Yes. And Xian nodded excitedly. The rest of the big and small yellow people also looked excited. At the same time, in the corridor across the door, the caregivers were already fully armed and pushed the leaders here. At this time, Song Bing happened to come back the same way. Song Bing, you abused your power and you will die a good death. We are going to sue you. If you really hurt us, you will lose your reputation as a miracle doctor. You are using coercion. No matter what methods you use, we will not give in. Just wait to bear the minister's wrath. When the leaders saw Song Bing, they started clamoring again. The attitude remains firm. To reach this position, do you really think they were made of dough? Song Bing took his time and asked the nurses to give each person a piece of paper and a pen. Then he said with an unbearable face, Everyone, please listen to my advice and hurry up and write down all the crimes on paper before it's too late. I can pretend nothing happened. We can still pretend that nothing happened. Song Bing, there are many things that you cannot control. There is no need to destroy yourself for something that does not exist. Faced with Song Bing's unbearable advice, everyone sneered and turned against Tiangang Dao, because they regarded Song Bing's concession as fear. So my heart became bolder. Hey, okay, I gave you a chance. Send it in. Regarding this, Song Bing could only sigh helplessly. It's hard to be a good person these days. Yes. The fully armed nurses nodded and immediately lined up in a long line, pushing the leaders towards the forbidden door. One of the caregivers took out the key, unlocked the door, and began to turn the lock on the door. What's in here? What are you pushing us to do in here? Looking at the prepared formation, the leaders who had been sneering a second ago also panicked for a moment. Nothing. I'm just letting someone else judge you. Song Bing smiled and raised a finger, and then said, 1 hour. As long as you can stay for 1 hour, you will be considered awesome. Click. While talking, the nurse also made 99 and 81 turns. With the final lap falling, the tightly sealed door finally opened. Hula. In an instant, the yellow wind swept over. The confused leaders widened their eyes as the yellow wind blew gently from their noses. Everyone rolled their eyes for a moment and was speechless for a while. This is a typical transition process. Just like a fish needs to make a transition before putting it in a fish tank. To be admitted to the Immortal Chi Hospital, you also need to pass the fart temperature first. Let them get used to it. This way the survival rate is higher. This is the result of many practices. Ouch, it stinks. What is this? Hold the grass. Cough, cough, cough. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, the leaders who rolled their eyes quickly came to their senses. I immediately thought it was a gas chamber. There was horror written all over their faces. Dean, it's over. It's ready to be sent in. A professional caregiver came to report. Well, send it in. Song Bing nodded. Immediately, all the nurses lined up and pushed the leaders into the immortal energy room. Song Bing, you don't want to die a good death. Do you think that if you poison us with poisonous gas, we will get sick? Ugh. We will definitely expose your crimes to the world. Song Bing, you are a beast. You are a beast that rides on a horse. Ugh. The leaders broke through their defenses and struggled. They were all sentient like this. The final curse was cut off as the door closed again. Song Bing took out his cell phone to time the clock, and at the same time came to the observation deck. Always make sure these people don't faint. At the same time, the immortal energy shrouded in yellow mist fell into his arms. After each leader was sent in, the restraint ropes were also untied. Ahem, cough, cough. The poisonous gas is so poisonous, I have trouble breathing. I can't even open my eyes. What kind of poisonous gas is this? Ahem, cough, cough. It smells so bad, we won't die, right? Don't worry. This is definitely Song Bing's trick. We must hold on and never let him succeed. Yes, we will be safe once we see the minister. Humph, it's just wishful thinking to take out these pens and papers to make us confess. The leaders were so smoked that they hit the javelin, but they still stood firm. There were even a few stubborn people who tore up the paper and pens given to them on the spot. The main theme is to cut off one's own way of survival and scare Song Bing to death. Uft. And just when the leaders were moved to tears, the yellow mist in front was suddenly blown away by a gust of warm wind. Wah! Then, little yellow heads appeared. They looked at the leaders with eyes full of excitement and excitement. Like a monkey in Huagua Mountain. The anti-audience leader was frightened on the spot. Obviously, he didn't expect that there would be people being imprisoned in this evil gas chamber. Wait, something's wrong. Why are these skins all yellow? Minions? Wasn't it smoked? The leaders tried their best to cover their mouths and noses and asked cautiously. The minions did not speak, but obediently gave way to a way. Then I saw a figure that turned yellow to black, pushed by several elders. Coming in a wheelchair, domineering. And Xian looked at the newcomers and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The dragon's fart inside the body is already rolling and brewing. Powerful marshal. Powerful marshal. The minions on both sides shouted and stamped their feet. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became weird. The leaders looked at this scene and their hearts skipped a beat. Why do these people feel a little abnormal? Could it be that they were smoked stupid? Remove the bit. This is so fucking abnormal. Wait a minute. This is a mental hospital. Aren't these people insane? Look at the clothes they're wearing. It looks like they're real. You beasts. This bastard Song Bing actually locked us up with a group of lunatics. The leader's pupils shrank, and they discovered something extraordinary. Bold, you traitors, why don't you kneel down when you see me? and Xian yelled loudly. Although his heart was about to move, he still did not forget Song Bing's advice. So the process still has to go. Get away, you psychos. I'm warning you not to come here. We are very powerful. Cough, cough, cough. You are stupid. They are mentally ill. What's the use of telling them this? Didn't I scare them? The leaders were startled by Xian's scream and backed away. At the same time, he made threats, trying to scare Xian and others away. Bold, dare to be disrespectful to the king. Children, set up Italian cannons and serve with severe punishment. Several elders beside Xian had grim expressions on their faces and immediately shouted excitedly, I have the order. Then, under the stunned and shocked expressions of the leaders, all the minions were seen surrounding them. He immediately turned his back to them, raised his buttocks, and pointed at them. It's over, what a bunch of lunatics. The leaders were dumbfounded. What is this for? What kind of bullshit Italian cannon is this? Just kidding, this is not it. But soon, they would pay a heavy price for their contempt. I saw the elders stepping out, holding a small yellow flag. He looked at the leaders angrily. The next second, he raised his arms and shouted, Fire! Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, thousands of farts shot out, rushing towards the leaders. The sound was deafening. Carrying waves of heat, it rushed straight to the door, also packed with dry goods. The rushing leaders retreated one after another, their heads buzzing. With the blessing of physics and magic, instantly fell into a state of confusion. Is this a fart that a human can put out? Isn't this power too powerful? Not only is it loud enough, it's smelly enough. Not only is it smelly enough, it's also a slap in the head. At this moment, they finally understood what Italian cannon was. I also understood the origin of these poisonous gases. Gradually, the situation became clearer. However, this is not over yet. No, it should be said that it is just the beginning. Only one shot was fired. The elders continued to raise the yellow flags in their hands. He said with a wise face, Pretend. The next second, all the minions were seen taking out different food from nowhere. There is garlic. There are carrots. There are enoki mushrooms. There are soybeans. And laxatives. Immediately stuffed it all into his mouth. On the spot, I heard the rolling and brewing sound in my stomach. It takes effect in just 1 second. When the leaders saw this posture, they came to their senses instantly. The pupils all shrank. There is no more contempt and ridicule just now. Some are just terrified. Because these people are serious. They can really let it go. The kind that is quite powerful. Wait a minute. If you have something to say, please don't let it go. The leaders were frightened on the spot and wanted to stop it. However, there were only a few dozen of them. How to block hundreds of Italian guns. Moreover, this became a provocation in the eyes of several elders. Their expressions immediately turned ferocious, and the yellow flags in their hands waved down again. You still dare to resist? Fire. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the power was several times that of the last time. I saw thousands of artillery fire. The yellow smoke was billowing, carrying a terrible shock wave, and the leaders who staggered to their feet were sent flying again on the spot. And this time there are more private goods, like pear blossoms in a heavy rainstorm. The clothes of the leaders flew up and their wigs flew everywhere. Fly freely. Almost died on the spot. However, all this is still not over yet. Seeing that the leaders were knocked down, several elders took advantage of the victory to pursue them. Continue to wave the little yellow flag in your hand crazily. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Fire. Puff, puff, puff. Fire. Stab, sting, sting. Several senators waved flags as fast as lightning. The key is that hundreds of minions can still keep up with the rhythm and cannon fire. He even fired hard while replenishing ammunition. Ouch, it smells so bad. Who ate the enoki mushrooms? Ahem, cough, cough, you're choking me. Help, help. Zhou Chao, it's over. What kind of weird people are these people? How could they release such a stink? Despair and screams instantly filled the entire hospital building, and the leaders were forced to retreat. Step forward and fire. Tap, tap, tap. Boom, boom, boom. One more step forward. Upon seeing this, several elders immediately gave orders. So all the minions stepped forward while firing cannons. Gradually, the leaders were surrounded, and the siege was suffocating. In the end, even several elders joined the firing camp and opened fire directly. Loud. No, 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 don't let go. Stop attacking us. We surrender. We surrender. Covered by firepower from all directions and without blind spots, the screams of the leaders could not be heard. They all raised their hands and surrendered in unison. They couldn't figure out why these people were able to do this, but they knew that if they charged any further, they would be crushed to death. At the same time, at the observation point, Songbing looked at this scene and twitched the corner of his mouth. It's even a bit irritating and can't bear to look at it. He didn't expect these people to be so wolfish. A group of people rushed around this fart. To call it a beautiful name, fire a cannon? Is this the torture method that carbon-based creatures can think of? The key is, the real fart king Anshuan hasn't taken action yet. That's what matters most. Hey, you didn't listen when I told you to recruit me. Now it's better. Songbing sighed and shook his head. Although I can't bear it. But it still cooperates with the various hormones that continuously increase the leaders to keep them from comatose. Even more and more excited. Stop bombing, stop bombing. We surrender, woo woo woo. The leaders were backed into a corner. In a violent bombardment, it almost collapsed. Hearing that the leaders were dying, and Xian, who was sitting in a wheelchair and picking his nose, slowly raised his hand and ordered, "Kids, close your anus." As soon as Xian spoke, all the elders and minions who were already going crazy suddenly woke up. He quickly shook himself, released the last few, and then dispersed obediently. However, the minions dispersed in public. The leaders had already been shrouded in a thick yellow mist. Can't see the appearance. Just like the smoke left behind by cannons bombing wildly after a war. It lasted for several minutes before the smoke gradually dissipated. The appearance of the leaders in the corner was revealed. That's terrible. I saw only the leaders who were all fair and clean. At this moment, he looked like a beggar. His hair was messy, his skin was yellow, and his clothes were torn. There was still yellow smoke coming out of his body. We are willing to explain everything. Let us go? Oh, it stinks so much. At this moment, all the leaders knelt down one after another, and were immediately reduced to losing their temper. They are high and powerful and hold high positions for the rest of their lives. How could you have imagined that one day, you would be surrounded by a group of people farting on you? The point is, these people can fart nonstop. It can also replenish ammunition, changed to various flavors. Sometimes spicy, sometimes sour. Seeing this, and Xian frowned slightly. He hasn't taken action yet. Why did you just accept it? This made him feel a little unhappy. But I thought of Songbing's explanation. He still stopped playing. He stood up, walked towards the leaders, and continued the trial. Now that you have submitted, quickly write down all the crimes you have committed since you were born. If the same thing is missing, don't blame me for serving you with severe punishment. Okay, let's write it now. The leaders pretended to obey, but communicated in low voices. This guy looks like the king of these crazy people. As long as we catch him, we will be safe. Yes, let's take this opportunity and let's do it together. The next second, they revealed their true nature and showed ruthless expressions. They suddenly swarmed up and pounced on Xian, who was approaching. It was easy to swarm Xian and pin him down. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. Not only Xian and a group of elders and minions. Even Songbing, who was watching secretly, changed his expression. It's over. Ha ha ha. Your king has been captured by us. If you don't want to die, get away. Get out of here, you lunatics, or we will torture your king to death. Songbing, get out of here. If you don't come out, we will kill this crazy king. After catching Xian, all the leaders immediately beamed and spoke loudly. When confidence controls Xian, it controls everything. The elders and minions saw their boss being controlled for the first time, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Fart in a hurry. On the other hand, Xian was suppressed by the leaders. His expression changed from initial confusion to excitement. He looked at the leaders who were holding him down. His body was shaking with excitement. Finally, he grinned. The smile is extremely evil. Very good. Very good. When a leader saw Xian showing his old yellow teeth and his disgusting bad breath, he slapped Xian unceremoniously. Your Majesty. When the elders and minions saw Xian being beaten, they were as anxious as grasshoppers on a hot pot. Children, step away. You are not strong enough. Let me come. Xian grinned. Yes, tell them all to get out of here, or I'll beat you to death. The leader, who didn't know the seriousness of the matter, nodded in agreement. And sure enough, after hearing in Xian's order, all the minions obediently returned to the ward. GGG, it's been 5 years, exactly 5 years. Since I became emperor, no one has dared to disobey me. Your courage is commendable. And Xian's eyes fell back on the leaders who were pressing him down, and he couldn't help laughing. He wasn't angry, just excited. Here, he's so invincible. Only he knows how lonely invincible is. Maid, you lunatic. Be honest. I'm warning you. If you dare to fart randomly, we will plug your ass. The leaders threatened with fierce expressions. In their opinion, and Xian is a lunatic. Although it looks familiar. Jia jia jia. You can't stop me, come on. Brave resistors, come and have a hearty battle with me. Today, this king will rule for eternity and kill until no one in the world dares to respect him. Come on. Puff, puff, puff. The more Xian talked, the more excited he became, and the more he talked, the more domineering he became. With the last 2 words falling, a monstrous dragon fart that had been brewing for a long time was finally released. The leaders felt something and looked down at Xian, their pupils narrowed. However, don't give them a chance to react. Like a small grenade, it exploded under everyone, carrying the hot air waves. The leaders were shocked away on the spot. The faces of the leaders changed slightly, and they wanted to rush forward to catch Xian. As a result, the yellow energy that was dozens of times thicker instantly filled the air and blessed Xian. The person who rushed over first took a sip, stretched out his legs, and stared. The rest of the people's souls were instantly trembling with fear. Hey, what is this? The leaders looked at Xian and their expressions changed. Xian stood up domineeringly, with yellow energy added to his body, making him extremely domineering. This time, no one dared to stop him. The king is about to show off his power. Long live the king, long live the king. When all the minions in the ward saw this scene, they also knelt down in excitement. The leaders were dumbfounded. Look at the yellow gas that keeps coming out from behind Xian like smoke bombs. Their outlook on life is constantly being shattered. Is this a human being? The leaders who reacted quickly spoke to try to calm Xuan, and followed the example of others and retreated to a ward. He closed the iron door smoothly. Directly perform a move to cut off the retreat. Seeing this, Xian smiled. He locked the iron door. Bring the wheelchair. Set up the cannon. Aim for the gap. This is rude. If we have something to talk about, I'll buy you a lollipop. Puff, puff, puff. Oh. The leaders' faces instantly turned pale, but what greeted them was Xian's violent bombardment. The smell was hundreds of times better than the previous Italian cannon, and it was blasted directly indiscriminately. The next second, the entire immortal energy building resumed its previous screams. This time, it was hoarse. Are you convinced? Puff, puff, puff. Xian asked and rushed. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Don't let it go. We're really convinced. Be convinced or take it orally. Puff, puff, puff. I'm convinced with my heart and with my mouth. That's because I'm not convinced. Todoroki. Puff, puff. No, I won't accept it either. Then the hand is not convinced. Puff, puff. Hey, I've accepted everything. Don't rush. We are going to die. At the lookout, Songbing looked at this scene and sighed helplessly. Hey, why did you say you had nothing to do with him? Is this something you can mess with? Don't you think about how he became the king? Is it okay now? Are you comfortable? But seeing that each of the leaders was about to be fainted to death, Songbing hurriedly cheered them up. The main one cannot be dizzy. Help. Divine Dr. Song. We are willing to explain everything. Don't let him torture us. I am an ugly duckling babbling. I found that I couldn't communicate with Xian. The desperate leaders shouted for Songbing. This time, they were really desperate. Only they can understand the pain. This is really not something people can bear. Simply full of flavors. They never imagined that this small mental hospital could actually be such a hell on earth. Pen and paper? Yes. Write quickly. Write down the evidence of the crime, and then you can go out. Yes, yes, what Divine Dr. Song said. I don't care, I wrote it all. I would rather die than die like this. When there was no response, the leaders suddenly thought of what Songbing had explained before. Only then did his eyes fall on the pen and paper in his pocket. As a result, the leaders who had previously been unwilling to live or die lay on the ground one after another, facing the yellow gas that was pouring in, and tremblingly wrote their own evidence of crime. I tore up my pen and paper. Who will give me some? Phenema, get out of here. However, the few people who had destroyed their pens and papers before were now panicking. I wanted to lend it to others, but all I got was abuse. Jia, that's right. Write quickly, and I will blame whoever writes slowly. And Xian walked into the ward at some point and locked the iron door. All the leaders trembled with fright and immediately wrote even harder. Huh? Why don't you write it? And Xian's eyes then fell on those people who didn't have pen and paper. Several people's faces instantly turned pale. No pen and paper? GGG. And Xian showed an evil smile, took off one shoe, revealed a dark foot, and walked towards them. Huh? No, please don't do this. We are going to die. The faces of those who understood were instantly defeated, and they kowtowed frantically to beg for mercy. I only regret that I was stupid and ruined the pen and paper. Okay then. Seeing that these people were really frightened, and Xian miraculously agreed to their request. However, just halfway through thanking him, and Xian continued to take off the other shoe, revealing one that was even darker and smoking. I will give you a dragon foot. Several people's pupils widened, and they were dumbfounded on the spot. It's better not to change. Soon, the desperate shouts of several people were heard again in the ward. The others were trembling with fear and wrote with extra effort. Not only did he write about his involvement in the murder of Marshallin, he even wrote down all the bad things he had done in his life. What about a 3-year-old peeping at an ant taking a shower? When I was 4 years old, I peeped at my uncle taking a shower. 40-year-old embezzled state relief funds. At the age of 41, he colluded with a wealthy man to murder a civilian family. Anyway, I wrote down all the corruption and collusion incidents I had done. Incredibly detailed. Divine Dr. Song, I've finished writing. I've written down everything that needs to be explained. Please let us out quickly. Yes, I've finished writing too. Dr. Song, please open the door quickly. I can't stand it anymore. I don't want to stay for a moment anymore. Whoa. My throat feels so raw. I need some water. I don't know how long it took, but in the ward, all the leaders finally endured the pain, wrote down all the crimes, and immediately couldn't wait to shout. And Xian on the side was fumigating the few people who didn't have pens and paper with their foot odor. Several people were already lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching from the smoke. Like having epilepsy. There is a feeling of dying, but not dying. Hearing the sound, and Xian finally stopped moving and looked at the others curiously. The expressions of the other leaders changed slightly, and they knelt down like a conditioned reflex. They quickly held up the paper and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. We have already written it down. Don't smoke us. Don't smoke us. Looking at the smoked people who rolled their eyes and vomited white foam, at this moment, the paper in their hands was undoubtedly thicker than the ancient gold medal for immunity from death. Each and every one of them is regarded as a treasure. When Xian saw this, he scratched his head and felt a little at a loss. Just at this moment, the door was opened, and Song Bing, wearing protective clothing, led the armed nurses and walked in, pushing the hospital bed. Come and save us. He is going to smoke us and suffer the consequences. Seeing Song Bing, the leaders were stunned for a moment and then immediately became excited. It was like seeing a god descending to earth. Rolling and crawling, he crawled towards Song Bing and others. When Xian and the minions saw Song Bing, they also knelt down and closed their anuses quickly, not daring to make any mistakes. Divine Dr. Song, go quickly, take us out of here, please. We were wrong. We are willing to confess everything. All the evidence you want is here. As long as you take us out of this hellish place, we will confess everything ourselves. The leaders crawled to Song Bing's feet, crying and holding up the paper, with only one thought in their minds. That is to get out of this damn place. Looking at these leaders who were extremely unruly a second ago, they are now docile and look miserable. Song Bing couldn't help but sigh and couldn't bear to say, Hey, when we were outside, I advised you to explain quickly, but you didn't listen. You see this matter is causing trouble, why bother? Now you know you were wrong, right? The leaders wanted to cry, but had no tears. Crying like a child, full of regret. If only I had known that this little mental hospital lurked such a terrifying place. How dare they resist? They have already been recruited truthfully. Hey, put these papers away and take the leaders down to wash and disinfect them. Song Bing ordered with a look of disgust on his face, not even daring to pick up the papers. The smell is too strong. Yes, Dean. The mouths of the nurses twitched slightly, but they stepped forward and accepted the evidence of guilt from the leaders in disgust, and then carried the leaders to the hospital bed in disgust. At the same time, in the ward, the few people who had no paper or pen and were so smoked that they could not crawl were praying with all their last strength. Song Bing looked at them, but smiled and said, "I said that after an hour. Only those who have written evidence of their crime will be able to go out. You guys refuse to confess until your death. They are really loyal warriors. I admire them. Then please stay here." After speaking, Song Bing waved his hand, and the leaders with the notes were pushed out in an orderly manner. The moment they left the Immortal Chi Hospital building, their tears flowed down unsatisfactorily. It's like going from hell to heaven. "Boss Song, what should we do with these people?" And Xian asked curiously. "Thank you." Song Bing waved his hand generously and left. "Really? Thank you, Boss Song. Thank you, Boss Song." And Xian was as happy as a child. The remaining people's pupils shrank suddenly, and they could only watch the door close. At the same time, and Xian also stood up and turned to look at them. The smile gradually changed. Not only in Xian, but also the other minions looked at a few people and laughed gay. After so long, finally there is someone new. I just don't know how long this newcomer can last. The pupils of several people shrank suddenly, and they watched helplessly as Xian led the boys to surround the ward. Their hearts instantly dropped to freezing point. "Children, follow my king's rhythm. Continue playing music and continue dancing." Puff, puff, puff. No. Inside the Immortal Chi Disease building, rhythmic fart sounds echoed, as well as the final desperate sounds of several people. The sound even penetrated the door with excellent sound insulation and reached the ears of other leaders who were carried out, making their bodies and souls tremble. A picture couldn't help but appear in my mind. Horrible. Too terrible. At the same time, on the top floor of the hospital building, Yi Tian and others are still waiting anxiously, and Ruai kept pacing back and forth, her delicate and pretty face full of worry. Although not even an hour has passed, but the waiting process is always long. Moreover, Song Bing's behavior was very dangerous. Those leaders all hold high positions of authority. What if afterward, after they recover, they unite to take revenge on Song Bing? It may even threaten Song Bing's life. Therefore, and Ruai, who knew the power of it, was very worried. She was afraid of Song Bing because of her and her grandfather. Finally lost his life. Then she would really regret it. "Princess, don't worry. We have to believe in Dr. Song." Yi Tian, who had known the powerful Immortal Chi Disease Tower, comforted him. This is the confidence Xian gave him. He believed that even the most arrogant people would definitely speak up if they were sent to the Immortal Chi Hospital, because no one can bear the taste of it. "Yeah." And Ruai nodded, but still clenched her hands. Not worrying is fake. It was at this time that Song Bing came back. And it was only Song Bing. Song Bing. Seeing Song Bing, and Ruai's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and her heart relaxed. "They are disinfecting. They will be here in a moment." Song Bing smiled slightly. While talking, the nurses just pushed the leaders who had been disinfected and deodorized, and walked in line. Ouch. Mom. Daddy. After this edification, all the leaders lay on the bed one by one, looking Yongwei and wailing. At the same time, there was a faintly disgusting smell. It's obviously pickled, and Ruai frowned slightly and subconsciously covered her nose. Why do these people stink? It smells like being thrown into a latrine and soaked in a latrine? No way. And Ruai glanced at Song Bing secretly. Then I thought about what Song Bing had said before, saying that it was harsh on the eyes and that she was not suitable to watch. Wouldn't it be so cruel? His body trembled and his pupils shrank. Immediately ignoring the wailing, he hurriedly rolled out of the bed and immediately knelt on the ground. They all begged for mercy and fear. "Dr. Song, we were wrong. Don't lock us up there again. We have all told you what needs to be said on that piece of paper. If you want to know anything, just ask. We will tell you everything." As soon as the leaders knelt on the ground, they humbly prayed to Song Bing. Everyone was crying with snot mixed with saliva. Pitiful. Where is the leadership heirs from the beginning? Their pride has long been turned into ashes under the influence of the Immortal Chi Disease Tower. Seeing this scene, and Ruai was stunned. Her heart trembled slightly, and she couldn't hide her surprise. A second ago, she was still worried about what Song Bing would do if he couldn't help these people. As a result, the next second, reality gave her a big surprise. Not only is Song's disease cured, but he seems to be cured very well. You know, these leaders just now were all very arrogant. Not only did everyone not take her as a princess seriously, he even dared to confront Song Bing. How come you are so well behaved after being pushed out? Isn't this scientific? And Ruai once again glanced at Song Bing in disbelief. I seriously suspect that Song Bing fed these people some kind of ecstasy soup. Song Bing, I don't have the ecstasy soup, I just drank a few farts. Of course, compared to Ruai's shock, Yi Tian, Zhang Taizhu and others, who knew the horror of the immortal Qi disease tower, were not surprised by this effect. Let's put it this way. Not to mention these people. Even if I entered the immortal Qi hospital, I would probably have to lie down and come out. Look at this. After glancing at the obedient leaders, Song Bing didn't need to say anything more, but handed the stack of evidence in his hand to Ruai. Of course, these evidences have been sterilized, deodorized, and sealed in transparent bags. And Ruai and Yi Tian immediately picked it up and looked at it out of curiosity. Soon, the expressions of both of them changed, getting paler and paler. Because on these papers, various criminal evidences for the murder of Marshall and were actually recorded. For example, participating in a certain patrol. The surveillance system was manipulated without anyone noticing. There were even those fake criminals we were looking for. The combination of these parts, although not directly related to the killing of Marshall, but everything is inseparable from this meticulous and horrific murder. And the people involved in this have terrifyingly high status. Many are even unexpected. It's downright chilling. And Ruai and Yi Tian's bodies trembled as they watched. In addition to being disappointed, there is also an unwillingness to believe. Among them are many talents who were promoted and trained by the commander himself. How can they do it? After reading all the evidence, and Ruai looked up at Song Bing in shock. These incriminating evidences were all written by them. If you want to ask anything, just ask them directly. Seeing in Ruai's confusion, Song Bing looked at the leaders kneeling on the ground. He smiled meaningfully and said, I believe you all will answer truthfully, right? The leaders trembled and nodded quickly. And Ruai also looked at them, holding evidence of guilt, and asked in disbelief, Did you write these yourself? Princess, please forgive me. We were all forced to do this. It was Entai who forced us to do this. The leaders lowered their heads and frantically shirked their responsibilities. At the same time, the mastermind behind the scenes was also revealed. Entai, haha, I really didn't expect that you guys are really accomplices. My grandfather worked hard for the country and the people. How did you do it? After being acknowledged by these people, and Ruai's heart became cold. She believed that there were spies involved, but she didn't expect that there would be so many spies involved. The conspiracy in this is even more terrifying. If it weren't for Song Bing, I'm afraid these incriminating evidences will really disappear. It is impossible to surface in this life. Who will break the situation? Therefore, some justice is destined to be absent in this life. Princess, please forgive me. We really don't know whether the commander will die in the end. If we knew, we wouldn't dare to participate even if we had 100 courages. Yes. For the sake of our contribution to Manhua for most of our lives, please give us another chance. Well aware of the consequences of pleading guilty, the leaders continued to beg for mercy. Haha, if I give you another chance, have you ever given my grandpa a chance? What did my grandfather do wrong again? And Ruai smiled. The smile was particularly sad and angry. The leaders felt in Ruai's chill, their faces turned pale, and their eyes fell on Song Bing. He continued to beg for mercy. Dr. Song, you said that you would spare us as long as we confessed. Now that we have confessed, you must keep your word. Don't worry, I will keep my word, as long as you accept the treatment and investigation well. Cooperate with the princess in all her tasks, and I promise to spare your life. Faced with these people's tampering, Song Bing did not refute and just followed the promise. After all, these people will still be useful in the future. Okay. Thank you, Divine Dr. Song. We will cooperate obediently. After hearing this, the leaders hurriedly promised. Very good. That's the end of tonight's treatment. Everyone, please have a good rest. Try to recover as soon as possible. Song Bing sends his best wishes. At the same time, the illness of these people is accelerated to the advanced stage. Guaranteed not to get out of bed. Even if you can escape in the end, you will definitely die. Then he left with a smile. And Ruoyi and Yi Tian saw the implication of Song Bing's words and said nothing more. Followed out silently. After walking out of the ward, Song Bing looked at the nurses and ordered, "From now on, we will take care of these people without regard to their status, and we will follow the same standards as those for mental patients. We have to treat everyone equally, you know?" "Yes, Dean." The nurses understood instantly and nodded seriously. "Well, work hard, and I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month." Song Bing smiled and patted several people on the shoulders, encouraging them. "Thank you, Dean." The eyes of all the nurses brightened, and they were instantly filled with passion. Excitedly, he watched Song Bing and others leave. What is a good leader? This is a good leader. Talk directly with money, without making a big deal. How does this make them unmotivated? On the other side, after leaving the Immortal Qi Hospital building, Song Bingkai looked at Ruoyi and Yi Tiandao, whose emotions were changing. Now, the traitor has been found, and there are clues to the crime. Next, what you have to do is to find all the people involved based on these criminal evidence, and those people. Don't worry, we can definitely do this. Yi Tian nodded confidently. These people, officials and officials protect each other, and they all have interests. Song Bing has found the most critical thread. They only need to follow the dismantling process to completely identify the people involved one by one. What about Entai? He is the mastermind behind this. Once he finds out, with his current power, we will not be able to deal with it. And Ruai also expressed another concern. You know, Entai now holds all the positions of Marshalin. Extremely powerful. Once discovered by Entai, they can be easily controlled with any order. It might even lead to chaos in Angua. Don't worry. Just go ahead and do it, and leave it to me. Regarding Ruai's worries, Song Bing smiled indifferently. From the moment Entai entered the mental hospital, he was declared useless. In other words, even if Entai knows what they did now, it will be fine. If he still had energy, Song Bing wouldn't mind giving him twins. If it doesn't work, have multiple babies. The top floor of Xinchi Bing building. The caregivers sorted everything out. Only then did he exit the ward. The leaders, who had been tortured all night, finally got a chance to be alone. Ahem, cough, cough, is everyone okay? Someone glanced at the closed door and made sure it was safe before hoarsely breaking the silence. Ahem, cough, cough, what do you think? I have a fever all over my body now. I can't even stand up. I'm almost dead. That's right. I feel like my condition is getting worse after being exposed like this. I've lost all my sense of taste. Several people responded with dry coughs, looking lifeless. Ahem, cough, no. Everyone, no matter what. We are still famous people, and we must save ourselves. We must not let Song Bing control us like this. Some people are unwilling to admit it. Shoo, keep your voice down, you are crazy. If Dr. Song hears it, you will send us to that terrible place again. Yes, you haven't been smoked enough, have you? As soon as these words came out, several people immediately reacted in fear. The ward fell into brief silence again. Obviously, everyone has been shadowed by the Immortal Qi Hospital. Moreover, murdering the commander is a serious crime. Are you just willing to give up everything you have? But not long after the silence, a deep voice sounded. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled again. Everyone's eyes are filled with dissatisfaction. Even if Song Bing spared their lives in the end, due to the mistakes they made, all their rights and status will definitely be ruthlessly deprived of them. Then what else can we do? The plan for now is to get in touch with Minister Antai as soon as possible. Only he can save us. The voice continued to sound. But we all betrayed him. Ahem, cough, cough. We have no choice but to do it. If it were Minister Antai, he would definitely recruit him. And I believe that Minister Antai will not blame us. After all, we are just grasshoppers on the same rope. If something happens to us, Minister Antai will be alone. He will definitely save us. The ward was silent again. But the leaders on the hospital bed had sharp eyes again. Soon someone responded one after another. Yes, as long as Minister Antai knows that Song Bing and the princess are still investigating the matter, he will definitely take action to suppress it. With Minister Antai's current power, who dares to disobey? Isn't it easy to quickly control Songbing? That is to say, as long as Minister and Tai takes action, not only can we be saved, but the incriminating evidence written down can also be destroyed. We can even force Songbing to cure our illness. When the time comes, I will personally send this damn Songbing to that hellish place and let him be smoked too. Yes, I will trample him under my feet and repay the humiliation he did to us 100 times 1,000 times. I swear I won't be a human being until I cut this bastard into pieces, cough, cough, cough. The more people talked, the more excited they became, and the more they talked, the bolder they became. In the end, he even began to fantasize about revenge against Songbing. At the same time, Songbing had taken Ruoyi and others to another hospital building overnight. It was Xing and others who lived in this hospital building. 223 people in total. Among them were Anxing's subordinates, and the rest of the people who have yet to be identified as having an affair with Tai. Tonight, though, that's for sure. Divine Dr. Song, based on the confessions of those people and the recorded evidence, found no trace of Commander Anxing. In addition, Commander Anxing has been staying in the army and has no time to commit crimes. Therefore, it can be determined for the time being that Commander Anxing had nothing to do with the assassination of Marshal An. However, many of the subordinates around him were arranged by Tai. Along the way, Yi Tian expressed his rational inferences. Whether it's good or bad, you'll know after trying it. As for other people who are involved, we can rule it out tonight, Songbing said calmly. Soon, several people entered the second floor of the ward. The nurses still followed the regulations in advance and had already arranged Anxing and others to the public ward. But there were too many people this time, and the hospital was divided into several large wards. Fortunately, these wards are all connected, separated only by a wall. Songbing and others came to the large ward where Anxing was. At this moment, Anxing and others were lying on the hospital bed, suffering from high fever and pain. The only difference is that, perhaps because of Anxing's eye, no one complained. Everyone looked sick. There are many innocent and good leaders among them, but there is no way to find out the bad guys. So we can only aggrieve these people. Divine Dr. Song, cough, 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 Divine Dr. Song is here. Someone shouted something, and everyone looked at Songbing who came in from the door, and they suddenly became excited. Seeing Songbing, Anxing's eyes also lit up, and he sat up despite his headache and weakness. Obviously, under this plague, Songbing's status has risen, even higher than when Marshal An was alive. No one is disrespectful. I'm sorry, everyone. There are too many patients to treat, so I'm late. Looking at Anxing and others, Songbing also said politely, Ahem, Divine Dr. Song, it's already so late, and you're sick, so you don't have to work so hard. You can wait until tomorrow. You won't die anyway, so everyone can hold on. Anxing coughed dryly, his eyes filled with gratitude. In his opinion, Songbing had been treating everyone despite his illness. How could he not admire such spirit? It's all as it should be. There are so many patients here, and I can't sleep without treatment. Besides, we are all the pillars of the country. Songbing said righteously. Divine Dr. Song, have Minister and Tai's conditions improved? At this time, a man on the hospital bed next to Anxing suddenly asked with concern. Songbing glanced at him meaningfully and said with a smile, Don't worry. Minister and Tai and his friends have been mostly cured by the treatment methods I carefully studied. I believe they will be fine with a few more courses of treatment. Really? Then you should treat us quickly. We are dying, cough, cough, cough. The man's eyes brightened slightly, and he immediately pretended to be weak and urged. It's not urgent. Before treatment, we need to redivide the patients and assign those with different conditions to other wards so that we can prescribe the right medicine. Songbing smiled and reassured. The others were stunned when they heard this. Only Ruoyi and others showed sharp eyes, and they were the only ones who understood the implication of Songbing's words. I couldn't help but secretly admire Songbing's cleverness. Is this a miracle, doctor? In medicine, we all listen to Dr. Song. Please share. Anxing, who was unaware, said without any worries. He knew nothing about medicine. But does anyone else have authority over Songbing? Just obey. Next, for those whose names I call, I will change your ward to a better hospital for your treatment. Comrade, your condition is a bit serious and you may need to move to another ward. Songbing said slightly, and made eye contact with Enruoi and Yi Tian. The first person he called was the man who just spoke. His identity is Anxing's adjutant, but his true identity is a spy placed by Antai next to Anxing. The face of the man who was clicked changed slightly, and he obviously didn't expect that Song Bing would be the first one to click on him. But when I thought of just changing places, I didn't think much about it. He complied and was pushed out by the nurse. You, and you. Song Bing transformed into the king of hell and began to wander around various wards, ordering troops and generals. And everything that was clicked was pushed out. Moved to the top floor of Xianxi Bing building. 62 people in total. The related people were easily eliminated by Song Bing. Okay, next, let me relieve everyone's condition first. After clearing away the rat droppings, Song Bing came to Anxing and began to treat these people. This time, it was real therapy. However, it is not that they are all cured, but the fever of these people is temporarily reduced and their condition is relieved. Because even these people are innocent. It's not all good yet. Okay, tonight's treatment is over. Are you feeling better? It's amazing, my fever is finally gone. I don't cough anymore. Dr. Song, you are so amazing. We have taken countless medicines and tried countless treatments, but nothing works. You put our condition into relief in one fell swoop. Everyone felt it and expressed surprise. The look he looked at Song Bing was filled with gratitude and admiration. They have been suffering from this disease and are suffering unspeakably. Now most of Song Bing has been cured overnight. One can imagine this feeling. It was like meeting a lifesaver. Divine Dr. Song, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might have been blamed for this plague. And Xing looked at Song Bing with eyes filled with gratitude and respect. He had always heard about Song Bing's medical skills from Marshalin. Now that I have experienced it myself, I can no longer be sure. No need to thank you. This is what I should do. But there is one more thing that may need to be discussed with Commander Anxing. Song Bing waved his hand politely. He was a little embarrassed to be thanked so much. After all, he deliberately caused this epidemic. If you have anything you need, Divine Dr. Song, just say it. As long as I can handle it, I will never refuse. And Xing immediately sat up straight and assured. Now all the leaders have been admitted to the mental hospital for recuperation and treatment, and you and Minister Antai have also fallen ill. Although there are agents handling the duties of each department for the time being. But after all, there is still a lack of people in charge of decision-making. There are so many big things like this that you can't easily deal with now. Therefore, I suggest finding an agent for you, and Antai to temporarily take over your duties. In this way, you can rest assured of your recovery and treatment. Song Bing suggested. Shini Dr. Song is very thoughtful. While he is busy working for us, he can also care about national affairs. To be honest, I have thought about this matter, but I was seriously ill and never had the chance to discuss it with my second brother. In addition, no suitable candidate has been found. Faced with Song Bing's proposal, and Xing did not refuse, but expressed his concerns. I think it's quite suitable for a princess. Song Bing looked at Enruoi with premeditation. Enruoi and Yi Tian's eyes moved slightly, but they quickly understood Song Bing's intention. It's not just about finding the spies when the opportunity arises. We still have to work hard to oust Antai. You can even use this to test Anxing. Zoe, is she too young? And Xing looked at Enruoi and said worriedly, it's good to be young. You have energy and you can take advantage of the opportunity to give young people a chance. Song Bing smiled slightly and continued. And I also discussed this matter with Minister Antai, and he agreed immediately. He also said he was very optimistic about the princess. Second brother agrees? And Xing was stunned because he was worried that Enruoi was young. On the other hand, I am worried that the rigid Antai will not agree. Unexpectedly, Antai had already agreed? Are you still very optimistic about Enruoi? Yes. Minister Antai is broad-minded and agrees very much. He not only praises the princess for being smart and capable, he also said that if he could not recover, he would let the princess succeed him. Song Bing was talking nonsense seriously, and after finishing speaking, he did not forget to look at Yi Tiandao. Adjutant Yi, you were also present at the time. Is that what Minister Antai said? Yi Tian was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was saying, and immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what Minister Antai said. Antai, when did I ever say that? I didn't expect my second brother to be so open-minded. If that's the case, it would look like I'm being old-fashioned if I stop him. And Xing sighed, then looked at Enroi and asked seriously, Roi, do you have the confidence to temporarily take over our duties and help us manage external affairs? And Ruai's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Naturally, she would not refuse, and immediately stepped forward and said, Uncle, I have confidence. Okay, then while your second uncle and I are hospitalized, you will take over the affairs for the time being. If you need anything or don't understand anything, feel free to ask us. Anqing said decisively immediately. Thank you, third uncle, Zoe won't let you down. And Ruai thanked her, her beautiful eyes flashing with sharpness. In this way, with Song Bing's divine assistance, and Ruai successfully obtained the rights temporarily, although only temporarily, but it was enough for her to do a lot of things. Leave the ward where Anqing and others are. And Ruai bowed deeply to Song Bing on the spot and said with sincere gratitude, Mr. Song, thank you for your help. Don't worry, I will definitely not let Angua be in chaos. No need to thank you. I told you that you will be busy soon, and now you are here. Next, you need to stabilize external affairs first. As for Entai and others, leave it to me to take care of them. Yi Tian, as the commander's deputy, you are very skilled in this area. It's up to you to assist the princess. Is that okay? Song Bing said calmly. Yi Tian takes the order. Yi Tian saluted solemnly. Until now, they still don't understand Song Bing's good intentions. As long as Song Bing can stabilize Entai and others, they then gradually dismantled the power relationships of Entai and others from the outside. Then all these troubles can be solved without any bloodshed. Well, that's it for tonight's treatment. Let's go back and have a good rest and prepare for the next treatment. After settling today's matters, Song Bing stretched lazily. Tonight is indeed tiring enough. Treated so many people. As for there being another ward where hundreds of infected soldiers were guarding, there was no need to worry. At least these people can't be cured until this is over. We will even send people to it tomorrow. Just like that, everyone dispersed. They all went to prepare their own work. Early the next morning, Zhang Taizhu, wearing a white coat, arrived at Song Bing's door early. Behind him were nearly 100 male nurses wearing protective clothing. These people are all male nurses from Dai Hospital. Brother, the people you want have arrived. Are you going to treat those people again? Seeing Song Bing walking out, Zhang Taizhu asked doubtfully. Song Bing did not answer, but looked at the time first, and then smiled. No, your mission today is not to treat, but to send the soldiers who blocked the mental hospital and the guards who protected Entai into the ward that guards the soldiers, and assign personnel from the Dai group to quietly take over these people's duties. Hearing this, Zhang Taizhu was stunned and couldn't help asking, what's the reason? The reason is that they are all sick and need hospitalization. Go ahead with confidence. I believe they will be very cooperative. Song Bing smiled slightly. Oh, I'm going then. Although Zhang Taizhu was full of doubts, he still went because of his trust in Song Bing. I didn't find out until I went there. Both the soldiers who sealed off the mental hospital and the guards. Really infected. And they are all sick. Everyone is sick and has no energy. Zhang Taizhu and others were dumbfounded at the time. I admire Song Bing even more for his ability to predict things. If you say these people are sick, are they really sick? This is amazing. At that moment, Zhang Taizhu followed Song Bing's instructions and carried all the guard soldiers away and sent them to the ward. They also assigned Dai group personnel to wear protective clothing and naturally took over their duties. The soldiers and guards who were carried away did not resist when they heard that they were infected. Even as Song Bing expected, he was very cooperative. Lu Ying was the first to wake up after being treated for Song's disease last night. Her spirits were noticeably better. Madam, you are awake. This is the medicine that divine Dr. Song left behind last night. Upon seeing this, the nurse in charge hurried forward and handed him a cup of hot water and a few dark pills. Lu Ying took it naturally and started eating. Ugh, it tastes really bad. Why does it taste so hot? However, when the pill entered her mouth, Lu Ying couldn't help but retched. This was the worst medicine she had ever taken. Worse than death. But thinking that this was the medicine Song Bing had ordered, she still held back her tears and swallowed it. At this time, Entai, who was on the bed next to him, seemed to be awakened by Lu Ying's movements. But the first thing I did when I woke up was to cover my mouth and start retching. Honey, you're awake. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable in any way? Seeing that Entai was vomiting as soon as he woke up, Lu Ying, after taking the medicine, hurriedly brought a vomit basin herself. Bring it to Entai's mouth to make it easier for him to vomit. Wah wah. Entai retched a few more times, but nothing came out. Husband, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. But Entai's morning sickness really frightened Lu Ying. It's okay, I just feel like vomiting. Entai swallowed and leaned back on the bed. After last night's treatment for Song's disease, he rarely had a good sleep. It was just a nightmare in my sleep. I dreamed that Marshall turned into a ghost and came to ask for his life. In the end, he even disemboweled him and stuffed a ghost fetus into his belly. It scared him. Fortunately, it was a dream. Husband, why is your belly a little big? In the gap between Entai's buffer, Lu Ying's voice suddenly sounded. Following his gaze, Entai lowered his head and looked at his belly. It's indeed round. Entai was stunned on the spot. Thinking it was caused by the quilt covering him, he quickly pulled off the quilt and opened the hospital gown. But the stomach is still bulging, as if full. And he also felt a little bloated and sore. Lu Ying's face changed slightly, and she stretched out her hand to rub it. Why did it suddenly grow so much? Like being pregnant? Looking at myself again, I realized that I haven't gotten any bigger. Let me see. When the nurse on the side saw this, her face changed slightly, and she hurried forward to help check. She is responsible for taking personal care of the entire couple. Although I only work as a nurse here, I am actually a doctor of medicine. Pa, get out of here. Who do you think you are? And you deserve to be treated as a doctor by us. However, as soon as the nurse stepped forward, she was slapped away by Lu Ying unceremoniously. At the same time, he said angrily, "Don't you see that my husband is like this? Go and get that Song Bing out of here. If my husband does anything bad, even if Song Bing has 10 heads, it won't be enough." The nurse covered her face. Although she felt aggrieved, she didn't dare to provoke Lu Ying, so she had to leave to find Song Bing. It's probably just bloating. After the nurse was beaten away, Entai said indifferently, "I just thought it was flatulence. It's okay, and it's already morning, so it's time for Song Bing to come treat us. Get cured as soon as possible so that guy can let our son go." Lu Ying said with a plan in mind. When the disease is cured, she can give orders to Song Bing. If Song Bing dares not to listen, then she will make Song Bing look good. At first, she wanted to kill Song Bing to avenge Xian. But after seeing Song Bing's handsome appearance, she changed her mind. She wanted to find another way to torture and ravage Song Bing. Don't worry. If he understands the situation, maybe he will bring in Xian to see us without us asking. He even took the initiative to apologize to us. Entai said confidently, "Dong dong dong." Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. So fast. Haha, that guy really understands the situation. As soon as I sent someone to call, they suddenly came. However, his bullying of our son is not over. Lu Ying was slightly stunned, then said coldly and proudly, "Haha, go open the door." Entai also smiled meaningfully. Lu Ying then stopped her sneer and stepped forward to open the door. As a result, there was only a man standing outside the door, wearing a medical uniform and a mask, looking panicked. There was no sign of Song Bing or the nurse. "Who are you? Where is Song Bing? Why send you here alone? Are you looking down on us?" Lu Ying frowned. Displeasure flashed across her face. "I thought it was someone sent by Song Bing." "No, madam, I am an assistant to Speaker Qin He. I have something important to tell Minister Entai." The man looked back in panic and then looked at Entai, who was in the ward with a big belly. "What happened? Come in and tell me." Entai frowned slightly and said. Qin Hao naturally knew that he was his right-hand man. Seeing Entai speak, Lu Ying let the man in. As soon as the man came in, he knelt on the ground. He took off his mask and said in a panic, "Minister, it's not good. This is all Song Bing's conspiracy. We have all been fooled." Entai frowned. "What do you mean? Make it clear." "Song Bing. He is so rebellious. Taking advantage of this opportunity to get treatment, he dared to threaten treatment last night. United Princess Yi Tian and others used all kinds of despicable and shameless methods to force Speaker Qin He and others to admit the murder of Marshall Len." The man trembled angrily. As soon as these words came out, Entai, who was leaning against him, suddenly became confused, and he immediately sat up regardless of the flatulence in his stomach. What did you say? How dare he? Minister, what I said is true. Chairman Qin, he and others are now under house arrest by Songbing. Life and death depended on Songbing's thoughts. They took all kinds of risks and asked their subordinates to pretend to be medical staff and pass various inspections before telling you the news. The man promised with a discount. Songbing, you are looking for death. And Tai's face darkened little by little, his fists were clenched, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He didn't expect that Songbing would really dare to do this. Aren't you afraid of death? Husband, if you want this damn guy, I should just cut off his feet and use them as our tools. And in Ruai, that little bitch should have been killed from the beginning. Luing on the side said with a resentful look. A second ago, she thought Songbing had surrendered obediently and became their tool. The result was this news. And Tai's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He did not answer Luing, but continued to look at the man and said, Then Speaker Qinhe, are they ready to recruit? As soon as these words came out, the man's face froze, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Say, and Tai said coldly, Minister, spare your life. The man was so frightened that he trembled and lay on the ground, and said tremblingly, It's that Songbing, he. The methods he used were too despicable. If Speaker Qin Hao and the others didn't tell him, he would threaten his life. Several leaders were even pronounced dead on the spot. In the end, the speaker and the others were locked up with a group of terrible lunatics and tortured in various ways. The speaker and the others had no choice but to admit it. During this period, the speaker and others also mentioned you repeatedly. But Songbing doesn't take you seriously at all. He also said that you will be the next one to be cured. Speaker, they are worried about your safety, so they risked their lives to ask me to come and inform you. The more Tai listened, his fists clenched tighter and tighter, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He didn't expect that Songbing would dare to do these things behind his back. Okay, very good. Okay, very good. After gritting his teeth, Tai took out a communicator from under his pillow and pressed some buttons decisively. This was his call to the blockade soldiers and personal guards. He originally planned to use soft means to make Songbing succumb. Since Songbing didn't know what was good or bad, he had no choice but to be tough. He's just a doctor. Is he worthy of fighting with him? He is now in a high position of power. Who can compete with him? It should have been like this a long time ago. That guy was fascinated by Ruai's little vixen at first sight. Luing on the side helped. At the same time, outside a hospital building, Zhang Taizhu and the male nurses, who were wearing protective clothing, had just put the soldiers in place. And according to Songbing's wishes, their medals and communicators were confiscated. Give these and take them with you. From now on, we will take over the work of guarding the soldiers. Zhang Taizhu distributed the medals to everyone and wore one himself, never forgetting his instructions. Yes, all the male nurses immediately started wearing them too. Coupled with the cover of protective clothing, the soldiers and guards were replaced perfectly without anyone noticing. Ding! Just at this moment, the communicator Zhang Taizhu had collected from the guard chief suddenly sounded. The words "Minister is calling, come quickly" are displayed on it. Zhang Taizhu was stunned for a moment and quickly understood. This is Etna calling. But now they are temporarily acting as Etna's bodyguards. Are you busy right after taking over? Let's go. Go see if there's anyone who needs help. Zhang Taizhu didn't think much about it immediately. After allocating the soldiers for blockade patrol, he led the remaining guards to the ward where Tai was located. In the VIP ward, shortly after Tai called the guard, there was a knock on the door from the nurse. She invited Songbing here first. Okay, how dare this bastard come? Look at me. Luing immediately showed a cruel look on her face and was about to get angry. But the shrewd Tai raised his hand to stop him. Don't worry, wait until the guard arrives. Let's see what tricks he is going to do first. And Tai sneered. He wanted to see how Songbing would attack him. Do you have the courage? Okay. Luing suppressed the anger in her heart and stepped forward to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the nurse from before appeared in front of her. Next to the nurse, there was Songbing in a white coat. The nurse came to him and said that Tai's belly had become enlarged and he was also vomiting. Songbing came without delay. The first sight fell on Tai's round belly. It seems to be developing very well. Songbing's eyes then fell on the man who came to report the news. Feeling Songbing's gaze, the latter subconsciously lowered his head and pulled up his mask. Haha, divine Dr. Song. You are here, please come in. And Tai's eyes also fell on Song Bing, but he did not get angry immediately, but greeted him with a smile. I heard that minister and Tai's belly suddenly became bigger, and he had vomiting reaction, so I naturally didn't dare to neglect him. After all, you are now the handsome successor. Song Bing sensed something was wrong with Tai, but he exposed it and walked in with a smile. Really? Let's have Dr. Lao Song take a look. I hope it's not a serious illness. And Tai said, but he didn't care about his belly, but about Song Bing. Okay, I'll take the minister's pulse. Song Bing stepped forward with a smile, and Tai reached out his hand cooperatively, letting Song Bing take his pulse. Dr. Song, you have to be careful. My husband is now acting as Marshal. He is considered the top leader in Anghua. If something goes wrong, you will really become Anghua's sinner. Luing on the side said Yin and Yang. Don't worry. I'm always very accurate when it comes to medical treatment. I will never make a mistake. Song Bing glanced at this ugly woman and was not in a hurry to treat her. Dr. Song, I wonder when our disease will be cured? And Tai asked with narrowed eyes at this time. It depends on your luck. Everyone's constitution is different, and the degree of infection is also different. It can take as short as a day or two, or as long as a week. Song Bing thought for a while and said seriously. But these words made Tai's face darken. He immediately looked at Song Bing and sneered. That's right. But I heard that you didn't cure us on purpose. Last night, they even used various despicable methods to force the leaders who were related to me to confess. Song Bing stopped taking his pulse and looked at the man delivering the message without any surprise. Seeing Tai's support, the latter immediately stopped being afraid and stood up bravely, pointed at Song Bing and said loudly, Song Bing, I told the minister what you did last night. You can't escape. Song Bing glanced at the other party and gave him a warning. Then he looked at Tai and smiled and said, I'm afraid Minister and Tai may have misunderstood. Those leaders did confess their guilt, but it was not forced by me, but of their own free will. And they not only admitted their role in the murder of Marshal, they also unanimously pointed out that you are the one behind the scenes. This is a little different from the trials of the past. And Tai's face turned completely gloomy. He originally wanted to scare Song Bing first, but he didn't expect that Song Bing was not only unafraid, but also dared to say this to his face. It was a real eye-opener for him. The next second, Tai smiled. Ha ha ha, okay. Song Bing, I have to say, you are very brave. I wanted to treat you a little less favorably because you are a miraculous doctor and gave you a few warnings, thinking that you were a smart person. Now it seems that you are really stupid and pathetic. Do you really think that you are great because you are a world-famous miracle doctor? Do you really think that because you are respected by others, I can't do anything to you? You have the status of a miracle doctor, but I don't know if your parents have this status? And Tai said bitterly, took out the communicator again, looked at Song Bing from above, and said, I have good news for you. Your parents have been monitored by someone I sent. Now, I want you to kneel down to me immediately, otherwise, I just need to press this button and my people will take action immediately. Let you never see your parents in this life. Get down on your knees. Lu Ying on the side saw this. Her eyes brightened slightly, and she immediately stood up. Song Bing, if you don't want your parents to die, kowtow and admit your mistake now, and then let my son go. And kill that little bitch in Ruai again. Otherwise, we will leave you an orphan. The last words of the two were extremely domineering because they were confident in their trump card. It will definitely disintegrate Song Bing's will and strategy in an instant. However, what disappointed them was that in the face of this threat, Song Bing looked at them indifferently from beginning to end. Indifferent. At this time, a group of people wearing protective clothing lined up and hurried over. Looking at the medals on these people's chests, Tai's smile became even brighter. Looking through, Song Bing's lips curled up slightly when he saw Zhang Taizhu and others. The work efficiency is quite fast. On the contrary, Zhang Taizhu and others saw Song Bing here and thought they had something to help. Then he also walked into the ward. Prepare to strike. Song Bing, do you really think I'm kidding you? Then you can call your parents now. I believe you will not be disappointed. The arrival of the guards made Tai more confident that he had everything under control. The look in Song Bing's eyes became even more contemptuous. What could Song Bing use to fight him? So, the commander's death was really your fault? Song Bing took the opportunity to ask. Haha, don't you know everything? And I can tell you right now that I did it. So what can you do to me? Thinking that he had a chance to win, Entai simply satisfied Song Bing's curiosity with a sad smile on his face. His true colors were completely revealed. Why? What benefits did the Gao family give you? Song Bing continued to ask. Haha, what's the benefit? Isn't everything I have now the biggest benefit? Entai sneered. Okay, let's talk about your condition now. After getting what he wanted, Song Bing smiled and changed the subject. But this sounded like a sign of weakness to Entai and Lu Ying. Confidence believes that Song Bing is afraid, so he wants to treat them. This is how you atone for your sins. Ask for their forgiveness. Haha, are you afraid of regret now? It's too late. Where has your prestige gone? Entai showed sarcasm. However, if you are sensible and cure us now, we may be merciful and give you and your parents a better ending. Lu Ying also sneered. In response, Song Bing shook his head and said with a smile, No, I just want to say hello to Minister Entai. What do you mean? You want to compliment me? Then tell me, what would you like to say to me? Entai's ridicule was more intense and full of playfulness. After the pulse diagnosis I just made, congratulations, Minister Entai. You are in luck. Song Bing congratulated. The smiles on their faces completely disappeared. Song Bing. After all, you have run out of tricks, and now you can only use this ridiculous and powerless method to disgust people. Entai laughed, thinking that Song Bing was deliberately disgusting him. I can't guarantee anything else. I will be very accurate in terms of medical diagnosis. You are really happy. You can't be wrong. Song Bing smiled slightly and looked at Entai, his eyes flashing with light. Entai's eyes were filled with resentment again, and just as he was about to give the order, the familiar feeling of nausea came over him. And this time it came even more violently. Wah wah. Lu Ying, who was originally smiling, also changed her face. She hurried forward to help Entai and help him pick up the spit basin. Song Bing's eyes continued to flash, and he continued to cast spells. No, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a tire pressure. Ouch! Ouch! My stomach hurts so much. My stomach hurts so much. Entai's face instantly turned red, and he was sweating all over. Because, at this moment, he felt like vomiting at the same time. There was also more severe swelling and pain in the abdomen. And if you look through Entai's belly, you can see that the embryonic tumor in Entai's belly is absorbing the nutrients from Entai and slowly squirms and grows. Song Bing, what are you looking at? What's wrong with my husband? Why don't you take action soon? Anxious Lu Ying looked at Song Bing and ordered. He's fine. He was just too angry and had fetal gas. Just take a deep breath and slow down. Song Bing said seriously. Entai's face turned red. He pointed at Song Bing and gasped. To this day, he still thinks Song Bing is lying to him. Hey, if you don't believe the truth, then you should feel it carefully. Do you really want to eat something sour? Song Bing said helplessly. Entai's soul trembled subconsciously, and many sour delicacies flashed through his mind unconsciously. His saliva secreted involuntarily, and he was suddenly full of appetite. He really wanted to eat something sour. Think again. Is it easy for you to urinate frequently at night? And look at your bear. Has it gotten bigger? These are specially made for pregnant women. Song Bing continued to guide. Every feature falls perfectly on Entai. Entai's expression finally changed. Of course, Lu Ying on the side was also discolored. She has been by Entai's side. Entai did have frequent urination last night. And take a look now. Indeed, it was discovered that Entai's belly had not only grown bigger. It seems that the little bear has also grown a lot. If you still don't believe me, just touch your belly again. It looks like you've been pregnant for a few months now. If nothing else, there should be fetal movement. Song Bing used his final trump card. Lu Ying subconsciously put her hand on Entai's big belly. Suddenly, I felt like I had been kicked twice. Mom? It's moving, it's really moving. Lu Ying was so frightened that she sat on the ground. Entai, who felt the squirming in his belly, froze even more. Everyone is feeling bad. Now you believe me. To be honest, these are twins, Minister Entai. You are lucky. Song Bing made up his mind. Song Bing, you are truly a miracle doctor. You can even do this. If my guess is correct, this is what you did when you healed me last night, right? Entai came back to his senses and smiled. Still didn't believe she was pregnant. First of all, he is a man. How can a man get pregnant? Secondly, his belly only got bigger today. How many months has it been there? These are all loopholes. These are all Song Bing's despicable methods. After thinking about all this, and Tai's eyes darkened. Today, if you don't cure me and make me feel even the slightest bit of discomfort, I will disembowel you. With that said, and Tai looked at Zhang Taizhu and others and ordered domineeringly, catch this quack doctor and cripple his feet first. All I want now is to watch him kneel at my feet. Seeing this, Lu Ying and the man beside her also had amusement in their eyes. Get ready for the show. Song Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and was ready to watch the show. Zhang Taizhu, who was under protective clothing, widened his eyes after hearing in Tai's words. Let him catch his brother? Are you going to destroy his brother's feet? Oh no. The same goes for the rest of the male nurses. Let them arrest their boss? What do you think? Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing that the personal guards did not move, and Tai's face darkened, and he urged unhappily. Zhang Taizhu couldn't bear it anymore and walked out on the spot. And Tai thought Zhang Taizhu was trying to arrest Song Bing. So the displeasure on his face disappeared, and he returned to watching with a sneer. As a result, Zhang Taizhu directly passed by Song Bing. Then, it came straight to him. His tall and burly figure is extremely intimidating. What are you going to do? I asked you to arrest someone. Why are you coming after me? And Tai frowned slightly, and once wondered if these guards were fools. Pa, get the hell out of here. As a result, the next second, Zhang Taizhu was greeted with an angry big showdown. Dabi-do was so loud that he knocked Tai unconscious on the spot. I almost had a fetal movement. Not only Tai was confused, but Lu Ying and the informant man who were joking about watching the show were also confused. After reacting, Lu Ying stepped forward in disbelief, just about to show off her poisonous woman nature. Zhang Taizhu came at him with another big showdown. Pa, you get out too. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Lu Ying touched her wrinkled little face with a look of disbelief. She is Tai's wife and the future queen of the country. How dare a little guard hit her? It's very forceful. After being stunned, Lu Ying became angry and looked at the other guards. You idiots, what are you looking at? Didn't you see that we were beaten? Come up quickly and beat this bastard and this quack to death. Hit hard. Beat him to death. If I don't yell stop, you're not allowed to stop. Zhang Taizhu frowned slightly and looked at Song Bing, receiving Song Bing's nod. Pa, noisy. Zhang Taizhu decisively interrupted Lu Ying's anger with another big showdown. Ouch. This skill, which was comparable to that of 20 years old, slapped Lu Ying to the ground on the spot, with stars in her eyes. You are not my guards. Who are you? And Tai, who was on the bed, saw this scene and finally saw the clues. His guards are carefully selected and obey him unconditionally, even willing to sacrifice their lives. Where would this situation occur? If you have something to say, Minister and Tai, please speak it carefully. Please be careful if you have fetal contamination. Song Bing walked out with a smile and waved his hand at the same time. Zhang Taizhu and the rest of the staff stepped aside obediently. Strike anytime. Seeing this scene, Tai's face finally became panicked. With that said, Tai took out the communicator again and pressed the buttons frantically. It was easy for him to fight against 10 of his guards. It was hard for him to imagine what method Song Bing had used to replace those guards silently. Don't worry, Minister Tai. They are infected just like you and are currently lying in the hospital bed receiving treatment. Song Bing smiled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They are all taking the same protection as medical staff. None of the medical staff are infected. How could they all be infected at once? Don't you see that Minister Tai's condition has worsened? Please change the ward for Minister Tai quickly. Song Bing was too lazy to talk nonsense and said directly, now that those people have been recruited, it's time to reunite them. He is Song Bing. I really didn't expect you to be so cunning and vicious. However, do you think you can control your boss by using these little tricks? My identity is here. Not to mention the military outside. The soldiers who are guarding outside the mental hospital are also my people. I have called you now. Do you dare to touch me? And Tai said angrily, Song Bing, you are so brave. You dare to touch even my husband. I think you are tired of living. Just wait. You're dead. You. Lu Ying, who was slapped twice, got up after understanding the situation. Still unabated. Sorry, the soldiers you mentioned are also sick and have just been carried into the ward. Zhang Taizhu, who couldn't stand the two of them, took out another communicator and broke their illusions. At this moment, he finally understood Song Bing's purpose in asking them to replace those soldiers' guard. Otherwise, they would probably be the ones being arrested now. How is it possible you? Seeing the communicator, and Tai's expression changed again. That was a squadron of several hundred people. Even if they were arrested, they couldn't be captured silently, right? Tie them up. Zhang Taizhu did not give the two men a chance to react and directly ordered the binding. How dare you? I am the current minister. If anyone dares to touch me, I will kill him. And Tai's expression changed, and he said domineeringly. But Zhang Taizhu and others quickly told him with practical actions. He stepped forward and started to bind her. Luing also started rolling around. Several strong men couldn't hold it down. It's like killing a pig during the new year. Increase the dose. Seeing the two people struggling fiercely, Song Bing said calmly. Zhang Taizhu and others immediately took out the specially prepared sedatives and injected them into the two of them. Their pupils widened, their bodies trembled, and their struggle slowed down. Zhang Taizhu and others hurriedly took advantage and tied the two of them to the bed. And Tai's eyes widened with disbelief written all over his face. He couldn't believe that Song Bing really dared to do this to him. Come directly? He is a minister. Feeling that his brain was dizzy, and Tai used his last bit of strength to glare at Song Bing and said with an angry smile, Song Bing, you are fine. Just wait to collect the bodies of your parents. Do you think you can control me by doing this? We'll see. You will regret your foolish behavior. Give him a few more shots. Song Bing said calmly. Yes. Zhang Taizhu immediately stepped forward and used the same brute force that he used to inject cattle and horses. He thrust several injections into Entai's butt. Entai saw stars in his eyes, his body trembled, and he fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Lu Ying, who was on the other bed, didn't dare to say anything more and took the initiative to close her eyes and pretend to be dizzy. Song Bing then stepped forward and took the communicator tightly held in Entai's hand. At the same time, he looked at the man who reported the message. The latter met Song Bing's gaze. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his lips trembled. Plop. The next second, he knelt on the ground and said, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm being forced. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have thought that Song Bing would even dare to do this to Entai. Carry them all down. Song Bing looked away and waved his hand carelessly. Just like that, Entai and his wife and the man who reported the news were pushed down. Checked into the top floor of Xinchi Bing building, awaiting final trial treatment. After everyone left, Song Bing picked up the communicator and looked at it. Then he took out his cell phone and made a video call. After a few seconds, the video call was connected. A delicate and fair little face soon appeared in the video. It's just that the little cherry mouth is full of oil and water. Master. When AI Xiaoshou saw it was Song Bing, his beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly put the phone away. All the scenes on the other end of the video are also presented before your eyes. AI Xiaoshou was seen wearing men's loose clothes, a pair of men's slippers, and his long, slightly curly hair. It looks a bit playful and cute. I was eating a big pot of chicken stew in the yard. And the courtyard is nowhere else. It is the courtyard of Song Bing's family. Master, your chicken is so delicious. Your uncle and aunt are also very nice. This country is really fun. AI Xiaoshou said happily, and quickly cracked a chicken bone. Where are my parents? Song Bing asked with a smile. My uncle and aunt saw that I loved eating chicken, so they went to the village to buy me chicken. AI Xiaoshou smiled and murmured again. It doesn't affect dry rice at all. Going to the village to buy chickens? Don't I have a lot of chickens at home? Song Bing was slightly stunned. If he remembered correctly, Lu Su raised a lot of native chickens. Almost hundreds of them. They are all purebred native chickens. Could it be that everything has been fucked by this girl? As expected, when this was mentioned, AI Xiaoshou scratched his head in embarrassment and said nothing. Instead, he pointed the camera at the chicken coops next to the yard with only chicken feathers left on the ground. Weakly said, Master, your chicken is so delicious that I couldn't hold it back. You shouldn't mind, right? Is this a vixen entering the village? He knew that AI Xiaoshou was very good at eating, but I didn't expect it to be really edible. How many days has it been? At this time, Lu Su and Song and happened to appear in the camera, carrying several chickens.